Hi, welcome back to the podcast. Today is a no webcam kind of day. Not for any big reason. I just didn't feel like being on camera. So I was paying attention to the comments on a short that I uploaded. And Adult Swim is doing a checkered past programming slot. Adult Swim starts at 5 p.m. Eastern. Wow. They're doing like a classic Cartoon Network thing. Damn, I might have to start watching. Anyway, so I was looking at the comments for a short that I uploaded. Let me start out like this. So there's a clips channel for the podcast, and I go to the dashboard and I look, and there's like a thing that says new achievement. I'm like, what? And I look, and it's like I got 2 hours of watch time. I went, no fucking way. Over 1,000 views. I was like, what the fuck got 1,000 views? So I go ahead and look, and it turns out the short that I uploaded of the woman's mugshot got 2,300 views. How insane is that? So that's pretty interesting. The Clips channel already has more views than the entire podcast channel. And that video alone has now entered the 1,000 views club of all my videos combined. So, I guess the big topics in the room. Are there any topics in the room with us right now? The big topics in the room are the impending hurricane and the other hurricane that's just gonna chill by itself. So the hurricane that's chilling is Hurricane Franklin, and it's just gonna drift off into the ocean with no problems, as far as I'm aware. Coke. So, why am I on a Ron DeSantis tweet? Let's see, let me get a more accurate source. Let's see, it's called Hurricane Adalia. Wow. West Coast Florida, something they're like, yeah. Awesome. What's this guy talking about bombing for? The fuck? Anyway. So it seems that Hurricane Adalia is gonna hit the west coast of Florida. And, yikes. And it seems that it might drift to the west a little bit and hit Georgia. So I'm gonna be strapped in for some yummy, delicious thunderstorm weather. It's already pretty bad. Pretty soon, so. What did I just open? Don't know. Why? Why is it opening Edge? I'm not even logged in on Edge, am I? I am. Oh god. Sorry, I have Bing points, so what can I redeem them on? A Roblox gift card? Oh yeah. An Xbox Gold membership. Oh. Let's see. Solitaire Collection Premium Edition gift card. You know what? I might actually use it on that. Skype Unlimited? Oh, fuck yeah. Walmart e-gift card. You know what? That some of this stuff seems a lot more useful. Taco Bell gift card. Man. Spotify gift card. Whatever. Best Buy. For how much? How much is it for a $20 gift card? What? 10? Okay. All my points. $10 isn't really worth it. Oh, I still have the hurricane stuff up. So yeah, it's because I entered a 1. So yeah, Hurricane Idalia, I guess it's a Cat 3 or something. And it's gonna hit like Fort Myers and Gainesville and all that. How crazy is that? Fort Myers has to deal with yet another no, it's not gonna hit Fort Myers, but it'll hit like Sarasota and Tampa. They gotta deal with another hurricane after Hurricane Ian. That's kinda crazy. But yeah, I hope we get hurricane weather. We got hit slightly by Hurricane Irma a few years ago, and it created like such chaotic tropical storm like weather. And yeah, we were just not prepared for it. We like closed school. I was like, oh, it won't be that big of a deal. Dude, there were like trees blown over. Or like looking like they were gonna blow over. It was kind of crazy. But yeah, Hurricane Idalia. Currently the heat wave is still kicking us hard. I know that it's supposed to pretty much be over by now. But somehow it lasted a few extra days than I was expecting. Right now it's 72 degrees. It was like 88 earlier. It was 90 earlier. I think it's supposed to drop tomorrow here because of the storms. So I don't know, that maybe the hurricane's kind of a blessing for people outside of the zone. But yeah, I love hurricane weather because I'm never near it. I love watching storm chasers. I love watching news coverage of it. I love watching the Weather Channel. It's my favorite thing to do.
Impacts that are well outside of the cone.
Yeah, look at
Storm
this.
surge warnings now are outside of the cone. The cone is only showing you
Why is that
the
so
best
loud?
guess as to where the center of the storm is going to go, but there are impacts that are well outside of that cone.
Let me turn it down.
Especially on the right-hand side of the storm relative to its forward motion. We'll have more on that coming up here in just a few minutes, and the Weather Channel is going to stay on the story all through the night and into the day.
Yeah.
So follow us on our streaming app. Go to StreamTWC.
Bro, continue the coverage.
Roku, Amazon, and Fire.
When you drive a Ram.
Oh, come on. When you drive a Ram. Oh, speaking of me laughing, by the way, I keep getting comments on my political videos where these disgusting, crusty, lonely, pathetic Republicans have been, like, basically calling my laugh a clown laugh, and they've been kind of shitting on me and making fun of my laugh. I hope all of them, how do I put this? If every single one of the people like that just suddenly started choking on something, I would not be sad or upset in any way if no one stepped in to help them. And then they slowly died. And I'm not saying I hope that happens. I'm not saying it should happen. I'm just saying I will sleep like the most comfortable, small, newborn infant. If that happens, I'm not going to give 2 fucks. Not even 1 fuck. Yeah, I think if you make fun of somebody's laugh, you are going to go to the deepest part of hell, if there is one. Making fun of someone's laugh is so pathetic. Like, when you make fun of someone's laugh, you're making fun of the way that they feel joy. And that's such a fucked up, nerdy ass, piece of shit, disgusting fuck way of making fun of someone. Like, notice how no one makes fun of Seth Rogen's laugh. Like, yeah, people acknowledge that it is indeed a unique laugh, but they aren't like, ugh, I hate his laugh, it sucks, get a better laugh. They're not like that. You know, if people were like that, anyone who makes fun of a laugh in general, I think deserves the death penalty. Case in point, thank you for coming to my talk. Anyways, so death rant aside, one thing I've noticed when I'm recording these episodes, I've only noticed it in the edit, is that I say and a lot, and I think it's just because I don't know how to keep a good train of thought. Talking for this long is really hard. People are like, oh, everybody's starting a podcast nowadays. It's really hard. Especially when you're by yourself. These solo episodes I've started doing ever since episode 12, I guess. No, episode 11 I was alone, right? The one where I was doing the vinyl tour in 2020. I believe I was alone in that one. It's just so hard to do. Like, trying to keep a solid train of thought when there's no one to bounce off of is really difficult. And I think all of these solo episodes have been kind of inspired by the old Insanely Chill podcast. Not the new one that Cody does, where it's like he always has a guest and now he has a crew and he has people to talk to now. I'm talking about like the old episodes where he would just set up a Mac and a camera and like a Blue Yeti mic in his kitchen and just record by himself. I always think to that clip of him talking about Kelsey. And I remember that clip too. Like, I watched Insanely Chill back then. So I remember that moment. And I kind of aspire to be able to just talk like that. I feel like at that point he had already been doing it for a bit, and he had a sizable audience, so he had learned to kind of like think about the fact that he's talking to lots of people even if they aren't there. It's really hard when these podcasts don't get a lot of views. So I'm like, oh, I could literally just be talking out into the void, and that's a really discouraging thought. So I'm gonna try to not say and a lot. If I have to take pauses to think, I suppose that's a healthy way to go about that. With streaming for a while, I used to treat it like this. I used to sit on stream and think, oh my god, it's been quiet for too long, I gotta talk. And there'd be like 1 or 2 people watching, maybe. So I don't know why I was acting like that. When you're streaming, see, there you go. There's another When you're streaming, it's really not that intense. You don't have to keep a continuous train of thought going. So I don't really know why I was acting like that. Streaming used to be really stressful for me. And now I'm just usually chilling on stream. Yep. See, there I go again. Doing again. So really, I wanted to just do like Hurricane Watch, but I have other things that are going on right now. My mom has, see, I'm doing the thing. My mom has COVID. It's this new strain. Let me look it up. COVID strain 2023. What are they calling it again? It's COVID variant Eris? Yeah, Eris. So my mother has COVID variant Eris, more than likely. So it's already the dominant coronavirus subvariant in the country, affecting more people than any other single... Wait, what? Really? You know, that me taking pauses and feeling more comfortable about it might be fixed by taking off the noise gate. But then y'all are going to hear my fan and all my background noise. I don't want to do that. Yeah, see? There we go. You need to stop doing the and just to fill air. So it seems that it's just Omicron, but more intense. It's from February. Wow. The original version of Omicron is no longer circulating. Neither is the original strain of COVID and the early, more severe Alpha and Delta variants. Interesting. It seems that Eris is pretty much the one circulating. Is it safe to just start calling it COVID-23 now, if this is a totally new variant? Yeah, so my mom has COVID right now. I believe this is her first time getting it. She has a fever. She said her legs felt weak. She has a runny nose. No nausea yet. I was talking to her on the phone. I was like, yeah, you know, how do you feel? You know, what are you eating? What the fuck, Ben Affleck is a Valorant fan? I'll get into that in a second. That's pretty funny. I asked her, like, what she, you know, is eating and all that. I was like, oh, you eating soup or just something along those lines, something that sick people eat. And she went, no, actually, I sent him out to go get me a damn cheeseburger and a Coke. She's a gym trainer, all that, and she's out here sick, and she's like, I want a fucking cheeseburger and a Coke from McDonald's. How awesome is that? She's so me. Whenever I get sick, I do the same thing. I eat like shit. I just start shoveling food down my throat and see what sticks. When I was sick in June, I was on a calorie deficit diet and I was doing pretty well at it. And when I got sick, I like refused to break the diet, which is really bad because that means my body wasn't getting enough nutrients to fight off whatever I had. And I'm under the genuine belief that me doing that is what actually, like pretty much prolonged the disease and made it worse. Because after like 2 weeks, I was like, holy shit. 1 ear infection later, I still felt like garbage, and I was still sick. No fever, but I was still coughing. I still had like head symptoms and everything. So I go to the doctor, and they're like, "Here's this antibiotic. What was it called? Was it amoxicillin? I think it was amoxicillin. I already threw out the bottle. I think. Yeah, I peeled the label off and shredded it and then threw out the orange bottle. They gave me amoxicillin. That helped for a few days, and then all my symptoms came rushing back. Even worse than before. And I went, okay, clearly that just held me over for a little bit. So I went back, and they were like, here, try steroids. So they gave me prednisone. And I started taking that in July, the beginning of July, and it fixed it. But one of the things that I learned when it was getting worse and worse is that like I ended up I think I was still following my diet. I was a couple weeks in. It was right after I gone to the doctor. Or no, it was right before. And I was like, all right, I'm not feeling any better. And holy shit, I'm starving. So I made lunch and then I ordered more food. I was at work too. I like ordered more food. So I waited for it to get there. I made my lunch, grabbed the extra food, ate all of it. And I ended up surprisingly feeling better. And then I immediately pretty much crashed that afternoon. That afternoon. Where I got home and I just felt horrific. So I took the prednisone because my breathing was really bad and I could barely breathe. And I had also gone to the beach during this time. And I was like, because of the heat, I was like wheezing and I couldn't catch any good air. I was like half breathing. But yeah, like my mom, I too eat like absolute garbage when I'm sick. So thankfully I was able to get back on the diet for the most part. I still limit how much I eat. I eat a protein bar in the morning. I eat like a healthy choice meal in the afternoon for lunch. And I drink juice that contains vitamin C. Then for dinner, I have whatever. Because I didn't eat very much during the day. So for dinner, I can eat something normal, a normal portion. I'll usually eat like a sandwich or something from Publix or something along those lines. How did I even? Oh, I was talking about my mom's COVID. Wow, what a derailment to my my train of thought. Speaking of derailing, Ben Affleck, I guess, plays Valorant, and he's revealed his main and everything. What the fuck? Trying to figure out, is that why he's trending? Because he plays Valorant? Interesting. Seeing it trending alongside Matt Damon. Oh. Yeah. People are making jokes about Matt Damon saying slurs. That's pretty funny. I don't even know what's happening right now. He was at a Valorant event? What the fuck? Oh, here's someone flipping out about Batman. Awesome. They said Zachary Levi got 2 solo Shazam movies and Ben Affleck got 0 as Batman. That's a pretty good point. Awesome. Oh, here's a post about all of the Snyderverse people being gamers. Zack Snyder and his son would play Fortnite. Ben Affleck plays Valorant. Yeah, Henry Cavill being a PC gamer. That's all they're giving Henry Cavill in this meme. Henry Cavill also plays The Witcher. He also plays a lot of like strategy games. That man's a huge fucking nerd. Anyway, we do need a Batfleck solo movie. Too bad people love sucking James Gunn's penis. I would have loved to see a solo Batman movie. You know what would have fixed the DCEU was just better directors and someone to like spearhead the whole project. That's what would have fixed it. Person got a monkey? Sorry, I'm scrolling through Twitter. I'm getting so distracted. They got a monkey. He's so wild. Oh, he's biting the guy. I should not be getting distracted like this during a recording. This is crazy. Monkey. I saw him break something. I want to see him break it again. Oh, he's jumping everywhere. Oh my lord. Why is this monkey so crazy? What the hell? Dude, he's nuts. No, he's grabbing everything. Why did they buy a monkey exactly? Look at this. Monkey. Monkey's crazy. Jumping all over everything, breaking shit. I want to hear that bark. Huh? Oh! Like you didn't expect that shit. It's a monkey! Please. What the fuck? So we're getting major weather. The last time... There we go again. The last time we got really bad weather, here at least, was we got hit with a really bad tornado a few years ago. I say a few, it was just like 2.5 years ago. We got hit with a pretty high category tornado. Excuse me. And it like tore down parts of our fence, ripped a lot of our roof apart. And it tore up most of our neighborhood's roofing as well, but also it like destroyed everything before it got to us. And that was probably the last major thing. I still remember that day too. It gave me like really bad PTSD with weather. Anytime bad weather would roll around, I'd be like worried about a tornado. Because up to that point, you know, if a tornado warning came in, yeah, I'd be like worried. But I'd never expected one to really hit us. And when one eventually did, that feeling of being invulnerable to major weather patterns like that kind of went away. I remember I was laying in bed and I heard a faint sound of a tornado siren going off. And I like jumped out of bed. I was like, oh my god, what in the world? And then my phone went off. And I go out of my room and I start waking everybody up. I'm like, guys, there's a tornado warning, like right now. So we're all like sitting in the room watching the news. We're all in the master bedroom just watching the news, the local weather news. And suddenly, the power just shuts off. So we're like following it on the phones and everything.
Side of that track, that's gonna.
Yeah, we're like following it on the phones and everything, and all of a sudden, I'm like looking out the window into the complete pitch black darkness because it knocked out all the streetlights too, and you just see like little off in the distance, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I realize it's power transformers, and they're getting closer. So then I'm like, oh shit, we need to go hide. We don't have a basement. What we do have is a single half bath downstairs with no windows. It's the only room with no windows. In all practicality, it's probably not the best place to hide, only because it has the laundry room right above it. But it's the best place we have in this house. Unless we just sat in the middle of the foyer. So I'm like, guys, we should probably start moving towards downstairs. At this point, my dog had just died, so all we had was like a cat to bring with us. So I'm looking out the window and they're like, nah, don't even worry about it. They're like really downplaying it. I don't think they could understand the severity of it. But I was like, guys, I'm literally watching it get closer. Like, I can't see it, but I can see the stuff it's destroying. So I'm looking and I'm looking, and then I see the power transformer like literally maybe 3 football fields away explode. And I go, we have to go. And then you start to hear it. Now, I had heard stories of what one sounded like for a while, but I had never actually heard one. So it was pretty terrifying. The sound, it was just like, and it's like that. And let me turn off the noise gate for this. It's just like, and as it gets closer, it gets way louder. And it's like, and, you know, you can hear it. And when they say it sounds like a train, it sort of does. I hear trains go by all the time here and at work. I would say it's more like a roller coaster, but like a really big roller coaster. Not a train. It's more like it's a roller coaster that's like rapidly approaching on a decline. So like, you know, when you're at a music park and the roller coaster goes by and it's like, and everything, that's how it sounded. It just sounded like a roller coaster rapidly approaching. So it wasn't like the loud, like, of a train. It was like the really fast, like, of a roller coaster. And I hear it get louder, and that's when my parents started to take it seriously. So finally, it gets loud enough where they're like, all right, we need to go downstairs. And so we grab the cat, and me and my sister just book it. You know, we just booked it. And as we're leaving the master bedroom, all the power comes back on. That was probably the creepiest part. The tornado hadn't even hit us yet, and all the power just came right back on. So then we're running down the stairs. We get into the bathroom. My parents are like not really being all that fast, and they had the cat too. And the tornado hits while we're in the bathroom. My sister's like freaking out, obviously, and I'm like, you know, don't worry about it, it's fine. And it once it hits the house, it's like super loud, and then all of a sudden, nothing. And I open the door. So I'd already closed the door. I'm like, they're nowhere near us. Getting close to this room. I open the door, and we step out. Like, man, what just happened? Like, it was so fast. And we wait a couple minutes, and I put on my shoes, and I go outside. No rain. But it had thrown around like all this debris. It had blown over the shrub on the left side of our driveway. It like threw our wind chimes across the grass. It like threw my friend's trash can into the cul-de-sac. It did everything. Like it I mean, it ravaged everything. It knocked over part of our fence. It blew a bunch of shingles off our roof. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty bad tornado. And I remember putting on a hoodie, and I walked around the neighborhood. And I met this one guy. Dude, his truck was sitting in his driveway, and a giant piece of a gutter had lodged itself into this dude's like axle on his back left tire. It was just wedged between the tire and the truck, and he's like, I gotta go to work tomorrow morning. I don't know if I can drive this thing. And I know they eventually got it out, but like a piece of someone's gutter ended up in a tree I believe we still even have like a piece of metal shrapnel in our tree, if I'm not mistaken. Just because it's so high up, we can't reach it. It knocked over my neighbor's tree and like smashed his and his neighbor's fence. We had to remove part of our fence to get a tree removal truck back there. I know it pretty much collapsed all of his fence on our side. And yeah, that was a pretty bad situation. That was the last time we had major weather like that. And it was the first tornado I'd ever been through. Very eerie, very creepy. Gave me horrible weather PTSD for probably the next year and a half or so. I feel fine now, for the most part.
Tampa as well.
I still get a little uncomfortable.
Outside of that cone, we've heard people say many, many times, well, I was in the cone or I wasn't in the cone, so I did X. Please don't do that because the impacts are going to be well outside of the cone. The cone is only showing you where the center is expected to be. Now, obviously, if the center is closer to Tampa Bay, maybe 20, 30 miles to the north between Tampa Bay and Cedar Key, that's going to maximize the potential for a surge in Tampa. Whereas if it's more towards Alligator Point in Apalachicola.
Wow, 8 to 12 feet? Jesus. Dude. They're gonna get swamped in that area. Same with like Savannah, Georgia, and Valdosta. Like even parts of Georgia are gonna get swamped. Because once it becomes Category 1 and gets stuck right on the top of the not on the panhandle, right on the top of the peninsula. Like once it crosses onto land, it's just gonna slow down and get stuck there and start swirling on that part. Strong winds too, wow. Of course it's gonna be high tide. What? How's that even a debate? Of course there's gonna be high tide. Damn, they're already prepping in Clearwater. St. Petersburg is gonna get wiped clean. Wow. I had family that lived in St. Petersburg. I'm sure they're glad that they moved. That's crazy. The Florida governor said prepare for power outages. Yeah, no shit, Ron.
And then getting towards McDill as well. So in all of these areas, there's going to be potential for a storm surge of up to 6 feet or maybe even higher in some spots. And that's why we're so worried about people getting away from the coast. You don't have to go that far. You just have to get off the coast when you have that level of threat. And then also there's wind to be concerned about. There is a hurricane warning now from Tampa and on northward. Also a hurricane watch in the north central part of the state, including Gainesville and up towards Lake City, and could be some very strong winds into Jacksonville as well.
So one really alarming part of this is that like the hurricane is forecast to go this way. I know that there are other models, like the European model tracks it going a little like closer to the eastern part of it. I know there's some models that said it would go like hard right, some that said it would go hard left. I know for a bit it was just gonna hit like all the way up into like the Appalachian Mountains and stuff. There's been multiple projections for this thing, and I guess we'll find out in the next couple days. But like, it's crazy how much land it's gonna hit. I mean, I know that part of the country doesn't, or that part of the southeast doesn't really get much action in terms of hurricanes, and if it does, it's like residuals from the like sides of the hurricanes. It never gets hit directly on like that. Because even Ian like directly hit Fort Myers and just went across the peninsula instead of like deep into the southeast. So I guess I'll keep this open and monitor it. But isn't that crazy that we're about to get hit with an unprecedented hurricane? And I feel like people at this point should just start accepting that climate change is real. Isn't it kind of weird? People are still denying it. We just had Hurricane Hillary hit California, which a hurricane hitting LA is like unprecedented. And then at the same time, it caused it caused an earthquake. So like that's kind of it's 100 degrees in Tampa, Florida. Like that's what it feels like. Oh my god. Yeah, isn't that kind of crazy that there's a really bad hurricane and then it caused an earthquake and now there was like 4 different storm systems occurring and the 2 major ones is Hurricane Franklin and Hurricane Idalia. Isn't that crazy? Hurricane Idalia is going to do some real damage, man. I wouldn't be shocked if it did like close to Hurricane Ian level damage. And Hurricane Ian was like devastating for Fort Myers. So I don't know. I feel like climate change is kind of undeniable at this point. Let's see what this guy's gonna say. I want to see what he's saying.
As she said, their trauma center in the. Meanwhile, tonight, Carl, we wait the 11 p.m. forecast and new track and advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and then the additional what we call 0Z Greenwich time runs from the American model GFS and the Euro coming up between midnight and 2 a.m. Because it's all about that track and how far north does it go before it makes that turn to the northeast into the coastline of Florida early on Wednesday morning.
Mike, thank you so much. We certainly do appreciate your reporting. We'll talk to you again very soon. And we want to go now to our Chris Bruin and talk a little bit more about some of the impacts here in Southwest Florida. First, we saw, a major storm last year in Ian that initially looked like it might have an impact in Tampa, and then sort of at the last minute made a little bit of a turn to the right. And, just a reminder that, a lot of times, storms will surprise you. Yeah. You might think you've got it sort of dialed in. And, at least in this case, we haven't seen a whole lot of movement in terms of the general area where we think it's going to have an impact. But, there's always some chance that you can see some shifting. And that's why it's really, really important to not, get sort of set about the idea of where this is going. You can always wake up tomorrow and find out that the modeling has changed and we have something that's a little bit different than what we're looking at tonight.
Yeah, and this side of the state particularly vulnerable to those last minute changes, even more so because it dramatically increases.
So they're just saying what I just said, where I was like, what if it literally just changes courses and like takes a hard left or a hard right? I guess they're kind of discussing that possibility too. Like it could just take a really hard turn at the last second. I mean, it's weather, so there's multiple different possibilities to that kind of stuff. But yeah. Scary stuff, man. I hope everyone in Florida is going to be alright. Little vegetable talking about now.
Looking like the Nature Coast, the northeastern part of the Gulf side.
The fact that it's going to hit North Carolina
so
too.
Anywhere from the Big Bend to Tampa really has to watch this closely. There's a look at the track. We also are going to talk about some of the impacts we're going to see into Georgia and South Carolina, even North Carolina in just a few minutes. But let's start with Florida because they will see the worst of Idalia, and rainfall will be a factor.
Idalia?
And there will be.
I guess that's what it's called. I didn't know. Yeah, it seems like they're gonna get some pretty bad rain. Obviously. No shit. Let's see, some last minute little topics in addition to my Idalia. Oh, the Supreme Court just ruled on, let me see if I can look this up. Supreme Court ruling election overturning. This was in June? Wow. What the Wait, they were trying to make that argument? I didn't even know. So I guess they were trying to make the argument that they have unfettered power as a state legislature to implement election laws. That's awesome. Wouldn't that completely undo the Civil Rights Act? Or not the Civil Rights Act, what's the Voting Act? Yeah, so I guess this happened a while back. I just found out about it through a TikTok. I didn't know this was that long ago. The fact that I didn't know about this until now. So it seems that the court ruled 6-3, which is crazy that it wasn't just unanimous. Ruled 6-3 that they're rejecting the independent state legislature theory, which argues that the state legislatures could pretty much implement any election laws they want, free of legal review, carried out by the courts. Awesome. So what would it include? The theory posits that the Constitution gives state lawmakers the authority to regulate federal elections without any checks and balances. Crazy that 3 justices voted against rejecting that. Wow. Did they really just want to overturn an election? That was basically what it was about. It was preventing them rejecting it. Basically, prevents states from being able to overturn elections. That's crazy that wasn't a unanimous court decision. Wow. So what? Like, let's say Trump loses the state of Florida. He won't. Let's say he does. That would mean that Ron DeSantis can be like, well, actually, I don't think any of these votes, or I guess like his state legislature could just be like, we don't actually think this is legit, and just totally wipe it out. And then I guess in turn, like Brian Kemp could be like, oh, the state of Georgia flipped blue. No. God, I'm worried about Georgia, man. I wonder if Georgia's gonna go and stay blue. Because we've had a lot of Austin, Texas liberals move here. Because they don't like the Republican Californians moving to Austin, Texas. I've seen a lot of people from Texas move here. Mostly, the main reason I've noticed is because anytime I see someone with a Texas license plate, they particularly drive really shitty, which I think is pretty hilarious. They drive like ass, bro. How many Texas people have been cut off by on the interstate? So, I don't know if Georgia's gonna flip blue again. I hope they do. I mean, I hope Georgia's kind of leaning more into its Democrat sections of the state. I hope Republicans hate Trump enough right now in the state of Georgia to not vote for him. I mean, I feel like the election interference phone call, or no, that was after. What would that have? Oh, I guess him like shitting on Brian Kemp made the state kind of turn against him. Yeah, I feel like that's what it is, right? God, what a crazy election we're entering. I guess if Trump gets indicted, then more than likely we're gonna get, or not indicted, if he gets convicted, we're probably gonna get a Republican president. Because it's gonna be someone fresh against Joe Biden. And we all know Joe Biden's a walking corpse at this point. I don't know though, maybe it'll not work out and the Republican candidate's not going to have enough steam to overtake an incumbent. And plus there's incumbent's advantage. I mean, Trump was like a particular level of bad, you know? I think if the Democratic Party wants to save itself, it has to really start pushing the factual narrative that, you know, inflation's not the president's fault. It's all these corporations getting greedy, and that it's no coincidence that there's been record profits while these corporations have been claiming that they have to raise prices because of inflation. So, what a weird election. coming up. I can download the TV app. Stream TWC. Isn't it crazy that the Weather Channel requires a cable package? Oh, it doesn't now. $3 a month for the Weather Channel. Hey, yo! How are they not out of business already? Weird. They're still on an ad break, so I can't cut back to my Adalia coverage. Ay, ay, ay. You know, something I've been doing recently is I've been watching the DC animated movie universe on HBO Max. It's the one that has, like, you know, Justice League Doom and the Flashpoint Paradox and all those movies. They're all part of one timeline. Justice League versus Teen Titans. So that's what I've been occupying my time with, is those movies. Oh, there we go. We're back. Yes! Let's go!
Kelly needs new
No! Why did it do that? Why did it bait me like that, dude? Oh. Moving north at 8 miles an hour, it's not going to get here for like another 15 years. Ugh. Hurry up, Hurricane. I want some action. I want to see some rain while I'm at work tomorrow. Raining right now? How? Oh, they're already swapping up the forecast on me. Low chances of rain. Why would they bait me like that, dude? What in the fuck? It's gonna rain in Atlanta at least. Whoa, what's that giant storm next to it? Jesus. Is this thing gonna continue their coverage, or are they just gonna show me s'mores ads? I want to do one last little bit of coverage of it before I cut the episode off. But if it's just gonna show me a Hershey's s'mores ad, I wonder if there are segments I could do on this podcast that would make it, you know, spice it up a little bit. All I do is talk, and I'm by myself. Like, obviously, I could probably get a guest on every now and then. But, you know, oh, are we back? Oh! That's Weather Channel music. I don't know if I can play that. I believe the Weather Channel music is all copyrighted, which is really sad. That's that big ass storm cloud I was talking about. Oh man, I like how they're like, here's the weather, guys, and there's a massive ass hurricane down there. I wonder if we're gonna get more of them. Like, I know it's hurricane season. I wonder if there's room to have more. How crazy would that be if after Adalia there were just more? Like, more that hit the same area. I think it'd just be time to pack it up and move off the coast at that point. Oh! Are we
It's
back?
underway tonight in parts of Florida,
Yeah.
even Georgia and the Carolinas, as we have hurricane and tropical storm watches and warnings now out tonight, including in Tampa, Orlando, even in Valdosta, Georgia. You're under a hurricane warning. Tropical storm watches, they go up through coastal Georgia and even the low country coast of South Carolina. Nearly 15.5 million under those alerts. And in the town of St. Marks, Florida, that's just south of Tallahassee, our Charles Peak actually talked to the owner of a restaurant that sits on the Wakulla River. Stanley West has
Lord
been through
have
several
mercy.
hurricanes before and told our Charles Peak.
Hey, I paid your network to give me a shout out. Mention my restaurant that's right on the river.
This is my poll of hurricanes over 28 years worth. We have had Michael, which is way up here. We have had Dennis, which is down here, and we've had Earl, we've had Hermine, we've had Gustav, we've had Ivan, Opal. We've
Forgot about
had
Ivan.
a lot of hurricanes come through here. We're kind of prepared mostly.
Dude, I don't want to alarm him, but I think he's gonna get wiped out. Dude, he writes all the hurricanes on this pole? Oh my god, this is so funny. So stupid.
So we're kind of watching right now because we know that the west side is a little bit more gentle than the east side.
We're kind of watching right now because... Hold on. Oh my god, that one was so bad. Ugh, I need to take a Tums after that one. That one was horrible. Ugh. This dude's so goofy. It's so funny. Oh.
So we're keeping our fingers crossed and watching.
What is your preparation if it moves a little to the west and you're going to get the bad side?
If it moves a little to the west, we got a big old bus and we'll start loading everything up and getting as much out of here as we can and salvage what we can, and then we'll come back and wash it out and start over. We are set up for being able to wash the place down and get back up in business pretty dang quick. So
I would hope after 28 years.
Hurricanes are. We live in Florida, and this is it.
All right, St. Mark's.
I would hope after 28 years and a whole pole worth of hurricanes, you'd be at least prepared enough for that kind of thing.
Comes to the storm surge, because that's going to be the most detrimental threat, we think, with Idalia and the winds. Because remember, this is forecasted to become a major hurricane. Now, right now, it's still struggling. It's been battling a little bit of wind shear. We haven't seen rapid intensification at all. It's been holding as a pretty strong tropical storm, kind of reorganizing.
Yeah, it's kind of fucking up that part of Cuba.
But this may be it. Now that it's starting to get away from Cuba, still impacting here with the western part of Cuba. As it heads into the Gulf of Mexico, that shear has definitely let up and will only allow for favorable conditions and obviously the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. So there's a look at the track. Notice how quickly it is from right now to this time tomorrow. We could have a much stronger hurricane. Category 2, maybe even approaching Category 3 by the time we wake up on Wednesday morning. So
What an oddly placed hurricane, too, that it just formed between Latin America and Cuba and all that, just like down here, casually. What a crazy hurricane. A lot of them just come from out here and then in. I don't know, I feel like I'm not used to seeing them just squeeze between two land masses and then coming in for the hook. I feel like even the other one from last year came from the Gulf, right? And went east. What's he saying about Valdosta?
County, Lowndes County, you're under hurricane watch or hurricane warnings. Given the fact of the latest track, we could see those 75, 80 plus mile per hour gusts get into even the southern part of Georgia. I want to show you an idea of what the radar may look like as we go throughout the day tomorrow. Notice how far offshore the worst of the weather is. Now we'll start to get some of those outer rain bands, some of those.
Anyways, yeah, what a crazy storm event. Because I know I read where the heat wave dome over the country was supposed to collapse in, and then storms would start heading south. And now it seems like this hurricane has started pushing them away. And even though it's cooling down, we're not getting the type of rain we were supposed to be getting by now. So there's still a bit of a heat wave going on. And this is pretty much just going to cool the whole south down. which is really insane. I don't think like any of the forecasts I looked at prepped for a hurricane like this. So anyways, pretty impromptu episode. I really didn't plan on recording anything, but I decided, you know what, why not? There's a hurricane on the way. It's interesting stuff. I love following hurricanes. And, you know, I don't know, why can't I make an episode impromptu about hurricanes and other, like, small things going on? So, alright, that'll probably be it for now. This one's gonna come out pretty soon, actually, which is very unprecedented for me. But since this is such a topical event, I feel like there's a bit of an urgency to put it out soon. So, anywho, if you listen this far, thank you. And I hope you enjoyed listening. Maybe leave a comment on what I can improve on to make it easier for me to talk for this long. And yeah, hopefully I can diversify the episodes and stuff so it's not just me sitting here talking. Maybe I can find someone to bring on. Who knows? Anyways, hope you enjoyed. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome back to the podcast. I don't know how long this is going to be because I only have the one topic for right now, so if you see a cut in the middle of this, it's because I paused it because I ran out of stuff to say. So, yesterday I made an episode that went up on Patreon as a bonus, so if you're interested in watching that, then you can go to Patreon, and it's under the 3rd tier and above, so yeah, so that's a bonus episode, and then also me and John released an episode a few days ago, or about a week ago at this point when you're watching this. So if you want to see a cool little episode involving me and my friend that's longer than usual, then that's available for you to watch. So I wanted to talk about, I've talked about it before, I wanted to talk about the YouTube ad blocker revolution that is YouTube basically cracking down on people using ad blockers. And by the way, the spooky lighting, sorry, I'm using a laptop to light my face. So, because I don't have lighting. So, I talked about how, you know, the YouTube ad blocker window popping up in the middle of the screen, you know, is annoying, and I used to argue that, you know, YouTube Premium, and I still argue it, YouTube Premium is too expensive, and like other websites, they should just allow the ads, or, you know, bake them in at this point. Don't, you know, stop people from using ad blockers, just bake the ads into the video player itself, like Twitch. I've not seen a single ad blocker that can prevent an ad playing on Twitch. So, you know, that's what they were doing towards the end of last year. They were doing the classic, you know, when you're reading an article and a pop-up blocks up and you can't continue. After that, that's what they were doing. And, you know, as you can see right here, YouTube Premium is $13.99 a month. And I can't find anywhere in my budget where I can actually afford that. But it seems that now I'm going to have to find room in my budget to afford this because I now cannot watch YouTube anymore reasonably, like without disabling everything on my Chrome web browser. An extension that is on the Chrome store, I can no longer operate with because of this. There are some articles about it from PC Gamer and 9to5google.com that talk about this, but now when you use Google Chrome, or not Google Chrome, now when you go on YouTube and you have an ad blocker enabled, YouTube detects that and it sends an artificial lag to your computer. So it's artificially slowing the site down so you can't use YouTube normally. What it means is that stuff will load slower, the player starts to lag out. If you click the actual video to like pause it, the packet is sent in a really weird way, so it registers as like a double click or even a triple click. So it'll full screen and then pause, or it'll just full screen. And then I've also noticed that typing comments is incredibly difficult. Trying to just click and load a YouTube video is extremely slow. It reminds me of when I had really slow internet a few years ago. And according to PC Gamer, based on their testing, that it seems that that pretty much YouTube will then send stuff over that will increase your CPU usage and pretty much kill Chrome entirely, is what they say in the article. They say in the article that they decided to test it. They noticed that having YouTube open with an ad block increased the CPU usage around 17%. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. It says on the Chrome Web Store that it boasts 60 million users. This is the article I'm talking about. This is where they talk about, you know, the impact on your CPU from using an ad blocker, and they do call it draconian, so you can see what step or what side they're taking in this. And yeah, I feel like there should be some kind of ethical thing against blowing up your users' computers because they have an ad block installed. I know a lot of like extensions that just have ad blockers built into them that, you know, pretty much are rendered now unusable because of how YouTube reacts to you having one. I've yet to find an ad blocker that this doesn't happen with. It kind of seems like this will be the death of using ad blockers on YouTube. I remember reading that the new like web protocol was gonna bring forth this kind of change. I just didn't expect it in this way. And like apparently, according to this article, a lot of people were freaking out, thinking it was something wrong with their computer. And yeah, apparently, according to YouTube, YouTube's communications manager, according to the article, it said that users will keep seeing issues like this as YouTube's ad blocker detection methods improve. So, pretty much they're forcing your hand and asking you to buy premium. And here's the thing. I've used what used to be YouTube Red before. And it was okay. It was only like, I think at the time, maybe $7 a month. I don't remember. But now, it's, you know, $14 a month. Now, look, you know, this is a ridiculous price because, look, you get no ads, okay. Download videos to watch later when you're offline. I have unlimited data, so this doesn't really matter to me. Background play, so you can watch while using other apps or with your screen locked. The watching when you're using other apps is already a thing you can do on pretty much any phone. Apple now lets you do it, and you don't need premium to do this. So I don't know why this would still be on the page for it as a benefit. I guess you can lock your phone, and that's the only benefit, unless it's members content. So just remember that if you're a member on a YouTube channel, you can't do the background play thing. Except for the use other apps. That one does work. Stream all the music you want. Now, that's only if you use YouTube Music and not any other music service. I have Spotify Premium, so this does not matter to me. So let's see, out of all of these, only one of them matters, and it's ad-free YouTube. And if you ask a lot of people, this is the only This is going to be the only thing that matters to them. A lot of them already have a music streaming service. More than likely, if they have YouTube Music, they already pay for the thing that makes YouTube Music worth it. So a lot of people are just here for this, and for $14 a month, that's insane. I'm sorry, but that's crazy. These websites are out of pocket 1,000% lately. Amazon is increasing their price for Prime Video because they want to start showing ads on Prime Video. I'm sorry. What were we paying for before? Wasn't the whole point of streaming services to get rid of ad-supported content and to just be able to stream it right to our computers? Why are we now having to watch commercials on top of paying for it? It's just cable at this point. Dude, Disney Plus went up in price again. I have Disney Plus, and look, I paid the initial annual fee in 2022. I bought Disney Plus, and Premium didn't exist yet. And I got like grandfathered in to Premium, which then broke my account for an entire like 6-month period. Then I got billed again. Like, it was like $30 more. So I think it was like $110 was how much I needed to pay for Disney Plus Premium. Then right after that, now I'm going to have to pay $140 to use Disney Plus. Let me go look. Make sure I'm actually right on that. As far as I'm aware, I'm going to have to pay, let's see, account, billing. So I paid $80 when I first got it. This was July 2022. Then I paid $110 in July 2023. Now I'm going to have to pay, where is it? $140 a year for Disney Plus Premium. And if I don't want to pay that, see, it doesn't even want to tell me how much the ad supported. I guess there is no ad supported yearly. If I want to watch Disney Plus with ads, it's $8 a month, which would be. All right, we're gonna pull out the math here because now this is just turning into a general rant about streaming service prices. This is ridiculous. Oops. I forgot I have all my stuff keybound. All right, let me timestamp that so I can censor my billing. Or does anything even show up on here? No, it doesn't. All right, we're good. None of my card info's on here as far as I'm aware. Right? Yeah. All right, we're good. So 8 times 12, that's $96 a year for no ads. And if I pay the monthly, which is $14 a month, by the way, same price as YouTube Premium. The monthly for Disney Plus, that'd be $168 a year. And then the annual is $140. That's still insane, dude. That's still crazy. This used to be way cheaper. Let me remind you, in 2022 I paid $80 to get Disney Plus. That was just in general. There were no ads. Now they're getting extra greedy with it by making me. What they should have done is kept the $80 tier and done like a $60 tier with ad support. That's what they should have done. It's insanely greedy that they are making me pay $140 a year for a no ad Disney Plus when I originally paid $80 for just normal Disney Plus. And people just allow this to happen. They just take it. That's what they do. They just take it. They think it's totally reasonable. Oh, they got to pay stuff. Look at how big their profits are. Do their prices really need to be that much? Why do they need those massive profits that when you check their like finances and everything that they choose to let you see, they're just paying the guys at the top all that extra money. It's a little bonus for the guys at the top that don't do anything. Why are we paying all this money? Why am I paying for YouTube Premium? I know YouTube was hemorrhaging money for a long time, but YouTube Premium being $14 a month for just simply not having ads on content that's already pretty much free. $14 a month just so I don't have ads. Not so I can watch the content, just so I don't have ads. They don't even make YouTube Premium original content anymore. That's what would have made it more appealing, is if they paid creators to make the YouTube Premium stuff again. Like the YouTube Red Originals. Remember Vsauce Minefield? Like, why am I paying $14 a month to watch free videos with no ads? Shouldn't there be like other stuff involved? You know what I mean? Like, if I'm paying all of that, YouTube Disney Plus Premium, the $14 a month, at least you can make the argument, oh, well, then you get to watch all that content, while otherwise you wouldn't have been able to. You know, why? There's nothing else in the thing that's going to convince me. I mean, look at this. Let's look again. What other than the ad-free stuff? What else is worth the $14.99? This doesn't matter to anyone with an unlimited data plan. This doesn't matter to literally anybody, because you can already do this part. This part might be appealing to people that watch video-supported podcasts, but then you would just go listen to it on like a podcast app or something. And then this, most people already have a music streaming service. So what is worth the $14 a month on this list? So yeah, eventually I'm going to have to get this. And it's just so I don't have to watch ads. And that's it. Like, what other benefit am I getting from it? What's the annual or family plan? Annual plans. I want to see that. See, look, $140 a year. I can pay another $140. Every January I can pay $140 for no ads. Oh, and it just said to me it won't automatically renew. I have to go in and do it myself. You only get the 1 month free if you do the monthly subscription, by the way. That's probably what I'll do. I'll do the 1 month free and then do the yearly. It just doesn't seem worth it. And like the Prime Video thing, dude, Amazon is like the richest corporation on the planet pretty much, and they're asking you to pay extra for no ad supported content. Give me a break. It should be whatever you're paying already, and then there's cheaper tiers with ad support. That's what that way you're convincing the people that can't afford the current price, and you're still making the same amount of money. Not price everyone out of the no ad supported tier. And then they just don't want to pay for your service anymore. Nothing's on Prime Video that's worth that, by the way. The only thing I watch on Prime Video is Reacher, and then once this season's over, I'm done. I'm out. Nothing else on Prime Video is worth it. You could argue The Boys. Okay, that's like a month of subscription if you wait a little bit. I don't know. It's just ridiculous. I remember when all this shit was super cheap. I remember when YouTube Red came out, and it actually seemed like a decent deal. And now it's like YouTube Premium is just expensive out the ass. That's it. And here's the other parts of it. So the people that pay for premium, if they have an ad blocker, they have to disable it on YouTube, because YouTube will still throttle you even if you're paying for premium. How awesome is that? If you're paying for YouTube Premium, they will still throttle you with an ad blocker enabled. So you still have to disable it anyways. And guess what else YouTube Premium doesn't include? Any sort of membership content. Yeah, memberships are a whole different tier of stuff you have to pay for. And memberships don't include ad-free. if you have a membership to a YouTube channel, you still get ads on that YouTube channel. How insane. Their whole system's busted. With YouTube Premium, you should get a few additional perks than just ad-free. You know, and I know then you're going to argue, well, they have the background play stuff and all that stuff. You already know what I've said about it. You know, that stuff is useless to most people. Almost anyone I meet now has unlimited data. It's rare I meet people that don't have unlimited data. I've had unlimited data for a little over 3 years now. I feel like around that time is when people started making the transition. You know, I guess you could argue that young college kids, or people in their mid-20s in this current economy maybe can't afford that kind of plan. But I feel like most people are addicted to their phones that they're willing to like weigh out the consequences of something like that. Like they're willing to pay for the slightly more expensive phone plan. So that's what I'm saying. Like that feature is useless. I used to use that feature actually when I was in because that feature's been a feature of it forever. When I was in early high school, I used to download like 10 videos that I wanted to watch throughout the day, and I would listen to them in class. And it would be like music, or it would be like stuff that like a YouTuber released that I didn't have time to watch the day before. I remember, here's a deep cut. I remember downloading, I took the risk, and on the bus I downloaded the Leafy Content Cop when it dropped. And I watched, once it was done, I watched it on the bus until I got home. That was like a big deal when that dropped. And that's what I'm saying, like the download thing's always been a part of it. And back then they used to do the no ads, they used to do the download feature. I don't know if they did the background play thing at the time. They might have done the background play thing. And then they had YouTube Red Originals. So like Minefield, for instance, from Vsauce. All that stuff is free now. Like you can watch that without YouTube Premium. It has ads, but like you can watch it. But back then it was the YouTube Red exclusive. So you had to buy YouTube Red, and then you could watch Vsauce Minefield. And I believe Good Mythical Morning had their own thing. Or they might have. That might have just been a YouTube original, but I think they had their own YouTube Red thing. I know Game Theory had their own thing. PewDiePie had his Scare PewDiePie series. Just to show you how old all that stuff is. But all that stuff is free now because they don't do that stuff anymore. They canceled it. There's a website called Killed by Google. The Google Graveyard. And let's see. And it's literally everything Google has killed off. And on here are, yeah, like YouTube Go is on here. That's kind of funny. I'm trying to find the YouTube Red Originals. I found this website when they killed off Stadia, because Stadia was on here when it was killed. Yeah, there it is. YouTube Originals. Killed about a year ago. YouTube Originals was a variety of original content, including scripted series, educational videos, and music, and celebrity programming. It was over 6 years old. I believe this is what they renamed it to YouTube Originals, but it used to be called YouTube Red, like YouTube Red Originals or something like that, or YouTube Red Shows or something like that. And they were funded by YouTube. Here's another thing I didn't know they even still had, was YouTube Stories. That lasted for a really long time, because I don't remember ever seeing them on here. Like after like 2020 or no 2019, after 2019, I never saw a YouTube Story. And I don't think I was ever given the feature. But yeah, let me see what they were originally called. YouTube Red Original. Oh, there's still like a channel for it. There's still a YouTube channel for it. It hasn't been updated in a while. I guess they also renamed it to YouTube Premium. Yeah, look. YouTube Red Original Series. They literally used to do YouTube original funded series. Here's a Wikipedia page listing all the shows. Not that I'm going to know who all these people are, but let's see. This is... Oh, they're sorted by genre, too. YouTube Premium, formerly known as YouTube Red, is a blah, 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 blah. Oh, wow, they announced 2 years ago they were shutting all this stuff down. I'm just using this as an example to show why YouTube Premium is not really worth it anymore, and that the price going up did not need to go up. Oh my god, I forgot Cobra Kai was a YouTube Red original and got moved to Netflix. My god. Yeah, Lies on Demand was a popular one that people knew about, mostly because of how notoriously kind of bad it was. Let's see. Like, there's a few people might actually recognize. I wish it said, like, the YouTube channel that made this stuff. Unscripted? Secret Life of Lele Pons? Good lord, man. Yeah, this is all stuff YouTube funded using YouTube Red. Yeah, Scare PewDiePie, Matt Pat's Game Lab, which I think I watched a few times. There's like a parkour episode that I watched of his. Minefield is one of the best YouTube originals to ever exist. This show was so good. So good. Escape the Night? What is that? Joey Graceffa revived for a crowdfunded movie? That's crazy. I'll talk about the Minefield stuff in a second. I just want to see what else on here I might recognize, because wow, even he had a YouTube show. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you paid for YouTube Red or Premium, this is all the stuff you were getting that people that didn't have the service didn't get. So you got all this stuff. And now that they've canceled it, now they have the gall to charge you $14 a month. YouTube Red used to cost $10 a month. $10 a month. That's how much it was in 2015. And you were getting Google Play Music, so YouTube Music. Saving videos for offline viewing. So the same 2 tiers we already have. Ad-free, there's another one. I don't see anything about background viewing, but that might have been a part of it. I don't remember. And you also got the YouTube Red Originals. That's a big one. Now that that's gone, how do they justify that price tag? That's how they used to fund that programming, was through this. How do they justify the higher price tag for less benefits? You know what I mean? How does that even work? I know it might seem like I'm rambling, but it just seems like it just really seems like they're doing too much. Yeah, they raised it to 11 in 2020. That one article thought it was still 10, by the way. That PC Gamer article, I think it was, still thinks it's 10 in the article. I think that's just a guy going off memory. I don't think he like actually looked to see what the new price is. But it's 14 now. And you get less. Like, let me look up Minefield. Minefield from Vsauce. Watch now. Free on YouTube. Here's all of season 1. I can click these right now, and I don't have YouTube Premium. It used to be locked under YouTube. You would click it and you'd get the trailer. That's what it used to be. Let's see. There's one that... I think Isolation is the one that convinced me to watch it. There you go. You know, Isolation's the one that convinced me to actually watch this. It's the first episode. It's where he locked himself in a room, pretty much, and like forced himself into isolation. But I can watch this right now. You know, for free. You used to have to pay for that. So why they stopped? I guess they were maybe losing money on it. But like, if it's $14 a month right now, give us some original stuff to watch that normal people can't. It just doesn't seem like the price tag is worth it. I don't know. Am I nuts on this one? Is that unreasonable for me to hold that opinion? He did 3 seasons. I think the 3rd season was free, if I remember correctly. I think that's when they stopped locking it behind a paywall. The YouTube Premium experiment, YouTube Red, like, really didn't last that long. They kind of gave up on it, like, very quickly. Yeah, like, this is what I'm saying, man. They canceled the thing and made everything free. Then why would I ever pay? By the way, here's the YouTube channel. I'm not even going to finish this sentence because I keep repeating myself, but you get what I'm saying. Here's the YouTube channel. It hasn't uploaded in like well over a year. It's clearly dead in the water. What's up with all the Pope stuff? What the fuck? Man, this is just odd. Wow. Yeah, YouTube Red Original Series. I don't know. That's my opinion on that. I feel like YouTube Premium is way overpriced. And the treatment that they're giving people with the whole... We're going to start throttling your processor. We're going to start throttling it so you can't use your ad blocker anymore. I feel like that's a load of horse shit. You know? I just feel like that's super fucked up. I don't know how much money Google's blowing through, but like, there's no way that there's no way they need to kill all these projects like this. Yeah, here's the Killed by Google website. So with everything from the latest thing that's going to be killed off to the oldest. So like, they're going to kill off Jamboard at the end of the year. Google Podcasts is going to be axed in like the summertime. I guess this is normal Jamboard. Google Domains is was killed off. Google or YouTube Stories was killed. I don't know what that is. Google Currents, Google Street View, just the standalone app. I guess that one makes sense, actually, because it's kind of obsolete. You know what else is obsolete? The Google app. Remember how hard they used to advertise that? Who needs one app for Google? That's why you just get a web browser on your phone. Like, I use Chrome on my phone. Who's going to get the Google app? I hated those ads, dude. You know, who needs the Google app on their phone? It's like I think Bing even has an app. They're like, get Bing. It's like, why would I want one web engine, like one search engine as an app on my phone, taking up space? This makes sense, and the Google app should be the next one on this list. This was a mistake. I don't even know what that is. Google Hangouts is dead too. Because now Gmail has like their own little messaging service. Google Surveys? I never got to use that. YouTube Go, which that one clearly wasn't popular enough for me to know about it. Oh, Google Chrome apps. So like all those little apps that it downloads on your desktop whenever you get Chrome. Wow. So yeah, this whole website is just stuff that Google's destroyed. Like Google Toolbar for Internet Explorer. That one's dead. This is a lot. Google Play Movies and TV. I forgot Google Play was pretty much executed like a sick dog. Because there's just like no functionality for it anymore. Like YouTube Music pretty much replaced this, as well as YouTube itself. You can rent movies and TV shows, and even watch some of them like with ads on YouTube. There's a good benefit. You can watch TV shows that are free that usually have ads. I think you can watch them without ads. But like, I feel like with YouTube Premium, they should give you like tokens maybe to unlock, like to rent certain movies or shows for a month. And then, you know, after a month, you lose access unless you reuse your tokens on it. So you get like 5 tokens a month. So you get like 5 movies or TV shows to watch a month for free with Premium. For free. I didn't know App Maker was a thing. Man, that sounds kind of cool. Half this stuff you don't even know about because they don't ever talk about it. Google Play Music. There you go. The whole thing with Google Play is killed off. YouTube VR. Interesting. Oh yeah, this one's one of the most controversial. The one that lets you have people write captions for your videos. That one was a bad one to delete. That one seems really weird that you would get rid of this, because I know a lot of YouTube channels that had community captions, and now you have to give them like way too much access to your YouTube channel to have captions be written on videos. Yeah, that's just an example of Google Fiber TV. Interesting. The AdSense mobile app is deleted? That's weird. Yeah, that's just an example of some of the stuff Google has murdered over the last 20 years or so. YouTube messages. Oh my god! YouTube for the 3DS. That's pretty funny. Does anybody remember YouTube messages? You used to be able to like DM people stuff on the YouTube app. If they ever brought it back with all the data still in there, I have like videos and stuff that me and my friends used to share with each other. And that didn't last long at all. I remember using it. YouTube Gaming, yeah, that one didn't last long either. That was kind of weird. YouTube Gaming was such an odd attempt at a gaming-oriented like platform, trying to compete with Twitch. Even though if they had just made it better, it would have survived. All right, let's move on. I wanted to do an album review. So, in 2000, I'll give you a little bit of backstory as to how I know about this artist. He's pretty popular. In 2018, I was in a friend's car, and he used to take us to school because he lives right next door. And he was playing an album called Process by Sampha on his radio. He played it a lot. And I can't play it, obviously. But, here, let me show this screen. I could do this on Spotify. The app. I can zoom in. So here's the album. And these are like some of my favorite songs. I love these songs. Under is my favorite song on the entire album. I think it's super underrated. No pun intended. And I have this album on vinyl. I found the only copy of it in a record store. Like, it's not the only copy ever. I mean, like, that record store only had one copy. I bought it, and they've never bought another copy of it. So, you know, I do really love this album. I think I even have a download code for all the digital files in this album. But this album's great, and I love it. And recently he released this album. I can't pronounce that, so I'm not even going to attempt it. But I wanted to review it. So I think he originally released Spirit 2.0 before all of this, and I really liked that song. And after listening to this entire album, I have some thoughts. And I liked Only as well. That one also came out before this album, and I liked Only. But I have thoughts about the actual album. I would give, like, Process, I would give like a 9.5 out of 10. That album's like damn near perfect. This album I would give more like a 7 out of 10. And that's me being like probably overly generous because I like Sampha. So I'm probably a little too biased. But this album just felt way too repetitive. Like, and me and my girlfriend talked about it. Like, I like this song. Suspended is probably my favorite song on this entire album. I love Suspended. I like Only. But I don't know how I feel about all the other songs. And like, this song is not necessary. It's not even really a song. It's just someone speaking. I feel like it was just put on there because maybe he had like a contractual obligation to make the album 14 songs long. Same with this one. This could have just been tacked to the end or to the beginning of another song. But so these two tracks, they could have been either, included in another song or left off the album. But overall, I didn't like this album that much. I know it's seemingly pretty popular, has millions of views or listens, but I wasn't a huge fan of it. I just felt like jumping from song to song, it felt very the same. Suspended, Spirit, and Only sound very unique, and obviously these two interlude type tracks sound different enough. They're just not very good on their own, and they're also not very long. But everything else feels very samey, and that's a huge difference from Process, because Process, every song feels different, while also feeling like they all belong together on the same album. Every song feels like it belongs together on the new one, but they all feel like they're the same. And like, once you've heard a few of them, you've heard the whole album at that point, which is really sad because I was anticipating this album for a long time. And look, maybe if I listen to it a second or third time, it'll grow on me. But I was anticipating that album for years, like 6 years at this point. And it was just kind of a letdown, I guess. Like, I don't want to be super harsh on it. It's not like a bad album. It just felt very uninspired. I don't know. It's hard for me to like hate on it because I do like his music, but this album is just so much better. I don't know if it's because it's cooked longer, like it's been here for long enough, and maybe I'm just a bigger fan of this genre. But like, every song feels different. Like, this one is super calming and like a nice, slow, soothing start. And then this one is like intense and you're like getting into it. And same with this one. This one's like a fun intense. And then this one's like a nice, like the piano. No one knows me like the piano. This one's like a nice, slow, cool down from the other songs. Clearly the most popular. Damn. And then Take Me Inside is like a nice little, you're picking up a little bit more. And same with Reverse Faults. They all have their own vibes, and they all serve a different purpose. And then Under is just one of the most unique. Under is just one of the most unique, like, beautiful songs I've ever heard. And you should go listen to it. It's great. And Timmy's Prayer is like a very interesting type of song, and I like it. I'm not saying I don't. I'm saying it's very interesting. And it has a very slow build-up, but it's very good. And then this one, you might have actually heard before. If you've ever seen an ad for like Sonos speakers, then you've heard this song. It might be Sonos. I don't remember. There's a speakers ad that used this song, and it's like a kid in his bedroom. He's like crying while holding a speaker, and then his mom comes in and comforts him, and then this song is playing. Ad. And then What Shouldn't I Be is such a beautiful, slow, kind of sad song when you really listen to it and like read the lyrics and everything. But like, you know, this album is almost completely perfect. If anything, it would be perfect. I don't know why I'm saying it's not, but I'm just trying to be like charitable and say that it's like a 9.5 out of 10. But this album, it just feels too like, you know, he cooked a bunch of these songs in a few sessions, and they kind of kept the same vibe throughout that session, and didn't really think to change it up a lot. It's not bad. It's just there's too many songs that sound or serve the same purpose, you know, and they all kind of sound samey. So 7 out of 10. It's still a good album. It's just not what I hoped for. I'm a little let down. But Sampa's great though. He has good music. There's also, I didn't know about this bonus edition album until recently. These two songs are also pretty decent. But I agree with leaving them off of the original. So, all right. That was my little album review. Let me modify back to normal. God, it's gonna bother me. I guess that's how it looked before. I'll say that this is how it looked before, the way that I have it zoomed in right now. What else was on my little list? I think that was it. That was everything on my list. Damn. Thought I had more than that. That's kind of sad. Well, I legit thought I had way more on my list. I had the YouTube stuff and the album review. I'm kind of shocked that I dragged the YouTube stuff out as long as I did. I guess I was just that mad about it. But yeah. But I'm not going to end the episode at 45 minutes. I'm tired of doing episodes that are sub an hour or like under 50 minutes. So, quick pause. So I never came up with a topic other than just giving, I guess, maybe some final words on the ad stuff, because that was a big part of the episode. I know that ad blockers have been an ethical dilemma for a long time. You know, is it stealing? Is it pirating? And stuff like that. And I've heard content creators talk about ad blockers and how, like, a lot of them don't really care because it doesn't seem to affect their ad rates. Meanwhile, other content creators think it's like the end of the world. There's going to be like thermonuclear meltdown if you use an ad blocker and everything. And I know YouTube Premium users actually give a lot more revenue to creators when they watch a video. But from the statistics I've seen, not a lot of people use ad block on YouTube. And I would say it's very strange the lengths they are going to stop ad blocker users. I would love if YouTube released their numbers, if they haven't already. I would love to know how much revenue they actually gain from this move with the whole throttling if you're using an ad blocker thing. I'd love to see the difference, see if the effort was even worth it, because I know after the buyout from Google in 2007, Google was like basically hemorrhaging money to YouTube. Like, YouTube wasn't making them anything. They were like a money drainer. So Google was pretty much funding that whole project, mainly because of the benefits of it. You know, the swap over to internet based content in the late 2000s, and how it was starting to bleed viewers away from normal cable TV. The video player itself is all over Google stuff. Like Google Drive uses the YouTube video player. So, you know, it's very obvious that YouTube was a very valuable asset to Google. But I would assume YouTube is making enough money now where it's worth it, right? Like where it's actually maybe not turning a profit, but covering its operating costs, because it just feels like there's too much advertising tied up in this, tied up in this platform for it not to be making anything, right? So I'm wondering if there's going to be a very big difference with the ad block thing kind of going away, because Twitch doesn't really have ad block protection because it doesn't need it, mostly because the ads are baked into the stream, where most ad blockers can't tell if it's an ad or the actual stream. And so you'll usually get an ad before a Twitch stream if you're not subbed to the channel. And I don't think there is any kind of Twitch premium like equivalent type of subscription service. I believe it's just a user by, it's like a streamer by streamer basis. But most ad blockers can't really detect if there's an ad or not on that platform. So I'm not sure why YouTube isn't just doing that. So then that way I don't have to go in and like turn everything off just so I can use YouTube. I don't know, it just feels like there are better ways for them to go about this. Like bake the ad into the video. And I wanted to mention this because I said it on the bonus episode, which it's never going to be seen by anybody on YouTube. So I'm going to repeat it here. Before I started that episode, I wanted to put this Ryan Hall stream on. Ryan Hall is like a weather YouTuber / TikToker, and he'll report on major weather events that are happening around the U.S. with a big focus on the Midwest and Dixie Alley. Mostly because that's where most of the tornadoes are. That's where a lot of the extreme weather events are. And, that's also where a lot of the hurricanes occur. So that's kind of his like bread and butter. And, this stream is where he was covering all the tornadoes that were going on, the big surge of them. And obviously I watch them because I live in that region. So I kind of need to know these things. But so I wanted to put it on in the background so that way it would be in the background when I'm recording the episode. And I click the stream, and it says, and the new YouTube update on TV is it kind of broke the ad system for a while. So instead of accurately telling you how much longer you had on an ad, it was kind of fucking it up. So it'll tell me like it said skip in 58 seconds, and I go, okay, clearly it's broken. It's happened before. Clearly it's not showing me the right number. It'll say in like it'll just either end the ad before that ever happens, or I'll get a skip like soon. So it says 58 seconds. So then that ad ends, which is to be expected. Sometimes I get a skip on the second ad. So that ad ends about 10 seconds in, and the second ad starts, and I go, okay, I guess I gotta wait a little bit longer. The second ad ends about 10 seconds later. A third ad starts, and I go, okay, I've gotten a third ad every now and then, but not usually, but whatever. I've gotten a third ad before. It's not that big of a deal. So I wait through it. That ad takes about 15, maybe 20 seconds. Then a fourth ad starts. And I go, a fourth? With no skip. That's a full minute of ads, if that number is accurate, on the bottom. This is the fourth ad. It lasts about 8 seconds. Then I get a fifth ad. And I'm like, a fifth? And that's when the skip button shows up. So the fifth ad's playing, and then the skip button finally shows up. So it really was not kidding when it said skip in a minute. But then the timer resets to 38 seconds. So if I hadn't skipped that ad, there was a possibility I would have gotten a sixth, a seventh, and maybe even an eighth ad. So not only is YouTube doing the going after ad blocker thing by throttling your computer or giving you the pop-up in the middle of the screen, but and also charging you $14 a month to actually get rid of those ads. But now they're possibly showing up to 5 or 4 unskippable, with the 5th being skippable ads. And if you don't skip them, the possibility of up to 8 ads in total. I don't know if that was a one-off bug, but I have a feeling it wasn't, because I've never had that happen before. And there have been occasions before where I've gotten stuff like that, like a 3rd ad, and I think, oh, that's weird, maybe that's just a bug. And then it happens again down the line. So I will update if that happens to me again. But I got potentially the possibility of maybe 8 ads. I should have just let it keep going, because that was a weird enough situation. I should have just let the thing keep going and see how many ads I rack up. But I counted 5 before I clicked skip. So that was a very weird situation. I remember when I was, and I told this in the bonus episode, but I remember when I was a freshman in high school, that's when they introduced playing 2 ads. I believe mid-rolls already existed, but I think it was like around the time the adpocalypse was starting to brew, and they introduced doing double ads on videos. I remember that. That one was like, everybody was like flipping their lid. They're like, oh my god, we're going to have to watch 2 ads. And it ended up not really being that big of a deal. Like 2 ads is pretty normal now, but more than 2 ads, including mid-rolls, is enough. I used to get, dude, I would watch like a 10-minute long video and get a mid-roll like every 1 to 2 minutes on here. Like that was like a few months ago. That had to have been a bug, because that's just ridiculous. There's no way a YouTube video that long should have that many ad breaks. TV shows have one big bulky ad break in the middle of them. That's enough. So, anyways, that's going to be the end of the episode. I have a Patreon, which is where that bonus episode is. I have a Discord, which I occasionally put stuff in there, and it also has the episode feed in it. And I also release these somewhat weekly. I try. So yeah, if you want to watch more, listen to more, think about subscribing. Think about we're on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, so you can also go and listen on there if you want a video-less, audio-only version of the podcast. On the Patreon, I release the episodes early. I started doing the video early as well. I don't know how much longer I'm going to do that, because it does take a long time. But yeah, so that's the end of the episode, and alright, I'll see y'all in the next one. Bye bye. Hello, welcome back to the Forbidden Land podcast, the somewhat weekly podcast that I try to do. I shaved, so that's why I look really strange. If you've seen the other episodes and noticed that I look like a weirdo. So, the last episode I did was the live Forbidden FM episode. And I had some fun doing that. I felt like it was more like a live stream than a podcast, so I was able to talk a lot more and I felt more comfortable taking pauses on there, so, you know, there wasn't any dead air. And it's up on the channel, the VOD is, edited into a podcast episode, and it's on Spotify. It's on the main Spotify, and it's on its own separate Spotify. So that way, if someone wanted to listen to it separately from the other ones, then they could. So, so recently, I've noticed that a lot of YouTubers and streamers are just quitting. I noticed it with Seth Everman. He quit back in November, I think. And then this educational YouTuber I watch named Tom something, I don't remember his last name. He recently quit, and then the most recent one is Pokimane is no longer streaming. And so, all these creators are pretty big, and they've been doing it for a long time. But then, a small creator like me who doesn't have a lot of recognition or anything, doesn't have a large fan base, I started thinking about it because I have technically been doing this for over 10 years now. And I started pondering, do I just stop? It's 2024. I started doing this in 2013. It'll be technically 11 years in May, but for my main channel, it'll be 11 years in October. And, even though I never got any kind of popularity off of this, there's still that part of me that is like, should I just go ahead and retire? I'm in my early 20s. I do this and don't get a lot of attention on them, so do I just go ahead and stop? And then there's the sunk cost fallacy of well, what about all my equipment and everything that I've invested into this? My plans to get an Elgato at some point. So, ultimately, that has led me to the conclusion that I might not stop completely, but I might flat out limit how much I do this. So what that would mean is that after the year 2024, I might decide to keep doing the podcast somewhat regularly, because I do enjoy just doing this. I enjoy, the scene transitions and doing all the stuff that I would do on here, look at this guy, huh? Look at him. He's cool, right? I enjoy doing stuff like this. I have the second cam plugged in and everything. This whole design was designed I want to say a year and a half ago. Probably 2 years ago, because I started streaming again 2 years ago. So, see what I mean? This is kind of fun. I think the reason I do this is because I'm still trying to stay in touch with the stuff I was learning and training how to do before the pandemic. Before the pandemic, I was pretty seasoned in directing local TV shows and scene switching, and I was basically a audio engineer at that point. I'm fully trained to be one. So I think that's why I still like doing this. And it's also the fact that I've been doing it for so long now. Why stop? But I did kind of stop in 2020. And, so, part of it is, at some point I'm obviously going to get bored of this. But I think what I'll do is that in 2025 onwards, I will stream when I feel like it. I'll still make videos occasionally if I feel like it. If I feel like there's a video worth making. And I might still keep up the podcast, but I don't know. Because the podcast is a decent amount of work. Coming up with stuff to talk about every week and then rendering all this out is a 2-hour ordeal on the post side. The actual recording side is at least an hour. but post is like 2 hours because you have to edit it, render all of it, upload all of it, format it, make a thumbnail, all that. So, come up with a title, the description, do the chapters. I have to scrub through the podcast while I'm editing it and write down the chapters. So, it's a whole thing. So I might still do this, whether it be like, twice a month or something like that, a special event. But for 2024, it's a grind. And by grind, I mean I'm going to keep doing the regularly scheduled shit that I was doing before. So that's kind of the plan. It is kind of sad though to come to that conclusion because for years I've thought about that. At least for the last 5 years, I've thought I should just pause the YouTube channel and stop uploading videos on it. Which is what I kind of did. On my channel right now, all of my recent videos are from just the last 2 years. But before 2022, the last time I had uploaded anything was a podcast episode in 2020. So, and before that, it was like one-off videos here and there, some memes. I think the last, like a podcast episode here and there. I think the last legitimate video I uploaded was... Oh my god, it's really far back. Shit. The last, legit video I ever posted was in February 2018. And from there on, it was memes and podcast episodes. So I guess I just really gave up on it after that. And another factor in that was because my computer was my brand new computer was broken. The CPU was failing in it, and I was crashing all the time, and I had to send it away to get fixed, and then eventually I got it back. And it's actually crazy to think about that I sent my PC away for 2 weeks and got it back with a new CPU and a broken CPU fan. But in 2017 I had lost my PC for a bit, and it was broken pretty much that whole year. So that kind of killed the momentum I had, because I think before that I was uploading once a day. So I haven't done much in the last 5 years. So, obviously the thought of quitting has been on my mind for a long time. But I think the recent wave of all these creators stopping has made me reconsider it. If a creator with all this success, basically sitting on this large pile of like a gold mine basically, and they still decide, I'm gonna quit. I mean, YouTube's top YouTuber PewDiePie quit at some point, and he now just occasionally does videos if he feels like it. And he even did that drawing video recently where he spent 100 days drawing and trying to get better at it. And now he has a family and everything, so it's a whole dilemma of I might as well quit now before I just end up getting burned out and unceremoniously quitting. So god, there's so much dust on my desk. I have a harmonica and it's just super dusty. A lot of dust on my monitor stand. Ow. How do I deal with dust accumulation? So, recently I recorded a setup video for my stream and recording setup, and I think I might not edit that. I don't know. I might edit it. But I figured might as well show it in the podcast how I do this. In the setup that I use for recording these. I did just realize I kept all my streaming stuff up, which I don't need for a podcast. So I guess I'll show what my setup looks like because it is kind of a brain numbing to look at. I definitely have one of the more like schizophrenic setups. So right now I'm on the main camera, and earlier I cut to the side cam, which is literally right next to me, attached to a shelf with a gorilla pod, like an old gorilla pod that I still have. And then there's the display, which this is the OBS setup. I record on OBS. This is the display, and then I use transitions. I think where can I see my transition? Is it just like baked into this or something? So I have a transition that I use where it does this like liquid kind of effect. I'm not sure where I would even go to change that, but I have the cut, the fade to black, this slider which kind of does like a midway transition, which is kind of neat. And then all my audio settings. I have a lot of audio inputs and outputs. This whole setup is a little nuts. Like I have the title card with the water in the back. One thing I will point out about the scenes, so the camera in the corner here, the side cam basically, is not a camera. It's this is gonna get really trippy looking. It's a scene. So you can't even see it. Hold on. This is a scene. So instead of having the camera and having to adjust it across every scene, I have just the camera on here, and then I export this scene to everywhere else. And the reason I do that is because, let's say, I have John on. Well, he's on Discord, so I enable the Discord thing to show up, and then when I go to display, it's already in the corner. So I don't have to go and readjust it or anything. Realistically, I can get rid of this. I don't have to go in and readjust it or anything. I just put it on the camera. Obviously, I've never encountered a situation where I need to have multiple cameras on screen at once, so I guess I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. But yeah, that's the setup for the podcast pretty much. And I guess I'll show these scenes with the water in the back. There's two different forms of it. There's this one, and then there's one that shows the display. So that's that's like, the full scene setup for the podcast. I figured I'd show that off because I did do like a setup video, but I probably won't edit it together because I get really bored of doing like, edited videos. That's the other thing. I can only stream and do podcasts. I hate editing normal YouTube videos for some reason. I used to really like it. Now I just am not a fan. I don't have like the deranged psycho brain that I used to have when I would make all those edits back then. So, and by back then I mean like 10 years ago. So that's kind of the setup. I have two cameras and a bunch of different scene combinations. So, and obviously on the display, the main cam is just the camera, because no one's ever going to replace this scene. So it's always going to be me in the corner. So yeah. So I didn't really plan much for this episode. I had the main topic of like talking about quitting YouTube on my mind, and so that's why I started it like this. But after that, I didn't plan much. I tried to find like topics to talk about and stuff like that, but I couldn't find any. But one thing did come to mind, and I have to find it because did it? Oh my god, it did drag my whole window over. What? Man, I had that over here for a reason. Alright. So, POTUS Twitter. I think he cross posts everything on Twitter and Instagram, but on Joe Biden's Instagram and on Twitter too. Wow, this is really embarrassing. There's this tweet, and it was on Instagram that he made where it's 4 headlines, and something really laughable and embarrassing about this. Now, as people know, I'm not a Republican or Democrat. I'm a leftist, so I pretty much don't like either political party. So before you immediately jump to, oh, he loves Trump, he wants Trump in his mouth, he wants Trump in his butt. No, I don't. I am farther left of either political party in this country, so I am not a fan of Joe Biden. So when Joe Biden tweets out, and it's not him, we know that, it's his fucking social media manager and like a team of 50,000 people trying to make sure he doesn't fuck up. When they tweet out, you know, a CNN article, an Associated Press article, all these articles talking about, you know, people buying stuff more, even though it's kind of skewed because it's, you know, either right before Christmas or right after Christmas, so the big holiday season, and then, you know, when they're like, oh, it's rising in January. Meanwhile, all these people have, like, Christmas money, all this shit to spend because of Christmas, because they probably got money. There's just a lot of factors that go into this. We don't have the full picture, but inflation is still shit. The economy still sucks. People can't make enough to live on their own or to eat. So, you know, when we are over here trying to say this horse shit about, oh, consumerism's up, the economy's doing great now, inflation's slowing down. Inflation might be slowing down, but it's still inflated. You know, it's still just as bad. It's just the rate of it going up is slowing down. Which, like, if anything, it should actually be going down. That's when it should be good news. But it's not good news because people can't eat, they can't afford rent or their mortgage, they can't afford their car payments, and they're going homeless. And they're working like 2 jobs and still going homeless. So he tweets out these and he goes, optimism is up. No, it's not. This is so embarrassing. Me and John were talking about this because me and John talk about this stuff all the time. And then we get on the podcast and riff about it for 2 hours. But we talk about this all the time. What metric are you using for optimism is up? The fact that we're measuring optimism based off of consumerism is disgusting. And to say that while we're in one of the most economically struggling times, while, you know, multiple unions are forming across the country now because businesses are failing that bad, that this is the highest, like, I've ever seen any form of union support in years. You know, the fact that people are working 2 jobs and still can't afford a, like, normal sized 1-bedroom apartment in the city that they grew up in. You know, the economy is not doing well. No one's optimistic about going nearly homeless right now. So this is just, like, beyond disgusting that they have the balls to tweet something like this. Now, don't get me wrong. The Biden administration is definitely in panic mode right now. I doubt the Democrats think this is going to be smooth sailing for the election. That's in, 9 months now? So, you know, this election that's coming up, they are a little fucked. Trump has to be, like, in jail or dead for Joe Biden to win, and I don't even know if the jail thing is guaranteed to give Biden a win. He's lost a lot of the progressive vote, and he's now fucking up the moderate vote too with all this economy shit. So, you know, and all these morons that think Trump is the better option, Trump is just as bad, if not worse, especially on the Gaza issue. But that's the thing, though, is that these progressives that don't like Biden anymore, they're not voting for Trump. They're just not voting at all. So, and you know, So I live in Georgia, which, you know, was a very, you know, a very important state in the 2020 election and in the 2022 midterms. We were pretty much solely responsible for flipping the Senate to blue in 2020 and keeping it blue in 2022. And I voted in all those elections. I voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary and Joe Biden in the general, and I voted for Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff in both the general and the runoff. So, you know, and then I voted for Raphael Warnock again twice in the general and runoff elections in the midterms. So imagine my disappointment when the Senate has still not done anything I wanted them to do when I voted for these people. When I voted Democrat, I thought maybe some kind of healthcare thing would be passed. You know, maybe the wars in the Middle East would stop. We just started a new war in Yemen. We pretty much did. I mean, I don't think we've declared war officially, but we just like landed troops in Yemen. I see Dark Brandon is trending. He better have just passed a healthcare initiative while I'm talking. Okay, it's just liberals taking on the term. Great. Biden said that Trump is a sick fuck, and what a fucking asshole this guy is. Oh, wow.
Used on January 6th, and echoing the very same words used on January 6th. Where's Nancy? And he thinks that's funny. He laughed about it. What a sick... My God. And echoing the very...
Should have just said it. Why didn't he just say it?
American history who left office with fewer jobs than they took office. Herbert Hoover, and yes, Donald Herbert Hoover Trump. And by the way, have you noticed he's a little confused these days? He apparently can't tell the difference between Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi. Well, folks, there are only two presidents in American history who left office with fewer jobs than they took office. Herbert Hoover, and yes, Donald Herbert Hoover Trump.
Wow, the charisma of a fucking cactus. Sorry, when he's trending like this, you know. What is this? Is this an AI of Taylor Swift?
The United States.
Oh, God. I mean, it's kind of funny that he calls him a sick fuck and asshole, but that's what I'm saying, man. I no amount of like, ooh, look at how like quirky and cool Biden is. Like, no amount of that is gonna make me feel any better about his re-election. I'm telling you, I think he's fucked. I think he's fucked. I don't think he's gonna have a good chance in this election. Oh my God! Speaking of cactus, that's the first thing on money. Say hello to you. That's the first thing on my timeline. But yeah, it's just I think his campaign's pretty doomed. Because it's like why is the U.S. writing for Israel this hard? That's the biggest confusing thing about it. Is why are they running? Why are they writing for Israel this hard? What the fuck? I just spawned a John Ossoff tweet onto my feed by mentioning him. Sorry, real quick. What the fuck? Dude, he looks like he's like, what the fuck? Do you think Jordan Peterson mentioned Elmo and how much he wants to kill Elmo? How long before Peterson started crying? Once I mentioned Elmo? That's crazy. Oh, I love that tweet. anyways, yeah, I don't understand why the U.S. is riding so hard for Israel right now. It just seems like a kind of failing initiative because, you know, I get that they're like our satellite state. My friend just said you think they care about poor people. They don't. I get that they're like our satellite state in the Middle East, but I just feel like the supporting them through this entire obvious genocide at this point has made the U.S. just look way worse than it already did. Because we already were like testing our luck with Vietnam. Then we really kind of ruined our world image with Iraq and the WMD thing. And we really tarnished it with Afghanistan. And then we really kind of fucked it with Syria and our treatment towards Iran under the Trump administration. And now we're really ruining it with the support for Israel and the ground invasion on Yemen that we're starting. And basically what looks like another forever war, which Biden explicitly said, we're not going to start any more forever wars especially in the Middle East, which is why we pulled out of Afghanistan in the first place. So I just don't understand what political gain we're going to get from siding with Israel with this whole thing. You know, if the Biden administration's worried that the liberal camp is going to start crying anti-Semitism, I'm sorry, but it's super easy to explain to liberals if you are the Biden administration, it's incredibly easy to explain the difference between Zionism and Judaism. Zionism being the obsessive need to have a ultra right wing, ethnic state for Jewish people versus a religious group of people that have a multiple variety of viewpoints and views and consist of like many different people. Jews are not a monolith. They don't all support Israel. They don't all support massacring a people. Here's the solution that you could go with right now. Keep Israel the way it is, whatever. Have your Jewish ethno-state if you want it, if that's what you really want, even though I'd argue that having it in the Middle East makes them a little bit more unprotected than if you had made one in Europe, which I'll get into the reason why there's no Israel in Europe in a second, but keep it the way it is right now, and just let Gaza and the West Bank go. Like, let them have their own thing. Pay them their reparations, let them do their own thing. If you just stopped occupying them and like basically walling them off on their own land masses like that, there would be no Hamas. Like, I don't think people understand that if Israel didn't treat Gaza and the West Bank the way it did, there would be no Hamas in Gaza. There would be no there is nothing in the West Bank. There's like little to no retaliation in the West Bank. The West Bank, is like the closest example to the closest equivalent to apartheid South Africa and segregation Jim Crow America as it gets. The videos from Al Jazeera of what the West Bank looks like before the October 7th attack is crazy. All the checkpoints, all the areas where they say you can't go if you're not Jewish or if you're even remotely Palestinian. The reporter that went there is like ethnically Palestinian, was born there but didn't live there for very long, and is basically an American citizen now. She can't even go to those parts without like an ex-IDF chaperone that had to like, basically struggle to get her through these areas. So the West Bank is already pretty fucked, but they don't even have a Hamas. Like, that's the thing. They don't even have a terrorist group to go after. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if Israel just left them alone, there wouldn't even be that much of a conflict here. Even if they like opened up like an EU style open border policy, like, you know, Palestinians can freely come in and out of Israel's, vice versa, you know, Israelis can go freely in and out of the Gaza and West Bank. I meant to say the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. But you know, there are so many solutions. That, or you absorb the West Bank and Gaza and make it one state, you know, call it Israel or whatever, but give Palestinians equal civil rights and no more apartheid, and give them reparations and make them Israeli citizens. You know, there are so many easier solutions than trying to massacre nearly 4 million people in both regions. I mean, once Gaza's gone, you think they're not going to turn their sights on the West Bank? You think they're not going to just wipe out the rest of the West Bank and absorb it? You think they're going to stop after that? I mean, they're surrounded by other Arab countries. You think they're not going to then go after Iraq, an already war-torn, torn apart, broken country that is still recovering from the decades of like fighting that they've been doing with America, the ravaged country that's been you know, being torn apart by ISIS right now? Like, you don't think Israel's going to set their sights on a country like that with the full support of the US? You know, especially if Trump is in office, you think Trump's not going to enable them and fund them to go into other countries surrounding them? You think they're not going to go and try to take Lebanon or anything like that? Like, let's be real here. They're obviously going to set their sights on that once the Palestinians are no longer an issue. So, you know, it's just there's so many other solutions to this thing, and the Democratic administration's really falling flat. But let's talk about the other shortcomings of the Biden administration. He ran on affordable health care. He ran on student loan relief. All these progressive positions that I have yet to see an affordable health care plan. All I've seen is them pushing Obamacare further, which Obamacare is not universal health care. Obamacare is government subsidized health care that you're still going through a private insurance company. It's just now the federal government will sprinkle in some help every now and then. That's what Obamacare boils down to. Does it help? Yes, but is it enough? No. So, you know, I've yet to see an affordable universal health care plan like Medicare for All. The student loan relief is taking so fucking long that it's like, I don't even know where it's at right now. It's going through so many hoops and everything. I've barely been able to keep up with the news on that. The IRS is still, you know, full of fucking lobbying money for TurboTax and all these fucking tax companies. That's never been reformed. Not that I ever expected them to reform that. The billionaire tax, I've seen little to no progress on that. The only thing that Biden's done that I agreed with was pulling out of Afghanistan, which has permanently ruined his approval rating, because moderates and liberals are too fucking stupid to understand that pulling out of Afghanistan, no matter who the president was, would have been messy no matter what. You know, it's just that the Democrat president had the balls to fully go through with it. If Trump had done it in a second term, the outcome would have been the exact same. That we would have left shit there, people would have died, the Taliban would have easily taken back over Afghanistan. You know, and he's the one who, like, started the wheel on the Afghanistan pullout. Biden's just the one that finished it. Biden has continued the Title 42 abuse at the border. He has continued deporting immigrants at record numbers. You know, this whole Supreme Court thing with Texas, which I'll get into that in a second, it is still, you know, that's like the only thing so far that I've seen where they're like, yeah, you can't have barbed wire on the fence, like, and that's it. We're still deporting them in mass numbers under the Biden administration. As much as the Republicans want to make you think there's a border crisis, go ask the people at the border that live near the border in Texas, and they will tell you that there is not a border crisis in the way that they're saying there is. Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna get to in terms of why Israel is not in terms of why Israel is not in Europe. The whole creation of Israel started before the Holocaust. So a lot of people think when they learn in European history that the reason Israel exists is because of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust. That was definitely the push towards it. That was definitely the thing that finalized that plan. But the actual plans for Israel were long before that, because the British were basically like, and the rest of Europe were basically like, let's get these fucking Jews out of here. And then they went, hey, Zionists, want an Israeli state? And so they were going to put it in what is modern-day Uganda, and instead decided on putting it in Palestine. So the reasons for Israel are pretty anti-Semitic in nature. I believe it was Three Arrows that said if you had gone back in time to the First World War, to like right at the beginning of the First World War, and you had asked a like an intelligent scholar what country in Europe he thinks would have committed the mass genocide of Jews, they would have guessed like France, like, or any other country. It could have been Germany, it could have been England, it could have been France. But I think he used France mainly as an example because Europe had always been deeply anti-Semitic. You know, Jews had been displaced, you know, all over Europe. So that's like the main driving force behind the creation of Israel, is that they just didn't want Jews in Europe anymore. What else was I? Oh yeah, the Texas thing. Texas is talking about like seceding from the Union. There's something like that. I mean, they talk about that like every 16 months. Let's be real. Texas is always talking about seceding from the Union, despite there being no constitutional basis for it. But right now they are, you know, crying and bitching about the Supreme Court saying that they can't put barbed wire on a fence. And now they're like, what if we did Civil War II over the fact that we can't make our fences more deadly for the scary Mexicans coming over, or the scary Central Americans or South Americans coming over seeking asylum. And now there's like 16 other states that are in support of Texas. And of course, most of those, or a lot of those states are from the former Confederacy. And a lot of them have sent National Guard troops over. And I'm like, you don't really want to start a civil war with a country that has nuclear bombs and predator drones. I feel like, you know, I'm super anti war and everything, and I'm not a fan of the military-industrial complex. But let's just say Lockheed's going to be salivating if Texas tries to secede and declare civil war on the United States. I'm just saying, you know, I'm really anti you know, imperialist U.S. government, but the moment they try to do that, I'm wearing red, white, and blue. I'm on the side with the predator drones, dude. I saw someone be like leftist when there's an actual group trying to challenge the federal government, and they were trying to say that, you know, instead of taking the opportunity to rise up against the federal government, we are instead gonna side with them for some reason. And I'm like, yeah, probably because the cause y'all are fighting for is to keep the border fence deadly and to keep drowning children. That's not a very noble cause. Ooh, I scored it on my face. Oops. But so I think like Legal Eagle had a really good video on it. And you know, I think it's kind of cute, kind of funny that Texas thinks that it can actually secede. I guess by force it could. Legally it can't. But by force I guess it could if it like deployed a National Guard style military to like argue that it's no longer in the Union. But like, what a disaster that would be. Every citizen there would lose Social Security. any federal benefit. Most of the states highlighted in the map that are supporting Texas receive more federal aid than any other state, and more federal aid than what they're putting in. California and New York and all these places like that are essentially footing the bill for all these other Republican states' federal aid. So imagine the poverty rates that would be caused in states like Texas and, you know, states like fucking Idaho and shit like that when they try to actually secede. It's laughable. But I'm more for the entertainment value of this. I think it'll be entertaining. I think it'll be funny when, you know, people's neighbors are like, I'm going to go fight in the Civil War, and then they, like, get blown up by a Predator drone, and then I get to buy their house. There was a really funny tweet that was like, can't wait for my neighbor to go join the war effort and get killed so I can buy his house on the cheap. And then they were like, connect the two backyards so my dogs have a lot of room to run around in. I just thought that was hilarious. Because that would probably cause another financial crisis, and then I could maybe afford a house. And isn't that the ultimate goal of all of this? Plummet the economy enough where I can afford a house. Because, you know, if the housing market crashes, then I can actually buy one. It looks like John's texting me about more Israel stuff. But, man, it's a busy day in my DMs, I guess, for political commentary. And a busy day on the podcast for political commentary, too. My God. I almost said motherfucker. But yeah, let's see what the president's tweeting right now. Maybe he's his banner is Black History Month. Wonderful. Here's one. Oh, and it's trending. Oh God. This morning we got more proof that America's economy is the strongest in the world. A bird. 350,000 new jobs were created in the month of January. That matters. Wealth, wages, and employment are higher now than before the pandemic, and I won't stop fighting to keep our progress going. The problem with that is that the wages part is that it's not proportional with the prices of goods and services. So, and like living expenses. So, yes, wages, you know, you'll be hard pressed to find a business that's paying their employees $7.25 an hour. It's out there, but it's not as often as it used to be. Businesses are more so paying around $9.20 to $13 an hour. And if you're lucky, about $15 an hour. And even then, that is the price of living expenses like rent and mortgages and stuff have gone up higher at a faster rate than wages have. So wages are still not meeting the standard that they need to be meeting. I think it's like now the minimum wage has to be like $25 an hour just to meet standard of living costs. And I've heard the arguments of like, oh, well, if you raise wages, then you're going to have to then raise prices on stuff. And that's not necessarily true. In 2022, corporations had the most profitable year that they've had in decades. And that is because they artificially price gouged everything. So they made a wider profit margin while wages remained stagnant. So essentially what it is that a lot of these companies and businesses can lower prices on stuff right now and return prices back to pre-inflation numbers before the pandemic and still afford to pay their employees the same rates that they're paying them now. And then people can afford more. So, like corporations like Amazon, they have like more money than God times 6. And yet they keep raising prices on stuff. Recently, they've been talking about raising the price on Prime Video and having ad-supported tiers. Companies like Disney are, you know, like making it where you can't even share your account with other family members if you don't live in the same house as them. Same with Spotify. It's like all these companies are penny pinching so hard, and yet they make massive record profits. That's the biggest red flag. If you see a corporation making millions upon millions, if not billions, in profits, and they're still insisting they need to raise the prices on stuff. They're lying to you. They just want more profits. You know, that's literally it. They just want more profits. So this tweet's very misleading, and the wages are higher now than ever. Yes, wages are now higher than $10 an hour more on average. But the whole like $15 an hour minimum wage argument that we used to make in 2019 no longer works now. Even $20 an hour isn't enough. By most economist standards, you have to be making a minimum $25 an hour just to afford basic living standards. The same living standards that your grandparents were living under in the 60s and 70s, where they could have one person work, another person stay home, and still afford a pretty decent house in a neighborhood, and also raise a family on top of that, and afford luxury items. All of that while they were working for less pay than you're making now, because the standard of living costs so little. And keep in mind, I'm talking about white grandparents, so, you know, obviously white people benefited from that way more back then, but that's what I'm saying. The standards now have changed. Wages have not stayed consistent with cost of living and cost of goods and services. This tweet's super misleading. I guess one last thing, because this one has to do with Israel. And it's kind of weak, but it's something. Also, I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's called him Joel, too. Might be a bot. Nina Turner replied to this, too. It's only a start. Oh, okay. Joe Biden tweets, which obviously we know it's not Joe Biden. I signed an executive order allowing the U.S. to issue sanctions against those who direct or participate in acts of violence against civilians in the West Bank, including extremist settlers. Today's actions seek to promote security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. So this only affects the West Bank, which we'll see how good this does on. We'll see how good this does on anything, because I don't know what. I guess there are some Americans that also visit the West Bank and have like settled in parts of the West Bank and then come back to America occasionally, and they might run businesses. This just seems like a very empty piece of executive order. Like, it seems like a very empty statement. And, you know, like this person right here, he massacred 27,000 Palestinians and expect a meaningless gesture to against 4 people who will hardly care any more than the rest of us to win back some of the millions of votes he lost. Do I have that all right? And then Nina Turner puts, good, this is only a start. There needs to be a ceasefire, an end to funding, and an end to the blockade and occupation. Over 27,000 Palestinians are dead and the U.S. government is complicit. I mean, good honor for, you know, saying stuff like this, calling for a ceasefire. And that's what I'm saying. Until the U.S. government officially releases a statement of ceasefire, then nothing's going to change. And on top of that, our favorite shitbag in Congress, who's no longer the speaker or even the minority leader of the Democratic Party, Nancy Pelosi, who I forgot was even still in the House, is now taking this like weird MAGA-style approach to the protesters and ceasefire people. She's calling them either anti-Semitic, or she's saying that they are in China's pocket, or that they are being controlled by Putin. And what a ridiculous thing to hear. I want to see if I can find the video. Nancy Pelosi Putin clip. Because she's like trying to claim that protesters outside her house are agents of Putin. Here's one where she says, go back to China where your headquarters is. Here. I never mind, that actually might be an old clip. Let me get the facts right, because I know she did say that the protesters are, you know, basically working for Putin. And then she said some should be investigated if they're pro-Palestinian protesters. So, I mean, what do you even say to that when one of the more powerful congresswomen is saying that pro-Palestinian protesters are working for the Russian government? This is what I'm saying when I say liberal old Democrats just need to leave the office now. Like they're worn out, they're over, their ideology is outdated. The fact that we're still using like Russian like, oh, the Russians, they're trying to make it where we call for a ceasefire. Like, what are we doing here? Most of the planet is calling for a ceasefire. You know, a lot of the UN is calling for a ceasefire. Are they all Russian? You know, are they not also pro-Ukrainian? How are they also Russian in nature? So none of it makes sense. And Nancy Pelosi is a hack and stupid. So that's where I'm going to end it. That's all I have to say. I think I've yapped long enough. You know, I think it's sad what's going on in our government. I think the U.S. empire has been over for a while now, and I feel like it's just a matter of time before either A, we fall, or and have like full government reformation, or B, we have a Nazi Germany style uprising in the form of Trump. Because based on the signs, we have the early signs of a Nazi Germany style government. If you research the decades leading up to Nazi Germany, like the Weimar Republic and post World War I, like German politics and the leaders that were like spouting the same rhetoric that Republicans are now, like, you know, the left, blah 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 blah, and they're claiming all this stuff about leftists and communists and socialists, and saying that there are, you know, like diseases within their borders that they need to like purge from the country, basically referring to Jews. In the same way that when our government says it, they're referring to the immigrants coming over the border. All I'm saying, and trans people in a way, all I'm saying is that we have the early stages of a Nazi Germany style US government. So, anyway, that's the end of the episode. I will probably start doing some election stuff soon on here because I want, probably on Forbidden FM. I'll do special election episodes because, you know, there's an election this year. You know, why not? I might as well. So, anyway, thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. We're on Spotify. We're on Patreon. And we also have a Discord. So, and we're also on Apple Podcasts. So, and YouTube Music. So yeah, go listen, go watch on there if you want. Thanks for watching, and that's it. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to the Forbidden FM, aka Forbidden Land Podcast. It should work now.
Nice.
Okay, we're on. Good
Hello,
lord.
everybody.
So, alright, I think it's just OBS needed a little restart.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird, it's using 90% of the GPU, so...
Oh my god.
That has to be Discord doing that, right?
Well, I mean, I was gonna say if it's done that on previous shows, but I don't know if you would if you would have known that because we weren't tracking it. So,
No, it's never done that before. I don't know what's going on.
I guess just keep track of your GPU.
I guess so. Good
I
lord.
don't know. On your own on that one, bro.
Alright, well, the podcast has started. I have a list of stuff we could talk about.
I can't see you if you're trying to be seen.
You see me?
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. So I do have a list of stuff we could talk about.
Okay.
So first, I want to know who's on your Nightmare Blunt rotation. We're gonna fulfill the title.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot to think about that. Hang on, you really put me on the spot with that one. It's gotta be like a politician, right? At least one of them.
Sure.
Oh God, it could be anyone.
Yeah. Anybody, dead or
There's
alive.
so many people I can't stand.
Yeah, dead or alive.
Probably. I'm trying to think of something that's not obvious. Do you think if we gave Joe Biden a blunt, he'd magically become like more lucid?
I think it would kill him.
I was gonna say Joe Biden, but it might actually. I don't know, maybe it might cure his dementia or something.
I think it would just straight up murder him, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, probably. Probably Frank from Shameless, and let's throw Netanyahu in there. I don't know. Or let's throw I don't know. Point me a couple ways here. I've said too many politicians.
Dude, he might. I think if you smoke it up with Benjamin Netanyahu, he might start speaking like Nazi propaganda to you.
Yeah, he might go into how the Palestinians actually did the Holocaust.
Yeah, they just convinced Jew-loving Hitler to kill us. You know.
That'd probably be my nightmare rotation, though. How big of a rotation?
Huh?
Can we just have a giant rotation with everybody on Earth?
Yeah.
Just be like this huge rotation. That would be great. Wouldn't really be able to talk to anybody on that.
Yeah,
What's yours?
I think Henry Kissinger for sure. Maybe Dick Cheney. All the big players in the Iraq War, in the Vietnam War.
Obviously, I was like really young. Didn't Dick Cheney like shoot somebody by accident or something?
Yeah, he shot someone on a hunting trip at the end of the Bush administration.
Did he kill that person or did they live?
I don't think he killed them. It was on accident, but he shot him in the head.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he shot them in the face.
By accident?
I think it was by accident. That'd be so fucked if he did that on purpose.
Yeah, that was kind of in the back of my memory. I knew like Dick Cheney, I think, shot somebody by accident or something, but.
And I think he got away with it too. I don't think he. I think because he was on accident. They just were like, yeah, that's whatever.
Yeah, he's also Dick Cheney, so.
Doesn't he? Doesn't he also have like a penis that medically destroys his heart or something like that?
What?
You ever heard of that?
If he does, I don't know about it.
He has such a large hog that it would literally give him like a heart attack if he got hard or something like that.
Oh God! Hang on, Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney penis. You googling it?
Yeah, he has a huge hog, dog. Look at the imprint.
The first thing I found is r/Red Scare Pod, the Dick Cheney bulge incident, 2001. Yeah. Oh God.
I wonder if I can find,
I'm sending you this in the DMs. Wait,
dude, bro's got a hog on him.
Oh God. Well, you might have actually already seen this then.
Is it him talking to the guy in the white outfit?
Yeah, and you can like see it like running down to his knees.
I have it up on the screen right now.
Oh my God. Wait, I can't see the screen.
Yeah, it's fine. It's on the stream though.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you might have to keep that picture up a little longer. Oh my God, that's insane. Who else in the rotation? Do I want to say any of my old coworkers? Not by name, obviously.
I mean, yeah.
Just drop all the old coworkers that I hated.
If it seems like it'd be a nightmare to smoke up with them, then probably.
Oh yeah, I would. Can't think of anybody else though. I should have done more homework for this. I could have had an absolutely huge rotation for you.
I mean, you could probably pick like former secretary, like Hillary Clinton would probably be on my list too. We're smoking marijuana.
I was gonna say she might be at least like, I don't know, slightly personable, I guess. We need somebody. We need some. Well, I was gonna say maybe not, because we need somebody with absolutely like no social skills.
Yeah.
Who's somebody who, well, obviously smoking is about like chilling out. So who's somebody that can't chill out?
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
I'm just here smoking this marijuana.
Dude, that would be a disaster. I think that would probably lose her the election again, like single-handedly.
Even if she's not running.
Yeah, that'd be a real Pokemon go to the polls moment.
That's what I think about anytime I make that joke, is just thinking about the Pokemon go to the polls.
That was so embarrassing. That was probably why she lost. That was like the Howard Dean moment.
Yeah. I think
that was good. That was great.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I think her posting cringe on the timeline is what lost her the election to some extent. That and the emails.
I was honestly too busy raging over Trump. I didn't even know all the cringe that Hillary posted. I knew about that. I knew about all the big stuff, but I know she was trying to be hip in like a bunch of other ways.
I used to be super libbed up, being like, "Yo, Hillary."
Dude, I remember when I didn't know anything about Kamala Harris.
Oh like, yeah.
Dude, Kamala Harris, bro.
Do you remember the day that I told you she used to be a cop and you were like, "What?"
Yeah, well, it wasn't even that. It was like that was the start of it, and then I started reading up about her tenure as was it Attorney General, right?
Yeah.
And all like the non-violent arrests basically that she like presided over,
all the weed arrests.
It's like you're in California too. You'd think they would chill out with that stuff, but
I'm just chilling.
That was probably back in what, the 80s, 90s, something like that.
Early 2000s, probably.
I was gonna say, I actually didn't know when she was the Attorney General, but
she was that during the, I think, late 2000s, early 2010s, because then she became the Senator of California, and then she was picked as the Vice President. So
I remember even in 2020, people were like, "Guys, we got to settle for Joe Biden because we're not going to get anybody else."
We all hated Joe Biden back then.
Like, if that's the level of enthusiasm you're like bringing into your first bid for election.
It's like,
was that even his first bid? Because I thought he was trying to be president for a while.
He ran in 2008 in the primary and lost to Barack Obama.
Oh.
That's why he was picked in the first place, for the white moderate vote.
Yeah.
She was Attorney General from 2004 to 2010, and she was the first woman District Attorney of San Francisco. Oh, that's when she was the District Attorney, 2004 to 2010. She was Deputy District Attorney from 1990 to 1998. When was she the Attorney General?
I'm really curious as to how she would run the presidency. I wouldn't say I'm excited for it, but I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, I feel like she'd just be the most like milquetoast, like boring Democrat president of all time.
She probably will be president.
Imagine all the lows of Barack Obama's administration, and that's probably what she'll be.
Yeah, I was gonna say I really she's probably gonna be president. I think
if he dies,
at least for a little bit. I was gonna say there's no way Joe Biden would have to be what, 86, 87 by the time he leaves office? Was he 81 now, I think?
Yeah.
You say, yeah, that's 5 more years.
He's the oldest president, the oldest person to ever run, I think, to like make it to the general.
I was going to say, which is funny because that directly was preceded by the last oldest president.
Donald Trump,
so
yeah.
We just keep getting older.
I'm trying to see, why is it so hard to find out info about her?
About Kamala?
Yeah. Okay,
That was really all I needed to know.
I just wanted accurate info. She was the Attorney General from 2011 to 2017. Then she was the Senator from 2017 to 2021. And now she's the Vice President. So
I didn't know she was the Senator.
Yeah, she was the Senator who was she was replaced by Alex Padilla, who was chosen by Gavin Newsom. But
Gavin Newsom's all over the place.
Yeah, he's like, we took a referendum to build affordable housing, and then we let the HOAs tell us where that money goes.
I just like that video of him tackling a little Chinese kid when he went to China.
I remember you showing that.
Oh, that was so embarrassing.
When he was playing basketball and trampled a kid.
Yeah, I wonder if you can look this up because it's new and I don't remember all the details of it, but there was some new big scandal with him and like Panera Bread. Because, yeah, you might have to look up well, tell you what, let me do it because I'm the one that brought it up. It was something about.
Oh, it's about the minimum wage.
Yeah. He said that like every restaurant has to do $20 an hour. But my buddy, I think it's like his buddy, like is one of the owners of Panera Bread, or is like really high up there, so he gave them an exemption for Panera Bread because it wasn't written specifically like that, but it was written like, you know, anyone gets an exemption if like bread is the only thing they sell basically, and obviously that's basically Panera.
Do you want to know exactly what they're saying? I have the article.
Yeah,
here.
what are they saying?
It's on KTLA. It's the law doesn't recognize places that operate, quote unquote, a bakery that produces for sale on the establishment's premises bread. Gavin Newsom says, quote, that's part of the sausage making of politics.
What?
Let's see. Longtime donor who has 24 Panera Bread locations in the Golden State.
Oh, as a donor, right? That's what you said?
Yeah, I guess it's multiple reports published on Wednesday revealed that Newsom's relationship with Greg Flynn, a billionaire and longtime donor who has 24 Panera Bread locations in California, may have been the reason the exemption was included.
Yeah, so he was like, you can go ahead and keep paying your people an unlivable wage.
Yeah.
Because you're my friend or something.
Yeah. Oh,
but yeah, that came out like just yesterday.
They just sell bread. I mean, haven't you seen their bread? They just sell bread. You know, they don't sell soup or coffee or smoothies or any of that shit or mac and cheese or sandwiches. Just bread.
I want to see him like aggressively defend that in an interview.
I don't know where this Gavin Newsom impression comes from, by the way. Where I sound like a southern, younger version of Trump. It's just bread, man. Or I sound like Joe Biden.
It wasn't bad, we'll take
it. To be clear, at no time did I ask for an exemption on special considerations. Also, I never met Gavin Newsom about this bill. Though I did meet with his staff in a group meeting. Oh, I didn't meet him. I just met his staff who drafts the fucking bill. What are we trying to say?
It makes me want to look up this other guy to see if he's got any shady stuff going on. Because, you know, these people, they all talk.
Let's see. Friends of the party in power get exemptions, and that's not right. Assemblyman Joe Patterson, Republican, said, if this is a bad law for one company, then it's probably a bad law for other companies. Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
And I'm sure that person is absolutely fine with Clarence Thomas, hearing Trump's cases and stuff.
Yeah.
No,
This
I'm sure that.
Republican is basically saying if the law isn't good for Panera, we shouldn't have it at all. That's not why. The Panera is
Wait, what?
exempt. This Republican is saying that if it's bad for Panera, then it should be bad for other companies. Thus we shouldn't pass this law. Even though the only thing about the bill is that Panera can afford it, it's just exempt because the dude is friends with the governor. We're not dumb, you know.
Well, I was gonna say, and Republicans don't like paying people living wage, so you should love that.
Republicans would go with slave labor if it was legal.
Yeah.
Like, let's be
Isn't
real.
Isn't there literally like a child labor epidemic going on in the country or something?
Yeah, all the reports of like Chick-fil-A and places like that hiring 14-year-olds and 13-year-olds.
Yeah.
They're trying to make a law in Tennessee, I think, where it's like child labor is okay as long as the parents consent.
Oh God.
Like 13 and 14-year-olds can work without permits or some shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Oh, this is what it is. They can work adult hours. So like, you know how 17-year-olds can't work like past a certain point, or else
So they can do 40-hour work weeks?
That's what I'm saying. And it's like, well, they can't drive at night, so how are they going to get to and from work? Also, they're children, dog. They have other shit. It's like weird how we don't think about the whole like, why are we making children work in the first place? You should have to be 17 and up to work. And you should not be, as a 17-year-old, you should not be forced, maybe even 16-year-olds if you want. I can see the argument for that, but you should not be forced to work more than a certain amount of hours. Around a certain range.
Well, even then, because they don't want to give people, that's cheap labor. They don't want to give people raises and stuff. So,
yeah.
That's just a way of working around that.
Because I
That's
understand.
Insane.
Like,
I'll have to look at that bill.
To some extent, I understand making your 16 or 17-year-old get a part-time job to like pay for a car or something like that. I understand that.
Yeah. Or just for like work experience, but then like when you're growing up, there's a pretty significant difference between like a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old.
I know I can be the exception because I didn't work in my teenage years. Like I worked over breaks and over summer, but I didn't work during the school year. So I don't relate to the working after school and stuff like that. But I do sympathize with the kids that do. The kids that go to fucking clubs and then come home and have to immediately go back to work. And then they get home.
Well, even then, like I guess I technically worked when I was 14, but that was, that's not just paid. I did like paid volunteer stuff for a swim team. I was one of the people that was like a backup timer for the races, but that, I got paid for that, but that's like volunteer work. That's not like working at a Chick-fil-A and being around like oil fryers and stuff.
My pleasure. I think it's already illegal for you to be in a kitchen before a certain age. Like I think if you work at a restaurant, you're 16.
Like at least I know it's some company. I don't know if it's by company or if it is like a universal law, but at least some companies like McDonald's.
Yeah.
A lot of fast food grill places. Like if you're under 18, you can't even work the grill.
Yeah, you have to be a server.
Yeah, or you have to be like an order taker or something like that. But you can't even work the grill. Which is funny because you can work the fryers, but not the grill.
Arguably way more dangerous than a grill.
Yeah, I would say the fryers are probably a little more volatile than the grill, but
I don't even trust myself to use a fryer, but I trust myself to use a grill.
Yeah.
But so I wanted to ask you about this. This is in my notepad. So the blunt rotation thing came from Elizabeth Warren, by the way, who's talked about having a nightmare blunt rotation.
Wait, what happened?
Elizabeth Warren said something about a nightmare blunt rotation or a dream blunt rotation. Yeah, she said the Rock times 4 is her dream blunt rotation.
Can we just stop making politicians try to like, how do you do, fellow children? That's not Elizabeth Warren, but
who asked her?
I think Elon Musk set politician hipness back like decades.
Jon Favreau on Pod Save America asked her who her dream blunt rotation would be.
Wasn't she one of the people that was getting like harassed by like the Palestine protesters or something? I don't know. I forgot how good she is on that issue because I never really paid that much attention to Elizabeth Warren.
I mean, if Bernie Sanders is suffering on that issue, I can't imagine she's too far behind.
Oh yeah.
But I just find it funny that she went on a podcast. Aren't these people like busy?
Aren't they what?
Aren't these people busy? It's like how Ted Cruz hosts a show on Rumble or some shit. It's like, don't you have a job of running the country? What the fuck are you doing? How do y'all have all this free time?
Yeah, I mean, we all know they get paid way too much to do way too little, you know.
Yeah, I think they get paid like $250,000 a year plus whatever their donors give them. So
I thought, I don't know if we already do this, but I thought maybe like, you know, get paid like by district. Like, so if you have like a shit district.
Oh, like the median income of a district?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was almost thinking stuff like that. So yeah, if you let your district just fall apart and be shit, you know, you don't deserve to, you know, get paid $200,000 plus donor.
That's actually kind of awesome. I didn't even think about that as a.
Well, but then again, it's like the entire Midwest would, like, the earnings of the senators would just like collapse. The entire Midwest.
Yeah, running for a major district like the Atlanta Fulton County district would be like the most lucrative thing on earth.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of thought about that, but then you almost kind of like disincentivize people from running for smaller districts, I guess.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I think it'd be worth a try at least.
One of the problems is that then it would incentivize donors, but then you'd also have to outlaw lobbying, which is just bribery.
Never gonna do that.
You'd have to outlaw monetary lobbying. I don't mind lobbying in the sense that you go to the government and bother them until they do what you want.
But, yeah, that's like ideological lobbying, I guess.
Yeah. But like monetary lobbying is so it should be illegal. It's just bribery at that point.
And yeah, it is just bribery basically. And they all do favors for these people after they take their money, you know.
So what do you think about my list is so funny. Number 3 is Biden melting mentally.
Which time?
That's what I'm saying. I think I wrote that when he went to that press conference and was like, after they cleared him for the investigation for the documents, he decided to hold a press conference and just like.
Well, keep in mind they didn't even really clear him.
Yeah.
The ruling was basically, yeah, he did it, but he's too old, so we're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah, he's old and pathetic looking, and no jury would convict him because they feel bad for him.
Oh my god. I don't know. I don't think, at least within the last couple of days, I don't think Biden has had any like huge moments. I did see a little bit of him on Seth Meyers, and he does this thing where like he forgets the point of whatever he's saying, so it's just like he's just like, oh, I don't want to get into that, and then he just like changes subject. It's like, well, that was the main point of whatever you were saying, right?
Yeah. Can we like pump a 5-hour energy into this man?
He needs some whatever Trump was taking.
The adrenochrome or whatever.
Just pump him full of that. He's only got 5 more years. You know.
Dude, it's like, it's crazy how I'll watch him in interviews and he just looks dead. Like,
yeah.
Dude, he'll be talking. Somebody will ask him a question, right? Like they'll be like, what do you think about the border crisis? And he'll be like, well, I've asked my national security advisor to speak with Congress and we're drafting a super right-wing legislation about
we're conceding to Republicans in every way possible.
We're trying to create a bipartisan deal with Republicans and we're gonna
I don't want to get into that.
Next question. It's like, holy shit, dude. Somebody revive his ass.
Dude, speaking of Seth Meyers, I saw him, obviously they got to the Israel-Gaza situation.
Yeah.
And Biden said, I think he said, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said something like without Israel, there's not a Jew safe in the world. So first of all, the subtext of that is you can't even keep Jewish people in your own country safe because it's not Israel.
Yeah.
And even then, obviously Israel's making Jews less safe worldwide because people are going to draw, the conclusions that, every Jew is like a crazy Zionist.
Yeah.
Especially because Israel is like, yeah, every Jew is a crazy Zionist. At least that's, what they say.
Well, I want you to think about it like this, right?
Yeah.
I want you to think about it in terms of we can criticize Iran, and they're a theocracy, Muslim majority country. But we can't criticize Israel, who is a Jewish ethno-state. We're not criticizing it on the merits of the religion that it represents. And it doesn't even represent the religion. We don't criticize it on the state of whatever religion it claims it contains.
Yeah.
We criticize it on its policy. And so, if Iran, for instance, is we're going to nuke half of Europe, we'd all have an issue with that, but not because they're a Muslim country, but because they just said they nuke half of Europe.
They want to nuke half of Europe.
Yeah. So when a country like Israel comes in and they're like, all right, we want to senselessly bomb an entire land region that we've held hostage basically for the last 70 years, because they retaliated against the fact that we're holding them hostage. Now we're going to kill 30,000 of their civilians, more than we've ever killed before.
Yeah.
When you criticize
that's basically, that's the amount of Ukrainian soldiers that have died in almost 2 years. Well, more than 2 years now, right?
Yeah, Israel is
only months.
Israel drops more bombs in a month than we dropped on Iraq in a year.
Yeah.
And so when we criticize Israel, it's not we're going, oh, these fucking Jews. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that this right-wing government, who is politically aligned with the most powerful nation on earth, the United States, they are essentially spinning propaganda about this little landmass that they own because they've occupied it for 75 years. They control the ports, they control the border, they control what comes in, what goes out. You're not even allowed to legally fish in the Gaza Strip. They will arrest you and they will take your equipment if you try to fish.
Oh, well, now they'll just shoot you.
Yeah, now they'll just kill you. If you want flour,
we've seen the boats.
If you want flour, don't even think about it. And so, I hate this framing around criticizing Israel as being a big no-no. It either makes you anti-Semitic or you're like, oh, but what about Hamas? It's why can we not criticize? And so when I watch the Seth Meyers thing, I hate how they phrase it. It's the media is so scared of phrasing it the wrong way. It's Seth Meyers, because Jon Stewart doesn't do this on The Daily Show, by the way. I've been watching his episodes. His recent one is about Israel-Palestine. He just tells it like it is.
He was a little soft.
No, to some extent, but overall, he's way more radically left-wing than the rest of the talk shows.
Yeah, he's light years ahead of other mainstream TV, but I even thought he kind of pulled a couple punches because he won't say the G word.
Yeah.
The GEN word.
He just calls it senseless. He just calls it the senseless bombing of civilians.
He called it incessant bombing of civilians.
But in reality, it is a genocide. So
yeah. But I even thought he pulled a couple punches, but he's definitely way better than anybody else would be.
Oh yeah. So when he criticizes Israel, but when Seth Meyers talks about it, he's like, let's talk about the conflict in the Gaza Strip. Let's talk about the war with Hamas. Let's talk about the IDF's war with Hamas. He never brings up, let's talk about the endless bombing campaign of just carpet bombing 30,000 civilians. They never want to phrase it like that because it sounds horrible. And then when you come to the realization as a liberal that your tax dollars that come out every check or every time you pay taxes at the end of the year, that it's going towards the missiles that we're firing into the Gaza Strip, it makes you feel horrible. Yeah, we should
If
just.
we all stop paying taxes at once, what are they going to do about it?
Yeah, we should.
Are they going
Dude.
to arrest 100 million people for not paying taxes?
I don't even know if we have 100 million people. What I want to talk about, I didn't put it in my list, but it has to do with Gaza. Have you seen the Michigan primary results?
Oh yeah, it was like 100,000 uncommitted. They were expecting only like 10,000.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, that's how much. Isn't that how much Biden won that state?
About, yeah. I mean, that's a
I
major
know it was
number.
like that kind of margins. Like that could, that could flip the election.
Dude,
and
that
I'm
could
sure.
fuck them.
And I'm sure that I'm sure we're about to see like a huge damage control tour from his staffers. Remember when they were like trying to meet with the Muslim American leaders, and they were like, "We made some mistakes." Like, I'm sure they're gonna do more of that.
We made a little boo boo.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like I've seen like focus groups and stuff. Plenty of these people, even if he does do a ceasefire now, they're still not going to vote for him.
Oh yeah,
because plenty of people have lost family members. They've lost like friends and stuff, and you don't forgive that. So like, call me a pessimist, but I'm tempted to say it's already over. We got like almost a whole year left to go, but it's like it's Jover, bro.
It is Jover. It's like
it is Jover.
And people, I've seen a lot of libs be like, "Oh, it's not a big deal," or then be like, "Oh, wow, why don't you participate in the voting process?" And it's like they did. They all went to the poll and they voted uncommitted in a primary for the Democrats, and that's 100,000 people rallied over the last 3 or so weeks. That's
and again,
insane numbers.
They were expecting 10,000.
Yeah. And it should be a wake-up call because, like you said, that could make or break the election. I mean, a Democrat has not won the presidency without winning Michigan in like 50 years. So if he loses Dearborn and all these Muslim majority or Arab majority communities in Michigan, then he's screwed. And you already know Georgia's not going to vote for him again like it did in 2020 because I think Brian Kemp's election proves that. I think we have enough Texas transplants here now that I think the state is majority right at this point. And I mean, Texas is probably like half and half. Huh?
I just said it definitely feels that way that Georgia is really red.
Yeah.
People say it's like a battleground state, and I'm like, really?
It kind of is, but I don't think we have enough Democrats here anymore to get a Biden vote. I mean, they voted Brian Kemp for a second term. I don't know if that just means Stacey Abrams is that unpopular or if it means that like they're done with the Democrats, because I mean they reelected Raphael Warnock, who's a Democrat.
Yeah.
But I feel like this recent midterm election is a scary insight into what the 2024 general election is going to look like. Because he needed Georgia to win that.
Yeah, I honestly got no idea because, obviously you'd need Michigan, and I saw an interview with the Dearborn mayor. He was like, ceasefire or lose.
Yeah.
Like basically he had like an ultimatum. It's like, if you don't do this, you're going to lose. So, but probably going to be a big damage control tour. And if you saw recently, this was, I think, just like hours ago, they were like, the U.S., Biden is at least considering, I don't know if it was he's considering it or he will do it, but they're talking about doing aid drops in Gaza, like from America.
I've seen that.
It's like they're going to do everything but a ceasefire, I think, in terms of if I magically became president, if everybody if everyone on stream voted for me for president, I would do like pull the plug completely on Israel. We fund their healthcare too.
Yes.
Like not just the military, like they get free healthcare basically, and we don't. So take away all that, like every all funding whatsoever, because this is the stuff that we fought in World War II against, literally, fascism. This is what we've been fighting against for a while. I don't know if you can really do this because the cat's kind of out of the bag, but I say we need to denuclearize them because they have nukes.
Do you remember the beginning of the conflict when Israeli war cabinet members were considering the idea of
they wanted to nuke Gaza?
Yeah,
and then it's like, oh wait, that might dump a bunch of radioactive. They didn't decide against it because they cared about Palestinians. They just don't want to irradiate their own settlements and stuff.
Yeah, because it would have the blast radius would have reached the communes that Hamas attacked on October 7th. So it's like they would have
even then,
Israel either way.
Yeah, well, even then, if you want to if you want to occupy and resettle the land, maybe don't bathe it in ionizing radiation.
Exactly.
Maybe don't do that. But I don't know if they would even understand that. But yeah, we should take their nukes because like I said, I'm very pessimistic. But part of me is thinking that this is the end of Israel. They're getting bombed from I think 3 sides now.
Yeah.
One of their former defense minister he admitted that the war with Lebanon, at least right now, is kind of lost. They drastically underestimated Hezbollah, and their settlements are getting bombed and all that stuff, and then Joe Biden wants to come around on Seth Meyers as saying Israel's making Jewish people safe. It's like, dude. They're getting bombed from every angle right now.
Israel is arguably one of the most unsafe places for Jews on the planet.
Yeah, and what happens when they get? I don't think Hamas will get a complete victory, but what if it flips around and some of these other groups just completely just ravage Israel, and are just basically. Yemen at least said that they're going to keep doing Yemen and Hamas have both said they're basically just going to keep doing October 7th over and over and over.
Yeah. Well,
so it's how many people will die if they just get to just roll over Israel and do whatever they want,
Yeah. I watched the thing where a guy was good luck wiping out Hamas when you keep killing these children's parents in front of them, and then
how many Hamas members are you creating by doing that?
Yeah, it's what good excuse are you giving Palestinians to not join Hamas when they grow up? You're killing their family in front of them like that. It's you're gonna. We learned with ISIS. Our invasion of Iraq created ISIS. Our invasion of Syria is part of the ISIS story.
Yeah, and we we already learned that lesson, and Hamas is basically just hardline. Yes, it's a specific group. But I just think of it as hardline Palestinians who are trying to throw off, the occupation. You're never going to get rid of that. It's almost like occupying people with military force just doesn't work. I don't know when we're going to realize that.
Oh, we won't, because it pays Lockheed and it pays, whoever the fuck else, Raytheon.
Oh, yeah. Did you see that? I think it was that Lockheed guy. I'll have to send you this. He was doing some kind of, big propaganda piece or whatever at a college campus.
The engineer.
And the kids were not buying it, bro. Yeah. They were like, how many children have you killed?
Yeah, my ethics when I get a Lockheed contract.
Yeah, he was like, how does it feel to work with genocide supporters and murderers? And he was just like, I'm not going to answer that.
Oh, I just designed the bomb that blew up those 7,000 children.
Yeah, it was so amazingly awkward.
I've always thought about that because I have engineering friends, and I wonder if. Yeah. No, because you know how conservatives always pull out the whole, oh, they're blocking traffic, or oh, they're making us uncomfortable with their protests, and it's like,
okay, well, it's your comfort doesn't matter at this point.
Well, the whole point of a protest is to make you uncomfortable. So then you change stuff, and they stop protesting.
It's like how some buildings are you can protest, but only 7 miles away. What's the point?
Yeah. You can protest, but the moment you block traffic, it's all hell. It's all no holds barred. We can just start firing bullets into the crowd.
Well, like I guess part of me does get like, I don't know. What if you're in a real rush to like get somewhere? And I will agree that like the people who are getting blocked, didn't necessarily do anything wrong.
Yeah.
I've always been kind of on the fence about like the traffic blocking. I still don't agree with like shoving the people out of the way or plowing them over or whatever some people do. But it's like, while I'm not necessarily against it, if you're a protester and you're going to do that, just be prepared for, because you're kind of doing the lottery on the kind of person that you run into when you block them.
Yeah.
And, all I would say is, hope you win the lottery on that one. But I've never, but yeah, you are right. I've never really been against it fully, because it's like, well, you need to make people uncomfortable, and you need to, like, when the whole world's ignoring the stuff that's going on, like, you need to make them see that,
Yeah.
And at that point, it's basically just whatever you got to do,
Yeah.
So that's what I would say.
Well, I think we're seeing a major shift in like news media when it comes to this whole conflict, because I don't know if you saw, but like CNN is CNN is now platforming.
CNN has back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, CNN has started platforming like Mindy Hassan, the former MSNBC host, that's like very outspoken and vocal about the genocide. He was on Jake Tapper and then some other program in a different hour, but.
Mm-hmm. Well, even then, they were showing the dead babies in the hospitals and shit. I mean, like CNN, like they still haven't fully kind of leaned into it, but I really think like not only is it just morally the right move to cover that, but I mean your ratings will probably go up, because you're going to be like the only media outlet that is actually fully covering this, except for maybe like Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
Dude,
Al Jazeera is like one of my top sources for this stuff.
Yeah, I've been following them. They're really on it. They got live updates and everything. Most of the people that I follow are just like independent creators, like the one we talked about. They're just like regular people that like live there and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, you can literally find like the worst shit imaginable on like SnapMap. Like it's not even, like I did a little experiment like the other week, and it's like you can literally just boot up SnapMap and just click on Gaza, and it's like, it's like how are we denying this at this point?
Yeah.
Well,
but I think Zionism is kind of infested its way into like liberal circles and like the middle of the political spectrum in between the Overton window. I feel like that ideology has been so conflated with Judaism that I feel like liberals are afraid that they'll be called anti-Semitic if they're against Zionism, while conservatives don't give a shit either way. So it's like, I think that's one of the reasons why I feel like a lot of people have a hard time admitting that this is a genocide and speaking out against it. I think it's because they're afraid that, because they don't understand what Zionism is. It's not being Jewish. It's being, for a certain set of ideals that no matter what, you must carve out a country for an ethnic group, no matter how many people it takes to kill, no matter what force it takes to create it.
Don't they want like half of Egypt?
Yeah,
like basically all of Lebanon. Like I remember Netanyahu in front of the UN with that big map.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Good luck taking half of Egypt, dude. Like
what it is so recently a guy in the Israeli government, and it's weird because they want to push Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula, but
they want to do a tent city basically.
But it kind of conflicts with this greater Israel map that they drew up, because what it is hold on, I'm trying to open up the picture itself and not the one on Reddit.
Oh,
I don't think I can open it up by itself. But here's the map. I'm gonna show it here. So here's the map. This is the Greater Israel map. It's parts of
Oh my God!
It's parts of the Middle East plus parts of Egypt, the Sinai Peninsula, which Israel used to actually have control over the Sinai Peninsula before they gave it back to Egypt because they
that was
invaded.
before what was that, the Yom Kippur War?
Yeah, and so they would still have control over the Golan Heights. They have control over all of Syria, parts of Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Saudi Arabia. All of that. It's like, and Kuwait, and they're insane for thinking that's going to work.
Yeah,
this is worse than
basically have to cause World War III to do that,
dude. It's like almost worse than like British map drawing. You know, like I saw a joke where a guy said that he said that Britain drawing a map for Israel is like tying a pencil to the back of an animal and just saying go.
Yeah. Well, they literally did that, right? Because it was like it used to be the British mandate.
Yeah.
Of Palestine. Yeah.
Well, the British drew up almost all the maps for the Middle East. I feel like, right? Like, isn't that how that went down?
I mean, it would have had to be. I know it traces all the way back to like the Ottomans. You know, but
yeah.
I think that was what happened. We basically like Africa, the Middle East. You know, we just kind of arbitrarily drew a bunch of lines.
Yeah, they took Palestine from the Ottoman Empire, and then immediately declared it as theirs, and then soon came the Balfour Declaration and all this preparation to. I don't think it was originally supposed to be a Jewish state. I think they originally considered modern day Uganda for a Jewish state, and then the Zionist Council was like, no. And then they were like, well, what about Palestine?
At least like the colonization effort, that goes back to World War One.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been wanting to do that forever, and obviously for them, this is like the final stretch. So that's, I mean, I really feel that's why they're so committed. And I mean, half of Saudi Arabia, like I just don't know what the plan is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I sort of know what the plan is, and that's, you know, drag the U.S. into a giant war and make them foot the bill for it. But in terms of like actually getting the territory that you want, like, what? You know, I can't even say anything because I don't even know what the plan is. I'm trying to think of what the plan is of how you do this without causing World War III, but it's like you can't.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's you know, it's one of these things where you look at the map for Greater Israel and you think, how the fuck are they going to pull that off? How are you going to declare war against Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan?
Yeah.
How are you going to possibly do that? And then also Turkey, because there's a piece of Turkey on that map too.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
It's like, good luck with Turkey, dude. You know how much the U.S. loves Turkey? One of the
kind of wishy-washy with them.
So,
but go ahead.
The last Turkish election, it was Erdogan versus an American-backed candidate. But even though Erdogan still won, Erdogan is still very U.S. like pro-United States, and so both of them are sort of U.S.-backed. But Erdogan is like the independent candidate that isn't directly tied to the U.S. but doesn't mind the U.S. But the other candidate is like CIA supported. So he would like coup the country basically if he became the leader.
Yeah.
But even then, Erdogan is still like an authoritarian leader that is still not good for Turkey. But the reason they choose him is because it keeps the problems within Turkey without any U.S. intervention. But the U.S. still likes Turkey.
I was looking at a while back. I was watching a video on like Turkish politics and how they basically like compartmentalize all their government issues. It's like they like Ukraine and Russia. They're sending them both like drones and stuff, and it's like I don't get that, but
yeah. But Yeah, you mentioned earlier, aren't they getting bombed by Lebanon right now in the north?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They basically drastically underestimated Hezbollah, and all their settlements in the north are getting bombed. Like I said, one of their former ministers said the north is lost. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know how true that is. I mean, Israel. I mean, Israel's never going to run out of bombs so long as we keep funding them. So I don't know how true that really is. But like Israel, they're still losing in Gaza. I mean, even to just Hamas.
Yeah. Which is
Um,
weird because Hamas like barely shows itself. You know.
they really don't have to because I mean, they go through the tunnels and there's a lot of asymmetrical warfare. I mean, it's basically just a repeat of Iraq and Afghanistan from like the military perspective because like you can't drive these slow moving tanks and stuff through like the middle of a city with a giant sight, with like a million sight lines to where anybody with an RPG or a gun or I don't know, a rock or whatever they have, even if it is just people with rocks, if they're throwing rocks at you all the time from all different angles, it's like you can't win that. I saw a video of this happened like a few weeks ago, but Israel, the IDF soldiers were getting ready to demolish a school. So they were getting ready to do that, and a rocket, they're setting up the charges on all the pillars, and a rocket comes in, sets the charge off when it hits, and the whole building comes down on all these IDF soldiers. It was like that. I think it's the record has been broken for the worst day for the IDF since, but when that happened, that was the worst day for the IDF, and it's going to keep getting worse.
Yeah, I think
Because it's like they're fighting a three-front war, basically. It's like when they're basically pinned against the sea. Like good luck with that.
What do you think the chances are that Israel loses the Golan Heights during the Lebanon invasion?
I don't know a whole lot about the Golan Heights. I know that it's a settlement and that it used to be, belong to the Palestinians. That's kind of all I need to know.
So the Golan Heights is a region that used to belong to Syria, and it was sort of occupied by Israel after a war with Syria like a long time ago. But the international community has never officially recognized it as Israel's. And Trump signed a declaration that basically said that it belongs to Israel despite what the UN says. Even though it goes against international law, that's not how that works. So it's still technically recognized as just an Israeli-occupied territory next to Syria. But I'm wondering, because it's right next to Lebanon too, I'm wondering if Lebanon's going to try to take back the Golan Heights. I don't know how much you heard about when Trump was talking about the Golan Heights during his administration, but
I missed that. Honestly, I've only just come onto the whole Israel thing recently. I mean, I'd always been kind of skeptical of Israel, but like you said, you had like your kind of wake up moment for America. Like this is kind of mine, and I wasn't always aware of like Israel just literally stealing land from everybody and trying, causing a bunch of wars and stuff. I mean, I knew like as a principle of just like a state, run by, and belonging to Jewish people. I was like, is that not an ethno state? So I'd kind of always had problems. That's a big region. I thought that was smaller.
Yeah, no, it's right above Jordan. It's this huge ass ceasefire region.
Oh yeah.
But
and even then, so they're kind of getting creamed by Lebanon. I don't think Lebanon would win in like an extended war. I think the longer this drags out, the worse it gets for them.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the production capabilities. I mean, keep in mind, Lebanon is basically a failed state. Like their government basically can't even provide for the country. But
yeah.
And so there's Lebanon that they underestimated. They also underestimated the Houthis. And I might have said this before, but keep in mind, like the Houthis have been getting smashed by the Saudis for like 10 years since like 2015, and they've retained a lot of their capabilities. They just said that they were adding submarines. It's like they're not only are they just not losing their military capabilities, but they're gaining more.
Yeah.
Like they're getting planes. I think they're like old MiGs or something. but they're getting planes, and they're talking about submarines now, which is hilarious. Which is like that makes me think they're definitely going to go after those cables, right?
Maybe.
Because there's no other reason that you would start adding submarines. Like, as soon as I read that, I'm like, they're going to cut those fucking cables, aren't they? You know, but I don't know. They might. I think it'd be really funny if they did.
It would
And
definitely
just
shake
blacked
things
out
up.
Yeah, and just kind of blacked out half the planet. I think, like, we have a bunch of other cables, so it would kind of be okay with us, I think.
We would be fine.
I mean, it would
we
still tank the global economy.
Well, it would definitely fuck up the Middle East and Asia for sure, in the way that Europe and America communicates with them. America and Europe, you'd have to go to the Atlantic to cut our fiber lanes.
Yeah, I think that line that they were talking about cutting, isn't that the Europe one that goes between the Middle East and Europe?
I think so. And Africa.
Yeah. I was going to say, that would be kind of hilarious if that happened.
Here's what I think will happen if I think if Lebanon commits to a full-scale war with Israel. And I hate it I hate it when liberals say this, because liberals are all like, "Why are you telling Joe Biden to call for a ceasefire? What does he have? What is he going to do?" And it's like, if he just simply called Netanyahu,
maybe be the president and be the most powerful person in the world.
If he called Netanyahu and went, "We're cutting you off. No more money. No more U.S. backed support. We're going to stop defending you in the UN. We're going to start voting for ceasefire resolutions and all that." Then,
also allow a condemnation in through the UN and maybe stop vetoing all this stuff.
Yeah, and if
actually allow them to be brought up on charges.
And if we went, we're going to stop paying for your health care. We're going to stop sending you money for the Iron Dome. You know how much stuff we pay for over there? We basically run that whole country at this point.
Yeah,
because we pay for all their stuff. And so if we cut off the Iron Dome funding, the healthcare system, the military aid, all that, I think that would pressure them into a ceasefire. But I feel like the other direction it could go, especially if Trump's in office and the genocide continues into a potential Trump administration, then I feel like what will happen is that we're going to have boots on the ground in Gaza at that point. We're gonna send the Air Force over there. We're going to send the Navy over there. And if Lebanon escalates it to a full-scale war, then we're going to have boots on the ground from the U.S. to help them fight it. Because the IDF is way undertrained to handle. I mean, the IDF is like a glorified police force. They're hardly a military, so...
Well, they're thugs, basically.
Pretty much. I mean...
Thugs and terrorists.
And so... we've seen what happens when an actual army attacks them. They lose in large numbers because they suck as an army. But if the U.S. comes in and starts training them and starts fighting alongside them, then Lebanon, I don't think, has a chance. But I feel like the problem with that is that then provokes Iran a little bit, because now we have another U.S. involvement in the Middle East, in addition to the involvement in Syria right now with bombing those Iranian-backed militant groups. So,
and we already have boots on the ground in Yemen. Keep that in mind. Joe Biden said we didn't. It was like, oh, we're just bombing it. We got boots on the ground in Yemen right now.
One of the reasons why Aaron Bushnell lit himself on fire at the Capitol the other day is because the Air Force was allegedly about to get involved with directly bombing Gazans. So, I feel like either it goes to full-scale war with the whole Middle East, or all of it gets pulled back by some president that has a sound mind to be like, I'm going to call the prime minister and be like, I'm going to veto every funding bill from here on out if you don't cut it out, if you don't cut back,
Here's where I stand on that, because, the pessimist in me just wants to be like, there's going to be no president with a sound mind, no matter which way it goes.
Well, Joe Biden's not going to be president.
Yeah, and Donald Trump definitely won't, because Trump, like you said, he won't even do the little tut-tut like finger wagging that Biden does. Yeah. It'll just be a complete green light. And I don't know. Damn, I kind of lost my train of thought. Hang on, where was I going?
I understand what you're saying. But
it's like we're not going to have a president with a sound mind. So part of me wants to be like, okay, like a full-scale war in the Middle East is basically a certainty. We're going to get dragged back in there for another 20 years. But then again, I mean, whenever these crazy like military things happen, it tends to be not as crazy as everyone thinks it's going to be. Like, remember the Prigozhin beeline for Moscow? Everyone was like, "This is the end of Russia, dude."
Yeah.
And he just kind of killed him, and everybody moved on. It's like part of me just wants to, I guess, hold my breath and hope that somebody steps in, with a sane perspective and fixes this. But it's like you can't fix 70 years of occupation, just like that. You got to have a Palestinian state, and Israel's already said like they're absolutely not going to let that happen.
Yeah.
So my most likely prediction would be a full-scale war in the Middle East. But I actually didn't know about. I knew that what was that guy? Aaron, that soldier, that
Aaron
self-immolated.
Yeah.
Aaron Bushnell. Yeah. I mean, there's already people in the military that are protesting that stuff. So it's like, how much of the military is even going to be on board with doing that? I mean, I'm not predicting something crazy like the military just like refusing to do anything en masse. I don't think crazy stuff like that's going to happen. I wish it would happen.
But if you told a U.S. soldier you're going to go over into the Gaza Strip and you're going to fire on children because there might be Hamas near them, then...
Yeah, I mean, yes, we did our fair share of war crimes and stuff in the Middle East, but it's like, asking people to do that. Well, even then, I don't even know, because we killed what, like 500,000 innocent Iraqis?
Yeah.
It's like Gaza's like a tea party compared to that, Granted, that was over like a very long time span, But I don't know. But I'm not very hopeful whatever happens. Unless Biden and Trump both die and then some insane candidate magically swoops in and wins the race and stops all this stuff.
I think the only way that
Yeah.
I think the only way that anyone calls for a ceasefire is if Biden dies right now.
Do what?
I think the only way a ceasefire is called is if Biden dies right now.
Do we think Kamala would do one?
Maybe. Biden's a lot older, and he's a lot more... one, he's older, and he's a lot more, like, mentally.
Yeah.
But also, Biden has a history of being a bloodthirsty imperialist. I mean, let's think back to how he felt about Lebanon, how he was like, we should just go in and start fucking blowing up Lebanon like 40 years ago. I mean, the dude, like, his foreign policy does not have a good track record. Like, him going out of Afghanistan was probably the only good thing he did, and it wasn't even his decision. It was something that Trump had already planned on doing before he left
never
office.
Did it.
Yeah. If we had gotten a second term, he would have had to honor that agreement and leave Afghanistan anyways. I mean, every Republican president has done this since 9/11. I mean, Bush and Trump both set up evacuation plans for the wars in the Middle East in the chance that they lost the next election and the Democrat would have to follow through on that. And of course it was going to go horribly. When Obama left Iraq, that was a plan that Bush had set up in 2007 that Obama had to follow through on when he took office. When Trump, made plans to leave Afghanistan in 2019, Biden had to follow through on that in 2021. It's like, we all knew those were going to be horrific exits, and because
stop the war, I guess.
Oh, Jack, I gotta leave.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of all knew. I remember people were like, obviously the Republicans were having like a field day with the withdrawal.
Yeah.
From Afghanistan. It's like I don't know how to feel about all the military equipment that we just left there. Like I don't know how to feel about that. But then again, I'm also sure that you can't blame Biden personally for that, or I don't know, maybe you can. but it's like it was gonna suck no matter what. Like we knew the Taliban was gonna take control right back from us, you know. But
no, we didn't know that. It's all because of Biden. It's all his fault.
Yeah, like people had a field day with that. It's like, okay, then you come up with a plan for it.
Yeah.
You know.
Damn, I ran out of stuff on my list. Time to start improvising.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like a lot of our political discussions all tie back to the Middle East, and it's like we haven't even started on the domestic stuff.
You say, what else is going on? We got
the fake border crisis. Like you're in Texas. Like how many immigrants you see coming in, huh?
Well, like at least with like my area around Dallas. Like our community, there are a lot of Spanish-speaking immigrants. What's funny is this particular area, there's actually very few people who speak English.
Yeah.
But then, even then, in those areas where there are a lot of migrants, it's like, okay, well, I'm now in an area where I'm the minority. In terms of like language, maybe not in terms of like demographics, but it's like that should be up to me. To kind of, learn how to deal with it and, learn Spanish and stuff like that. I'm not like, oh, they're invading our country, And then again, I had something, I don't know if this would work, but I talked about this a few days ago. I don't know how this would work, but I almost thought like maybe if we want to really solve immigration, maybe we should invest in like the dozens of countries that we've destroyed in Central and South America over the last century because, the people are fleeing there because their countries are falling apart. So maybe if we help their countries not fall apart, and, I don't know, call me crazy, but I feel like that might actually work.
Well, what's funny
and keep
is
in
that
mind,
the countries that are falling apart because of us.
Well, yeah, and I also brought this up. Keep in mind that basically since the 50s, we've been arming, funding, and training cartels.
Yeah.
To destabilize governments down there whenever they try and do left-wing politics or anything like that, or communism or whatever. It's like, okay, you can not like communism, but that doesn't mean just ripping the country apart on a whim.
Do you ever think we don't install? You ever think we don't coup Canada because they're all white?
Oh no, we'll never coup Canada
because they're like the closest thing to a socialist country in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, that's the thing is nobody, like even the crazy Republicans. I mean, yeah, they don't like Justin Trudeau, but I never hear them really criticizing Canada.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it literally just a demographic issue? Like, is it just brown people and white people?
I would say it is. I would say it is.
Yeah.
Look at how the Ukrainian invasion is essentially the most similar example, or the most similar equivalent to the Israeli invasion of Gaza. Like Russia invading Ukraine and committing war crimes, that is almost textbook similar to Israel invading Gaza and committing war crimes. And yet every white liberal and their mother put a Ukrainian flag in their bio, in their name, still have it. 2 years later, they still talk about Ukraine, and none of them care about. And it's not like we're just bringing this up now. All the way back then, when the invasion happened, it was 6 months after a lot of the news from the West Bank was coming out about IDF soldiers killing Palestinians. It was like 5 or 6 months after that happened, and everyone was up in arms about the Ukrainian invasion. And we all said that while it is good that people are supporting Ukraine during this, they're only doing it because they're white, because we didn't see any of these people speak up when the Palestinians were being abused in the West Bank.
Yeah.
And I remember us saying that, and 2 years later, 2 years later, here we are, and it's the same thing. All these white liberals with Ukrainian flags in their bios are some of the most fascist, racist people I've ever seen when it comes to defending Palestinians. They just will not do it. It's kind of insane.
Yeah. Well, people will call people who criticize Israel like anti-Semitic and stuff. I just thought about this. Keep in mind, like Arabs are also Semites too. Like,
yeah, but I've
that's
seen that argument too. But I feel like the common usage of the word anti-Semitic is commonly used in terms of being racist towards Jews.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit of a semantic issue, but it's just always something I like to point out.
Yeah, because I've heard that argument recently, and I've always been like, yeah, but whenever you say anti-Semitic, you never think about the other Semitic religions.
Yeah,
That's
true. Maybe I'm full of shit.
Well, I've just seen it be like a semantic argument, and I've always been like, yeah, no, I get it, but we have better arguments to use in that debate.
Yeah, yeah, you might be right on that one.
But God, I feel like I had other political stuff. Let's talk about something fun.
Yeah.
God, I don't even know. This is one of the issues I run into with the podcast when it's just me. Is I don't know.
Do you have anything fun in mind?
I didn't write anything fun in the doc.
What's fun? What are good, fun things happening in the world right now?
Sheesh. Oh, I have something depressing.
Yeah. What is it?
So, speaking about the immigration thing.
Yeah.
God, what was it? Oh. So, speaking of immigration, I'm sure you've seen where that woman on the UGA campus was murdered, and they arrested a Venezuelan national who was here illegally, and immediately Brian Kemp comes out and posts that stupid shit about this is why we need to close the border. And a Venezuelan national made it all the way here, and he just senselessly murdered, even though the dude is only arrested. I don't think they've even put him on trial yet or anything, at least at the time that he made that statement. And I'm like, one, I want to see the motive that they have. I want to see the reason why he did it, all of that, because they have not given us any of that info. All they've given is that they arrested a suspect. I'm not saying he didn't do it, but the speed at which they arrested him and the fact that they still have not given a motive,
and the fact that he's an illegal immigrant. I mean, they'll arrest illegal immigrants for anything.
Yeah, I'm only slightly skeptical, and it's horrible that she was murdered, and I'm not saying it wasn't. But I think immediately coming to the conclusion, this is why we need to shove every illegal immigrant out of the country. It's like, we actually have a perfect example of what happens when you do that, and it's Florida, when Ron DeSantis was like, every undocumented immigrant here is going to get shipped out of the country if we catch you. Look at how many grocery stores, how many farms, all these industries that just immediately died in Florida.
Oh yeah. Well, what's funny is that you can say stuff about these individual cases with illegal immigrants, but migrant crime is actually lower nationally than natural-born citizen crime, because think about it, on the macro scale, if you're an illegal immigrant and you commit a crime, your ass is getting deported.
Yeah.
So what do? You fly under the radar. I was going to say be a good citizen, but I guess it technically wouldn't be that. Be a good law-abiding person. Don't get yourself into any trouble. If you get hurt, call an Uber and not 911,
Yeah.
That's a huge incentive to fly under the radar. So it's nationally, a lot of immigrants, don't really commit crimes.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, people will find this one incident and they'll be like, we need to kick them all out,
Well, as a woman, you're far more likely to be murdered by a male in your household. And
I was going to say that's more likely.
You're far more likely to be killed by a white person than you are any other group. Yet when a white person kills someone, we don't all go, "Oh, white people, ah!" We don't do that.
Yeah.
But when a black person kills somebody, we go, oh, we need to reevaluate the fatherlessness in these homes or the drug epidemic or the blah, blah, blah. Oh, we
should reinstitute slavery.
Yeah. We need Jim Crow back. Oh. Or, you know, when a Hispanic person, whether they're here illegally or not, they kill somebody or they commit a crime, all of a sudden it's like, oh, we need to figure out the border crisis. And it's like, you are far more likely to be a victim of a crime that's perpetrated by a white person than any other group, yet we don't throw up the white people. We don't do that when that happens. Nor should we. We shouldn't be doing that about any group. You know, these are just people. It has far more to do with their socioeconomic conditions than it does what like ethnic group they're a part of.
Yeah. I was gonna say, keep in mind, crime is usually caused by like poverty, low incomes. You know, people got to steal. I don't know about like murder.
And
there are genuine people who are messed up and will kill somebody.
Yeah.
You know, but
yeah, because a lot of that crime committed by impoverished people, a lot of the crime stuff is theft. It's property crimes. You know.
Yeah.
Or drug crimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of it isn't even violent crime.
Yeah.
But you just throw them all in jail.
with a high bond, and then we keep them in a cell for 6 months, and then they finally go and make a plea deal. It's like, isn't it like 90% of the cases in this country are solved by plea agreements? Like Probably. They don't even go on trial.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, when you're staring down the barrel of like, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years.
Yeah.
It's like you're gonna take a plea, you know. I've never been charged with a violent crime, so I can't be sure, but I imagine I would take whatever deal I can get. So, what else we got?
Trying to find something on Twitter that I think would be fun and goofy to lighten the mood, because we never talk about anything fun.
Nothing fun's happening.
Yeah. Oh, God. Let's see if I can find something.
What are you looking for?
Something just fun. Something cool. I don't know. Tell a story.
A story?
Yeah, have you figured out your nightmare blunt rotation yet?
Let me say. Well, I can't say any political people because I already did that. I should have done my homework on that. Let me keep thinking. Who's like, we need somebody incredibly like socially inept. I thought about Joe Rogan.
But he'd be fun.
He'll probably just start spewing like misinformation about how we never landed on the moon or something. Well, even I don't know. It even depends on what you call a nightmare rotation, because I don't know. Like, some of these people would be so amazingly awful that it'd almost kind of be enjoyable. And, hearing Joe Rogan talk about lizard people or something, that would kind of be amazing. I would almost say Elon Musk, because hopefully he would say something that would be like a giant PR disaster.
Yeah.
And I would just want to witness that in person. Remember when he said go fuck yourself to all his advertisers?
Yeah.
On national TV,
and now they've all pulled out.
Yeah, and the dude doing the interview was like visibly shocked. He was like, I don't know what to do about that, but it's gonna be hilarious when Bob Iger buys X for like $2 million or something. after it's lost like all its value.
That would be kind of funny.
That would be hilarious.
My God. Here, let's talk about interesting. The CDC says now you only have to isolate yourself for 5 days if you have COVID.
Isn't there a new COVID variant?
I think so.
Like another new one?
Like a lighter version, I think.
COVID light.
COVID light. COVID Omega.
I honestly haven't even been keeping up with like COVID spread rates. I I would say I imagine it's slowed down, but a lot of people are traveling and stuff. In Texas, when that solar eclipse is going to happen, I'm almost tempted to think that might cause a lot of COVID and stuff to spread around because, like, traffic's going to get messed up. I think they said that, like, the local area's population is going to, like, double. So, like, I don't, good luck containing the spread of diseases, and it's going to be a bunch of people, like, crowded around watching the eclipse and stuff.
Yeah.
But I remember back when COVID was the worst, where it was, like, basically a 9/11 every day.
Yeah.
I hope it's not
remember
anywhere.
we used to say that every 2 days it'd be a new 9/11.
Yeah, let me look at COVID-19. I guess cases U.S.
The U.S. is going to be doing airdrop to Gaza.
They are doing it?
They're going to airdrop food and supplies into Gaza, according to Joe Biden 2 hours ago.
Yeah, while we bomb them.
Yeah. Hey, we keep paying for the bombs and bullets, Jack, but we're going to give you a sandwich.
This is interesting. I didn't even know. Apparently, at least as of the past week, only about 7% of people who get tested for COVID are actually positive.
Weird.
Well, I guess, you feel kind of sick and you don't want to be worried about it, so you just go get tested.
Yeah.
But even then, like, I remember when there was a big issue with, like, how reliable are the tests, actually, because there were, like, false positives and false negatives kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so COVID is going down. Oh, wow. Trend in hospital admissions. It's down 10% from almost 7 million.
Wow.
Well, that's like total at this point. That's insane.
Here, real quick, can I have you talk to the people while I go pee?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Who's on?
I don't know, but just speak your truth, dude. Just speak your truth. Talk about
unleash.
Talk about something you're interested in. Something specific to you.
What am I interested in? I got to think about something. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I got a cool knick-knack. Hang on, I'll show people that. Hang on, I'm looking for my cool knick-knack, everyone. Can't find the knick-knack, guys. But I'm not telling any one of you what it is. That'll remain a mystery. Let's keep looking at these COVID numbers. Hang on. Where was that at? I can't believe it was 6 million. Let's see. I wish Discord, I don't know if Discord can do this, but I wish I could share my screen. So you guys could see what I'm looking at. But I barely know how to use Discord anyway, so I don't even know if you can do that. You might be able to do that. I was just seeing on whether or not there's a way that, like, I can share my screen on Discord, because, I barely know how to use it.
Yeah.
But,
if you...
I'm still looking at these... Huh?
If you share your screen, I'll cut to it.
Well, I didn't really have anything particular I wanted to show.
Oh.
I was just thinking about it. I'm still looking at these COVID numbers. I'm trying to see, like, which state is the worst. Oh, these aren't, like, fatalities and stuff. Okay, this is just, like, test positivity.
I think I'm starting to feel the caffeine come down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you have a coffee?
Yeah, I had a caramel latte with Irish cream cold foam on it.
Got it from Starbucks.
No, I didn't get it from Starbucks. But
Your boycott.
but I think because I was like, damn, I have a lot of energy. What's going on? And then I realized it's because I'm hopped up on caffeine.
Mhm.
But
Maybe I need a coffee. I like woke up from my nap as soon as the stream was gonna start, so I was like half dead. I was like, maybe I should start drinking coffee. I just don't like the taste of coffee.
it depends on what you put in it. I hate plain coffee, like black coffee, but
Yeah,
but I usually can flavor it in a way that makes it taste pretty good.
I've just kind of given up because even when it's like a half and half of like, I'll just completely bomb it in creamer. It's like if there's any coffee taste in there, I won't. It's
Yeah.
funny because I used to work at a Starbucks and I didn't drink coffee.
Well, Keurig coffee tastes like ass. Now that I've had actual espresso coffee.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I know some people go crazy with coffee. They know all the different like versions and where the beans came from and all that stuff.
Yeah, not to sound like a snob, but like actual espresso coffee, it's good. Like even because whenever I get it with like just a couple pumps of like syrup and some like almond milk in it. That's it. No creamer. None of that. Just 2 pumps of syrup, some almond milk, and like maybe some cold foam on the top. It's perfect. Because the espresso itself tastes good. But like Keurig coffee tastes burnt. Keurig coffee tastes like if you roasted it over a fire and burnt the shit out of it. And then tried to drink it. Which sucks because I bought a Keurig. That's the thing that sucks. I bought a Keurig. It's right there. Like I here. Let me see if I can what did I just do? I thought I cut to my webcam. Here. It's literally that white thing right here. Next to the purple sheet.
Oh.
Yeah, it's my Keurig. I paid like $150 for that thing and it fucking sucks. I have to like drown my coffee in creamer.
So it doesn't matter what kind of coffee you put in it?
No, because it all tastes like burnt trash. It's so bad. The only thing I use it for now is because even the little hot chocolate K-cups suck. But like if I make tea, I don't put a K-cup in it. I just let the hot water go into the cup because I have a tea bag in it. Or if I want, I have these chai latte K-cups. Those are really good. Surprisingly, those are good. Those are good for like a sore throat if you're sick. Put a little bit of honey in it, and get the chai tea in it.
That reminds me, at Starbucks, we had this drink. It was like mixed with tea and lemonade. It was called the honey citrus mint tea or the medicine ball.
Yeah,
it's also known by. Yeah, well, it was supposed to like help you when you're sick. And I was kind of a little skeptical because I'm like, it's just like lemonade, and I mean, I know people say tea has like properties to it, make you feel better. But I'm like, it's just Starbucks. And sure enough, I looked it up, and it's like it has absolutely like no medicinal value. And it's like the urge for me to tell that to customers was like unreal. Like
you were like, I'm trying to lose my job today, dog.
Yeah, I was just like holding back because people would ask me that directly, like,
yeah,
is this gonna make me feel better? I'm feeling sick, and I'm just like, yes.
The number one thing to feel better when you have a sore throat is honey and one of those like cold PMTs and maybe even throat coat, because those will open up your throat and make it feel better. Now, I was drinking it thinking, oh, it'll make me feel better, and nothing was happening. And I was like, what's going on this time? Why isn't it working? It's because I had strep. And that shit does not go away with tea alone. I had to get like antibiotics and stuff. But
I honestly cannot remember the. Wait. I was saying something. I got distracted by a news headline. After Whites only party of Russia's and Ukrainians told to leave Sri Lanka. Okay, that's crazy. But anyway, T. I don't know. Apparently, Sri Lanka had some kind of like whites only political party, and they got told to fuck off. I guess that's
Wow.
good. There's something positive. we told the Nazis to go fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah, we doesn't Germany do
do
that
well.
like on a yearly basis? Some Nazi adjacent party tries to form, and then Germany's like, no.
Yeah, I'll give them that. I mean, they're definitely tougher on that stuff than we are.
Well, yeah, because they don't have First Amendment freedoms like we do.
Yeah, I was gonna
Here
say
it's
maybe,
illegal.
Yeah, might run into some issues there, but I had an idea for something different we could do that does involve stuff that I'm doing. I don't know if it's too late to do it now because we're already like an hour in. But
I don't mind.
So I told you how I'm working on this like the sci-fi universe.
Yeah.
For like a story that I eventually want to tell, and I was really thinking we could just have like sessions where we just kind of spitball and like get creative and I guess just come up with stuff for that because I've had all these iterations of something that I'll try and make. I have this one. I've been trying to. You see this hair? I've been trying to fix this the whole stream. It keeps coming out. And I look ridiculous.
That's what makes us the perfect curly haired people. We all have that one hair. Like all of this, I have to like shove into the headphone, or else it'll just be in my face the entire time. Like here, let me show you. If I don't fix this, it'll literally just start slowly coming down like this.
I was gonna say, dude, mine's like twice as long as yours. It's like way worse for me. I have to have it up like all the time. I think you got a ghost in your room or something. Somebody just closed the door.
No, it's the window's open and it's really stormy here, so it pushes the air pressure out and shuts the door.
Wait, your window? Wait. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Wait a minute, Dane. I see that sunlight coming from your window.
Yo, I'm trying to investigate some shit. Yo,
investigate what?
I'm doing what you just did, where you're like looking deep into my camera.
Oh,
that door just closed back there. What's going on with that?
See that sunlight coming out of your window?
Yo, I see what
it's not storming.
No, it's pretty stormy outside right now, and the wind is blowing pretty hard.
Oh, is it actually?
Yeah, we're in the middle of the jet stream right now. So
really?
Yeah, so right now it's like that's why Illinois just had a bunch of tornadoes like 3 nights ago, because the jet stream right now is going like this, right up on Illinois, so it's causing a bunch of tornadoes, and we're in the downward part of it.
Well, isn't Tornado Alley literally like moving?
Tornado Alley is all of the Midwest, and then we're Dixie Alley. So
well, I saw some reports on it of. Well, I guess if we're Dixie Alley, I guess that might be its own thing. But people are talking about Tornado Alley like sliding south. It's like all the tornadoes are going down here, I guess. I don't know what's going on.
Well, Dixie Alley has a consistent all year round tornado season that gets worse during this time of the year, while Tornado Alley only has major tornadoes in the first half of the year and not really many in the second half. But they just have more devastating ones. We have more consistent like EF 3s and 2s with occasional 4s, but they're all year round. Tornado Alley has like 4s and 5s far more often, but only during certain parts of the year.
Do we know what EF rating was the one that hit our hometown?
EF4.
So wait, we can...
Yeah, without saying the name of it, it was an EF4.
Damn.
Yeah. Which our insurance company tried to be like, oh, it's just a little gust of wind. We don't have to fix your roof. Remember everybody else in our neighborhood getting their roof fixed at the same time by their home insurance?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember how we had a tarp on our roof for like a year because our insurance was like, no, it's just a little gust of wind. It's like, then why is everybody else around here getting their roof replaced?
Insurance companies when they have to cover things for people.
Me when I pay the insurance company to do their job and then they don't do their job and then I question why I'm paying them in the first place.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Minimum capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were really lucky. Like that could have flattened the whole neighborhood basically.
It almost
I think
did.
it was because it touched down. I was thinking because it touched down in the trees, so that I guess kind of broke it up a little bit.
So here's what it did. It hit the downtown area. Then it kept going and ripped through a lot of that area, and then it jumped the interstate and like grew in size while it was doing that.
I remember. Okay.
And then it
That's
came towards us.
I remember. Yeah.
And it got more powerful, and then once it ripped through us in the next few neighborhoods, it weakened enough where when it hit, I can say it, when it hit that city and the city next to it, then then it ended up being way weaker, so it didn't devastate as much.
I remember because I was always confused when people said it jumped the highway because people were saying there was two. So I guess when that happened, people thought it was like a second tornado or something because I was always like, where was the other one?
Yeah. Also, when I go back in the edit for this, I'm gonna have to censor that. Where I said the name of the city. Yeah. Fuck. I do that too much.
Yeah.
But,
I have to remember, like, I'm on a stream. I don't want to out on my personal information.
I fuck it up sometimes, but usually only when I'm recording. So this is my first live fuck up.
Can you pull up the clip of my name is Walter Hardwell White. I live on.
Yeah, me as soon as I go live, my name is Walter Hardwell White. I live it.
I gotta memorize that for the bit. That little.
Hi, my name is blah blah blink, and I live at 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue.
That show was really good. Have you actually ever seen Breaking Bad?
Bits and pieces.
Memes aside, it's actually really good. I committed the sin of starting it with my friend, and then he was like, "All right, we're gonna come back tomorrow and watch the next episode." And then I come back and I'm on like a different season. Don't ever watch a TV show with me, because if I like it, I'm gone.
I've done that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only full episode of Breaking Bad I've ever watched is the Fly episode. When the Fly gets into the meth lab that Gus gives them. You remember that?
Sorry, I got distracted. What?
Do you remember the episode of Breaking Bad where the whole episode is centered around the fact that a fly got into the lab? And they spend the whole episode trying to kill it?
I should probably rewatch that show because there was a lot that I don't remember.
It's the only episode I've seen in full. Like,
did you like it?
Yeah, I did. But I already know what happens in the show. I already know all the major plot points and everything.
Yeah, it's kind of so ubiquitous. It's like, how do you avoid?
I've watched clips. I just watch the clips. It's the Gen Z way of watching an old show. You just watch a bunch of broken up clips and you piece it together. And then you watch clips
and then you look at the comment section.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the moment when Walter White became Walter White. Like that meme.
Dude, I've noticed with like kind of TikTok and like shorts, it's like the urge to put like Sigma edit music over everything. It's like it's really getting on my nerves, bro.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like all I want to do is watch a movie clip or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
While we were talking about Texas, did you hear about this wildfire?
No.
I think it's still going on. It's the second largest wildfire in Texas history. Damaged more than 900,000. Over 1 million acres now. And it's only 5% contained. Oh my god.
Where is it?
Let me see. The name of the fire is called the Smokehouse Creek Fire. I don't know if that's named after where it started. Oh my god, it's spreading into Oklahoma.
Oh wow.
That's bad. I want to see if I can find pictures of this. Hang on.
It's on the Texas Panhandle. Like exclusively.
It's funny because I don't even know what part of Texas that is.
It's the top. You know how Texas looks like this?
Yeah.
It's on this part.
Okay.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see it. I'm gonna have to hang on. Let me see if I can find some pictures. Well, it's funny because when I was on my way here, I saw it looked like a bunch of like burnt land. And we did drive down. No, but we did see a lot of smoke. But it's like, I don't know what was going on. I don't think I saw that wildfire though, because we came in from the north, so we might have.
So usually, if you see burnt land like that, it's a controlled forest fire where they burn all the brush. Because we recently went on a hike, and a lot of the trail on the right side of the national forest we were in, or in the state park that we were in, a lot of it was control burned. So it smelled like smoke, and the ground was black. But
yeah, well, I thought that too, maybe because it was around like some hunting grounds that we drove through.
Yeah.
So.
Beep.
Long day out here.
Beep, beep.
Glad we didn't have any assholes on motorcycles coming in. Glad I really like fans, because I usually keep my fans so loud in my room that I can't hear any of it anyway.
Yeah.
Check out.
Here you go. I'll pull it up on the screen for you. That's from today. That's at 6 a.m. Eastern time.
The dark orange is the area of effect. Is that the fire, or is that just the risk assessment?
This is the risk assessment.
Mm.
But this is from 5:48 in the morning Central Time. So I'm sure it's gotten worse.
Are those blocks counties, or?
I think it's just the coordinates.
Just the.
Or is it? Because these blocks are bigger. So.
I don't know. I know out in the South and the Midwest, everything just turns into blocks.
Yeah, because they kind of give up after the colony thing.
They gave up on that on districting and everything.
Yeah. It's like Georgia looks all messed up, and then you look at Texas, and it's like 2 blocks with a weird, funky thing on the end of it.
Yeah, like if I lived in if I lived in I don't know, isn't Colorado like block shaped?
Colorado, I believe, is quite literally just a square.
It's like if I lived there, I wouldn't even be able to find it on a map.
Yeah. Wyoming is a perfect rectangle.
Really?
Yeah. You notice how all the states out west are like bigger?
Yeah.
Because they were all territories, so they were like, oh, fuck it, just make it a state. But there's like no one living there.
Oh yeah, that didn't even hit me.
Yeah. It's just there's like nobody there.
Yeah. I think it's gotta be just because it's not near the coast, right?
I guess. I mean, well, with the colonies and the original 13 states, they look all weird because they were already drawn up as colonies.
Yeah.
So there wasn't much of an option.
Well, I'm thinking about like the industry and stuff, like when we drove through Alabama, and it's like there's so much industry there.
Yeah.
It's like, how is this like the poorest state? I think it is the poorest state, right? Or is that Mississippi or Louisiana? I don't remember which one. I
believe Mississippi is the poorest state.
Yeah, it looked like a ton of like steel and mining.
Yeah.
I don't know, they stay broke. Probably the IFV ruling.
The IVF.
Probably the massive brain drain because Republicans are like turning into a shithole. Like everyone with a brain is leaving. That's actually a problem though. Like I'm not kidding. Like there's literally like a brain drain problem, and in Florida, some states like that, it's like they don't know what to do because all the smart people are leaving. I wonder where they're going though.
trying to look and see if there's any updates, but of course the National Weather Service is 5 years behind on any current information.
Well, let me see if I can find a map. Smokehouse Creek fire map.
Texas Division of Emergency Management. Let's see if they got anything.
Oh, I see it.
3 hours ago from the Texas A&M Forest Service, potential for wildfire activity will increase again for the Plains region.
Yeah, and they said it's literally only 5% contained.
Jesus.
That's climate change for you.
Yeah. It's also inefficiency of government agencies for you.
Yeah.
Let's not give any money to these guys, and then we have them fight one of the deadliest forest fires we've had in state history. And in fact,
gotta keep funding ICE, Dane.
Yeah, in fact, it's actually the largest wildfire in state history. So.
Oh yeah, for a while it was just a second. I was gonna
you
say,
made it there just in time.
Yay!
Woo! I made it to the biggest wildfire.
I should go there just for the bid, I guess.
Do you want to see a picture from the 28th?
Sure.
Of some of the damage from just Thursday or Wednesday.
Sure. Wow.
Looks
yeah,
like
I know it rolled through like entire neighborhoods.
Yeah.
That's insane. Can we talk about like American infrastructure? Like,
and how garbage it is?
I came halfway around. Well, for me, I'm just like that too, but I'm just thinking of like the city planning element.
Yeah.
And like just everything just being like restaurants and stuff like this. Like I'm halfway across the country, but I still feel like I never went anywhere.
Yeah.
Like there's still a fucking CVS on the corner next to the Waffle House. Like, everything's...
I used to be a huge interstate nerd where I studied how the interstate, like how it's numbered, how it worked, how it was built. And if you're wondering how it's numbered in a very specific way, where if it's running this way, it'll be an even number. If it's running this way, it'll be an odd number.
Oh.
And it goes bottom to top. It goes like 10 to 90 or something like that, bottom to top. And it goes like 5 to 95 left to right. And
let me know what you think about this. When we're talking about like the planning of America and stuff, I'm tempted to think that America's planned so poorly just because, when you look at like Europe, they had like thousands of years to kind of evolve and plan like organically. And, obviously with America, they just came in and kicked everybody out.
It was a rush job.
People who already lived there. Do what?
It was like a rush job.
Yeah, so that's almost kind of what I was thinking about why it's so like terribly planned.
So,
but I don't know.
One of the things is that, like, so for instance, interstate highways, those were created when Dwight D. Eisenhower was president. So that's less than 100 years ago. And so what had to happen was that the reason why they look so weird and not just like straight lines is because people are living in those areas. So a lot of eminent domain, a lot of stuff like that, where, like, for instance, this was during the Jim Crow era, so there was a lot of racism involved. There's entire neighborhoods in, like, New York and in the South and in other places where, oh, you're a black neighborhood, we're just going to bulldoze straight through your neighborhood to build this interstate. And so it's a lot of that. It's a lot of, like, with eminent domain, you have to convince all these people that the government needs this land, will pay you equivalent to what it would cost to sell your land. If you give it to us to build these federal projects. And so that's why you'll see like you'll see a neighborhood with this one guy in the middle of it with all this land with his house on it, but he's surrounded by a suburban neighborhood. It's because he refused to give up his land. And you'll see highways that had to like build bridges over people and had to build around them. Well, with black communities, a lot of the time they would just rip straight through them. And
Well,
So-
maybe I misunderstood eminent domain because I thought you couldn't refuse.
I believe you can legally challenge it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe you can challenge
'cause I
the
thought it was-
validity of the government's necessity for that land. So, like the eminent domain we use to tear out Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, like to make room for that. We used eminent domain for that, and so I believe you can legally challenge the validity of the government's need for that area. But a lot of the time you'll lose those cases because it's the government ruling in favor of itself. It's like, let's be real.
Yeah. Good luck.
It's like, we need this big ass airport. It's like, well, you can't really argue against that because the government is going to want the airport no matter what. Either they build it around you. Yeah, either they build it around you or they build it over you. It's like, it's not going to matter. And plus, usually it doesn't make any sense to refuse it either. Because the financial incentive outweighs a lot of the time the land incentive for you to keep that property. You usually make a lot more money just giving them the land than you will staying there.
Well, I was gonna say, and I guess this depends on if you're black or white. But I was gonna say, do they actually pay you the amount of like that your land is worth?
Most of the
I know
time.
you're talking about. So I know if you were talking about if they're a black neighborhood in the 40s or something, they'll just steamroll right through it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, eminent domain is used so sparingly that like it's only really used for road projects, for airports, stadiums, big shit. Nothing like if they want like a city hall building, they're just going to buy a building nearby and convert it to a government building. They're not going to go they're not going to go through the trouble of spending a $250 million on uprooting this entire community because they want to build like a tax building. It's just not worth it. So they use eminent domain very sparingly. But like in terms of the interstate system, in terms of the in terms of like airports and other projects that may be somewhat privately owned but are for public consumption, they'll use eminent domain. But that's why America looks so fucked, because it's like stuff was already here. We have a lot more terrain diversity than Europe has. Europe is very flat in a lot of areas. America is very mountainous, hilly. The native communities that already lived here when we got here. It's a whole lot of stuff. Like colonies looked the way they did based on the way that their charters were written up. Alabama and Mississippi look the way they do because of the way that the land treaty was signed with the Native Americans, where they gave up these regions, and Georgia was one massive like super colony, and then the federal law split it into 3 separate states, and so that's why Mississippi and Alabama look the way that they do.
I was wondering about that because I was like, it all kind of looks like pieces of the same shape.
Yeah. Here, let me.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was wondering about that.
Let me see if I can look it up.
Yeah. Super Alabama.
Yeah, super Alabama. I wonder if I typed that in correctly to look this up. I'm just getting a bunch of football stuff. If you look at really old maps, you'll see see that Georgia was Alabama and Mississippi at one point. I think what it was it was split up by the Louisiana, like, the Appalachian line of like the colonists can't go farther than this line.
Oh yeah, they can't go. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I remember that in 9th grade history class.
So here, can you still see my? Yeah, you can. So here's pretty much the Carolina charter is what this looked like.
Oh.
Yeah. The states used to be way bigger, but
why? I don't get. I'll have to. I guess I just don't know enough about the charter itself, like the conditions around it.
It's a lot of charters with governors that were from the British Empire that owned these colonies that would sign these charters under a lot of coercion. These charters or under false pretenses. with these native communities, and they would get all this land. And then when England made its whole "you can't go past the Appalachian Mountains" charter that it did, then it essentially became this, because the Appalachian Mountains passed through here on this line. So when you couldn't go any farther west, then it broke all these states apart. And then later, when we became a country, we would kind of create the borders for these places. It's all around like old lines drawn by the British Empire and the native communities.
By people who've never even been there.
Yeah. So, that's a lot of the reason why America looks so fucked, especially on the eastern part of the country. Once you go farther out west, a lot of those areas were kind of colonized and turned into territories in a lot more of an even way, where you can tell what was won from Mexico and what wasn't. Because like I said before, Wyoming is just a box, while Texas is like this weird hand looking thing that looks like this pretty much. And
I was gonna say they used to own basically all of Texas.
And like Oklahoma looks the way it does because of slavery, where it has that little like weird handle and it looks like a pot. The handle part is because of slavery.
Wait, what's the deal with that?
So Oklahoma has a panhandle because of the way that I it's hard for me to recall all this information without a source in front of me, but slavery line.
I'm looking it up. But you can keep saying.
The 3630 line pretty much determined that there had to be a part of Oklahoma that was slave free. It was a free state pretty much. Called No Man's Land. And so no one could legally own land in that strip of Oklahoma.
Right.
And it's all from like the Kansas-Nebraska Act and the Missouri Compromise. It's all carved out because of that.
Well, that makes me wonder if the Texas panhandle was a similar thing.
I think it's just because of the way that Mexico owned the land, and then it got divvied up amongst people when we took it over. But yeah, that's why Europe looks the way it does versus the way America looks, where America's like very not planned out and very like half-assed.
I was gonna say like with Europe, the roads are strictly like transits, but they're almost kind of like railways, and that they're just like these transit links between larger cities and stuff. And like when we pave a road, we just slap down any building along the road and parking lots and everything that just anything we can fit.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like I said, it's like I'm halfway across the country, and I feel like I'm in the same place. It's like even when we were driving through the South, it kind of all just blends together.
Dude, the South looks like shit.
I mean, there are definitely more interesting areas, like basically the entirety of Louisiana that we drove through. It was just like a boring, flat nightmare.
Yeah.
But
so
pretty.
I brought up interstates because Texas has a very unique. So the way that interstates were built is that the federal government had a certain amount of money for the interstates, and they would divvy it amongst the states based on what they needed to build these interstate systems. But they're federally funded, state controlled interstate roads. And if they went beyond their budget per state, then that's why like toll roads would exist, or your taxes would go towards expanding it and stuff like that.
Paving the roads.
Yeah. So Texas has a system where I'm sure you might have seen it by now, where if you're on the interstate and you get off on an exit, there's these weird roads that are like parallel with it that all kind of connect to each exit. Like if you're in like the industrial like Strode area of Texas, where there's like restaurants everywhere.
That's the word, Strode.
Yeah, where there's like roads, where there's roads parallel to the interstate that act as like exit access roads. It's this really bizarre thing that makes Texas unique from the rest of the interstate system.
I saw a couple of places like that, and I was wondering what was up with that.
Yeah. It's like a Texas specific thing. You won't really see that anywhere else.
Yeah. Well, I can't even be sure that it's like when you pay the toll road is the money even going to the right place?
Yeah. Have you noticed how in a lot of southern states, especially across I-20, that when you exit Georgia, it becomes a two-lane road?
I don't think I consciously noticed that. But.
So a lot of the interstates across the Bible Belt were, let's just say that the funding didn't necessarily reach the interstate program a lot of the time. So the bare minimum to qualify as a federal interstate is you have to be a 2-lane on each side road with a high speed limit and exits. So the reason why when you're in Georgia on I-20, a lot of the interstate are like 3 or 4 lanes because it's very well funded to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
And also the interstate is built in blocks. That's why you'll hear like the as you're driving.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you get to Alabama, it's just a paved concrete road like any other road. And it's 2 lanes wide. Some parts are 3 lanes when you're heading towards Birmingham, but a lot of it is just 2 lanes. It's because it's like the bare minimum for an interstate you could build. And it's paved like a normal road.
Yeah. And even then, like, that's embarrassing. But I was thinking about, when you were talking about, like, divvying it up based on what each state needs. It's like it kind of makes sense that, like, the interstates in, I don't know, like, Florida or Georgia, would be a lot, more up to snuff than Alabama.
Yeah.
But then again, when you get over to, like, Louisiana, it's like a 2-lane road's all you need because nobody lives there. So... Yeah. But at least don't pave it like a normal road, I guess.
But yes, that's why interstates are the way that they are. Little history lesson from this moron over here that is like at autistic levels of obsessed with interstate highway systems,
with roads and roads.
No,
I remember that.
What?
Well, I remember I saw, I don't remember what YouTube channel it was, but I saw this video about Strodes.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
If you're into that stuff, I wonder if you've seen the video that I've seen. I'll have to find it. I'll send it to you. But that really kind of opened my eyes to just what we could have instead of, what we do. In terms of infrastructure.
Is the guy hosting it a guy in like an orange high-vis jacket just walking on the sidewalk talking about it?
Well, I didn't it was just one of those like video essay type things, so I didn't like see the guy who was commentating, but I'll find that. Tell you what, let me just look right now.
There's a guy that goes out onto the roads themselves with like a high-vis jacket on and talks about it on the actual road. But
the channel that I'm looking at is called Not Just Bikes. It's a pretty big video. It got 7 million views. But I mean, the thumbnail just tells you everything you know. Like everywhere, it's just a bunch of signs with corporate logos on them.
Yeah, I've seen this guy.
Eventually, it all just kind of blends together.
He makes videos about one more lane and like all that stuff. Yeah, no, I've watched him before. It's where I learned about the Strode stuff and how like intersections work.
Well, he has a couple videos of like the best planned areas. Doesn't say what it is.
Yeah, here, Strodes are ugly, expensive, and dangerous, and they're everywhere. That's the video that I watched about Strodes. It's his most popular one.
I'm wondering, I assume just because they're just not efficient, but I wonder what about it makes it like expensive.
What, Strodes?
Yeah, because I imagine it's just because they're not efficient and you're not exactly saving money planning stuff like that. But I'm wondering what about it's actually expensive to maintain.
City planning, and it's made with bad material, so it ends up causing like potholes and stuff like that all the time, and people drive on it a lot. You also have to install traffic lights every like 15 feet. that's the other thing is like traffic circles are far more safe and less expensive. So the upkeep is like keeping up with traffic lights because they break a lot. So maintenance on those, maintenance on the pressure plates that go into each intersection to tell the light when to turn green, all that kind of stuff. So it's, it's just a really expensive endeavor for not a very good payout. Another thing about the interstates I was going to say, here's how deep I am into it. You know how there's interstates like 285, the Atlanta bypass interstate that goes around it?
Yeah.
And then there's also something called 185, which is on the southern part of I-85, which leads you to like Pine Mountain and all those places, like Great Wolf Lodge and LaGrange. So the number, when it's a 3-digit highway, the first number tells you whether or not it loops back on itself, and the second number is what interstate it's branching off of. So 285 branches off of 85 and eventually meets back up with 85 at some point. So that's what that's what the 2 is for. 185 branches off of I-85 and just ends. It never comes back. That's what the 1 is for. It doesn't loop back to itself at all. But the 85 in both of those numbers is because it branches off of I-85.
That's really interesting.
That's why it's
I figured I figured they had some kind of naming convention for it. Because obviously, plenty of cities have streets and avenues and stuff.
So
I really thought it was just, I never really thought about it, but I really just thought it was consecutive of which ones they built first. I'm going to say they built 285 of them.
So then that brings up, why isn't there a 275? Because the bypass also connects to I-75. Well, in Florida, 275 splits off of I-75, goes through Tampa, goes through St. Petersburg, all those places, then loops back to I-75 farther down the peninsula. That's why there's a 275 in Florida and a 285 in Georgia. So that one loops. It's basically like a bypass that loops through the islands off the coast and then back into itself. It's where the Sunshine Skyway Bridge passes, all that stuff. See how deep into it I am?
Yeah. I'm on board with it, though. I like talking. That'll actually probably help me navigate when I'm driving better, if anything.
It kind of does. Like I-20 goes west to east, east to west. It's horizontal, so it passes through the city and everything. But it kind of helps you understand. I-10 goes along the panhandle of Florida and through the top part, like Tallahassee and Panama City Beach and all that. It kind of helps you understand what's where is what. 85 goes all the way up the east and ends in Virginia, I think, or Pennsylvania. And then I-95 starts in Pennsylvania and goes up.
Yeah, and anything that can help me make sense of the nightmare that is American roads.
Yeah.
I'll take any of that.
So then I-85 goes south into Montgomery, I believe, and then turns into I-65. So that's how much I know about all this. Because it's nice to know when you're going somewhere where what leads.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get into that more. This dude is still calling me. What were you gonna say?
I don't remember why I looked all this stuff up, by the way. I don't remember what started this.
I'm just always looking up random shit. But this dude is still calling me. I told you at the beginning of my virus protection guy. He was from McAfee. I don't know what happened. I remember this was in the headlines months ago. What happened with the McAfee guy being found dead in a prison in Spain or something? Did you hear about that?
So that guy has so much lore. He lived on a compound. He lived on a compound in South America. He allegedly was committing a lot of horrific crimes, but that's not a major part of his story. But it's definitely one of the sore points of it. He kept saying, if you see where I've committed suicide, I didn't. Basically after Epstein died, he kept saying that.
What?
And then eventually he was
trafficking? Human trafficking?
Kind of like a slave situation. He had like embedded himself into this local community. He was nuts, by the way. He was found dead, but like it was after he had basically said, if it looks like I committed suicide, I didn't. Like an Epstein situation.
I knew there was a lot of lore to that.
Yeah, he's nuts.
Yeah, but it was kind of scary because when that guy was working on when he was trying to diagnose what was wrong with my computer, I mean, granted, we had to go through like, to give him permission and stuff, but he was basically like using my computer remotely.
TeamViewer and stuff like that?
Yeah, something. It was called something like that. It was kind of terrifying. He basically just like hijacked my computer.
You gotta uninstall that.
Oh yeah, I did. I actually, now that I'm talking about it and slightly paranoid about it, I should probably make sure that I did. I'm like, because he told me to uninstall it after, so I'm sure I was like, yeah. But now that I think about it, even just the thought of having a program on my computer to where somebody could just hijack it.
He said it's a guy from an antivirus software. Hold on, I can't hear you anymore. Hold on, let me see if... Are you speaking? Oh shit. I think you deactivated your mic. Check and see if your mic is still the internal one. Or maybe leave the call and rejoin it. Oh my god. That's so funny. You there?
How about now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I opened my task manager. I bet that was it.
Maybe.
As I hit Control-Alt-Delete. I don't know why I did that, but I was gonna open my task manager to see if I could find that.
Turn your webcam back on, and I'll help you uninstall it if you need to check.
Well, I think I know. Don't you just go to Control Panel and it should be there?
Yeah, Control Panel, programs and features. Yeah, if it's not there, then it should be fine.
Yeah, I just made myself paranoid about it. Programs and features? Oh.
Yeah, here, let me look.
Okay. Uninstall program.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we should be good.
Yeah,
I should probably get rid of...
Huh?
Say what? Oh, I was just saying I should probably get rid of Overwolf and RSI launcher. So I have all these like launchers from games that I never played. I wonder if I can still refund Star Citizen through the RSI launcher.
How long has it been since you bought it?
Oh god, like a year. I bought it to play with one of my old friends. And I played it for like 5 seconds. And I was like, this isn't really a game. Like, you walk around and do stuff, but I don't know, it just felt like really unpolished. And it also barely ran on my laptop. I don't know what I was thinking.
I felt that. I wish I could get a refund on Need for Speed, because that game was broken the moment I installed it.
What was wrong with it?
It stuck me in some weird thing where I could only see behind me. And I couldn't do anything on there other than just drive while facing the wrong direction. And everyone on the subreddit was like, just uninstall the game and reinstall it. And I was like, that game was like 70 fucking gigabytes. Hell no, I'm not going to reinstall it. So I just deleted it off my computer. But I only played it for like 30 minutes. But I had already owned it for like 5 months at that point. And I'm pretty sure I was outside the return window.
Yeah, I know, at least with Steam, I think, what is it, like a 2-hour limit or something?
Something like that.
That doesn't feel generous enough.
Well, like if you own it for longer than a certain amount of time, that also applies. So I think I've already owned it for too long.
Yeah, I probably have too. I forgot that I just had it sitting on my computer.
I'm trying to look
probably why
What?
Do what? I was just saying that's probably why my computer's having problems because I have a bunch of shit sitting on it that I need to get rid of.
Yeah.
Clear some of this stuff.
See if the Weather Channel's talking about Texas. Doesn't look like it.
They're not talking about it?
Doesn't look like it. Here, can you see this? They're just talking about New York. It's an ad for dishwashing soap.
I was gonna see. I just see an ad for dishwashing soap.
Yeah, doesn't look like they're
You
talking
on
about it right now.
you on YouTube?
No, I'm on a news website.
Oh. I just get everything off YouTube so that I don't have to pay for more than one subscription.
Dude, YouTube Premium is outrageously expensive. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've just been sucking it up because it's like I got the taste of not being bombarded by ads every 5 seconds, and it's like I just couldn't give it up, man.
Here, let me look into this because it's they increased the price, and then I guess for me it would be $9.99 a month because I'm grandfathered in. But the new membership is $13.99 a month.
I was gonna say mine. I remember when I got billed, mine was $13.99.
Well, I had YouTube Premium back in 2018, so I'm grandfathered into the old system. But I was talking about it on an old, not an old episode, but an episode from a while back about how the benefits are dog shit for the price. Because here, I'll pull it up for you to see. It's like, so it's $14 a month. All you get is ad-free. Okay. Yeah, not bad. Ad-free. Download videos offline, which is pretty much useless to anyone with an unlimited data plan. Background play, which you already get background play, by the way, on like every phone, including iPhone. The only benefit to that is being able to shut your screen off. Which, if you're listening to a podcast, you just go listen to it on another app at that point.
Yeah, well, even with the download videos, it's like literally the only time when I can think when that would be useful is like if you're on a plane and you can't use the Wi-Fi or something.
I guess, yeah. But how often are you on a plane?
That's what I'm saying. Like it would literally only be useful then.
So then you get ad-free YouTube music, which I would argue at this point most people already have a music app. And I've always said that if you get YouTube Music, you practically have to use a new account because my account is so old. Some of my music that's on YouTube Music are like old videos I liked when I was 15 years old. It's like that's how far back it goes. But yeah, so
you said like I never really got it for like the other benefits. I just didn't want ads, but like you were saying they were shit. So like what should we be expecting in terms of like benefits?
So back when YouTube Premium, formerly YouTube Red, was like $10 a month, you got ad-free, the background play, which wasn't really a thing on iPhones at the time. You still got YouTube Music because YouTube Music did exist at the time. And you also got YouTube Red Originals, shows that they would make with the money from YouTube Red and Premium.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't have that anymore. All those YouTube Originals are free to watch, whether you have a YouTube membership or not.
Damn.
So, because the reason why I used to have YouTube Premium is because of the downloads, because I didn't have unlimited data, and because of Vsauce Minefield, which was a YouTube Red original. So that's why, yeah, it was like a show that Vsauce made. So that's why I had YouTube Red and Premium, because I got like paywalled shows. But they don't do that anymore. Now the price is $4 more for way less.
Yeah.
What they should do is you get the same thing that Twitch Prime has, where you get one free Twitch Prime subscription, or YouTube membership subscription. You get one free, for that. I don't know, throw in some perks or something, like an animated profile picture or some crap like Discord has. I just feel like they could do so much more with it.
Well, they could.
That was kind of my argument back then.
They could theoretically try to make it more competitive. I don't think they get that, like, giving you more benefits for less, like, legitimately makes it more competitive.
That and maybe throw in like 1 or 2 YouTube TV channels of your choosing, but you only get like 2.
Yeah.
And you have to pick them at the beginning of the month, and every quarter you can change them. Like, have certain things in place.
What does YouTube really compete with? Because they're not like, guess. Well, I was gonna say, I guess maybe Twitch, because I mean they both do like streaming and.
Yeah.
But honestly, I've never used Twitch, so I don't even know like what to expect.
So in the live streaming space, Twitch is definitely their competitor because it's owned by Amazon, and it's like one of the biggest live streaming services out there. In terms of video platforms, I would argue maybe Rumble, but I don't think a lot of people really use Rumble to justify that. I think YouTube still goes pretty unopposed. I would say mostly Twitch in the live streaming part. But Twitch right now is kind of falling off. Like, you know how many Twitch streamers have gone over to YouTube? A lot of Twitch streamers...
What's happening with that? Because I've heard they have been kind of falling off.
So the new Twitch contracts with their top creators are like 50-50 splits instead of the old like 70-30. With it, when like Twitch takes like 30%, you get 70. Now it's more like 50-50 if you're like a full-blown Twitch exclusive. And now they're negotiating into their contracts that they can simulcast on YouTube. So they will Twitch stream and YouTube stream at the same time. And they'll also be able to stream on TikTok at the same time. And it's just Twitch like losing a lot of viewership. YouTube is easier to access live streams on because most people already have YouTube to watch videos. Twitch is exclusively live streaming, so it makes it harder to justify having a whole app on your phone for just watching live streams. Not a lot of people have time for that. So if you're streaming on YouTube, you could just casually watch it on YouTube if you're already on there. Or when the stream is over, the video is already on YouTube. Like, we're live on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking like I was saying about being more competitive. I almost think to the point where you beat your competitors, it's like that's the part where you just stop giving a shit, because it's like you're basically guaranteed revenue, and so it's like you don't even have to offer like better services or anything like that, because you've kind of beaten your competition at that point.
Yeah.
Dare I say, monopolized.
They've gone unopposed. Vimeo, Dailymotion, all of those have kind of failed. I would say, so I would actually amend what I said. I think YouTube has 2 major competitors that have nothing to do with the video uploading part. Live streaming
is weird.
It is weird. Yeah. If you want an illegal TV show rip, you pretty much go to Dailymotion.
Dailymotion. It's like a weird mix between YouTube and like a news site. Yeah. I guess like I don't know what they're trying to do there.
So I would say that on the live streaming front, Twitch is definitely competing with YouTube, which is why on YouTube, in recent months we've gotten the ability to see chat logs. We now have more moderating ability with YouTube. The encoding quality has gotten slightly better. Stuff like that. Like, we have YouTube memberships, super chats, all that stuff.
Now we got shorts.
So that's the other thing, is that they're competing with TikTok and Instagram Reels with shorts. So I would say YouTube Shorts used to be pretty busted. Like, you could upload a short and it would get like 4,000 views in a day. My most popular short is like a random shitpost short that I made before I came back to making videos. I just decided to upload a video of my face with the Among Us theme. and it got
That's your most popular.
yeah, it got and let me look. It got 3,100 views in like a 2-day span.
Great.
So now they're not as busted, but they're still pretty prevalent. I would say Instagram Reels and TikTok are definitely beating it out, though. Like, Instagram Reels is where you go to watch someone get killed by a car accident. TikTok is kind of just default, like how you get streamlined short form content. And I would say they're the most popular.
That's what I feel like. Instagram feels less streamlined. Because, like I said, it's like a coin toss of whether, like, each time I swipe, it's like a coin toss of whether I'm gonna see, like, just like some random shitpost meme, or like a Gazan family getting lit on fire by bombs or something. So it's like I just don't, and it's like my brain can't take that. You know, like that's why I said I have to keep I have to keep deleting Instagram because just like I can't do this, bro. Like
one of the things is like how many times I've watched a motorcyclist just get killed in a car accident. Like people do speed runs of how fast it takes them to see someone die on their Instagram Reels feed.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's kind of nuts, actually. Like how often you'll see that kind of stuff on there.
Well, that's the thing. People talk about like, oh, you know, this. I was watching a video about like the deep web.
Yeah.
The other day. And it's like, oh, the deep web is so scary, and you'll see this crazy stuff you won't find anywhere else. It's like all I have to do is open up Instagram for 5 seconds to see like the worst shit imaginable.
Seriously.
You can't even, and it's like you can't even regulate that because we know all these social medias have like huge bot problems and all that stuff. So it's like, how do you even crack down on that?
Exactly.
You know those content moderators that like literally their job is to just comb through all the like most horrible shit on Meta and Instagram and stuff.
I think they all got eviscerated during COVID. Do you remember when COVID started and all the Instagram employees went home and weren't told to do any work? And so Instagram was just unmoderated for like 4 months.
That's crazy.
At the beginning of COVID, they like sent all their moderation team and their developers home, but didn't require them to actually work on the app. So there was like people dying, people just like straight up streaming themselves, like doing horrific shit. It was so unregulated. Oh, I can't.
A couple of incidents like that of like crazy live streams and stuff.
Yeah.
You want to know? This is kind of an aside, but I want to talk about like stuff that needs to get taken down. I've been getting into a lot of. I've always been into like lolcow stuff on the internet.
Yeah.
You know, but I've been getting more into it. Do you know this dude, Daniel Larson?
Yeah, the homeless guy that keeps getting arrested over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, he's on YouTube. Like, I guess he keeps getting banned or something, but I literally am subscribed to him.
So,
and
he's really popular on TikTok. That's like his primary platform.
I knew that's where he kind of went big, but yeah, he does stuff on YouTube too. It's kind of unreal because I think he just got arrested and he's in jail now.
Yeah.
I think because he missed his court date or something. But yeah, this guy's on YouTube. It's like, you know, because this guy talks about like children and ways that you shouldn't. And he'll like dox people and stuff. And like I was just scrolling by and I saw something about that. But there's this other guy. Oh my god, do you know about Cyrax?
No.
Dude, I gotta show you a video on Cyrax. He's one of those people. It's where almost kind of like Chris Chan, where it's like some dude who already has like problems, being raised by like a horrible family. He looks like an actual caveman. Because he's like unkempt and disgusting, but he gets trolled a lot. There's honestly so much lore I really can't get into it like all. but I'll have to send you. Let me look. I'll have to send you a video on this guy. Oh my god, there's a new Cyrax content. Oh no!
What?
Cyrax's incest fetish? Oh god.
Oh god.
It gets worse every day. Fortunately, he doesn't have any siblings. Oh god. But no, I've been getting a lot into that stuff. I just need like new types of content every few weeks. You know.
Yeah.
Every few weeks I get bored of YouTube and I'm like, I need some new content to watch. I've been trying to stay away from YouTube and just social media in general.
Yeah.
I watched this video about how social media like fucks with like the reward mechanism in your brain.
Yeah, your dopamine.
Like you don't really have to do anything except for just kind of move your thumb around a little bit, to get that that mental reward.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe this is why I don't want to do anything.
That dopamine hit.
Like, yeah. But I pretty much just have Instagram to just check my DMs occasionally. So. Did you have anything else on the list?
Nah, I think I'm cooked. And he's dead.
Yeah, I might be cooked too. I can only sit on this chair for so long.
Well, we
feel like an old person.
We've been going for 2.5 hours.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting
that time exists.
What time it is over there because it must be 5 over there, right?
No, 7.
I keep forgetting if I'm ahead or behind.
6. So it's 6 o'clock here. It's 5 o'clock where you are.
Oh, okay. Yep. Well, there you go.
I noticed when you were sharing your screen. By the way, your computer is still set to Eastern time.
I know. I saw that. I didn't know how to fix it. I'm like, I'll look up how to. Oh wait, I can just right click and it says adjust time and day.
So you could also go to your settings and go to. Where is it? Go to time and
time.
Yeah, I mean you could, but there's something called time and language, and then you just change your time zone.
Oh, hang on. Oh, what time zone am I in?
You're in the central time zone. You're in the same. The way I'm able to remember is because you're in the same time zone as my mom.
Oh, okay.
So whatever time it is for her, it is for you.
Oh, okay. There, just fixed it. Okay. Dane coming in clutch, fixing my computer again.
So you ready?
I can't wait till I get more computer savvy.
It's fun. The only reason so I already knew about all the software stuff because I grew up using these things, but the actual hardware part, I learned it out of necessity because I had a bunch of parts and no one to build it, and I didn't want to pay somebody to build it, so I just taught myself how to build a computer.
Nice.
And now I'm like super into building computers. I'm way more in depth now with like troubleshooting them. It just all came out of necessity, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to be there eventually, especially when I start using, like DAWs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're using DAWs, a lot of RAM is key. A lot of RAM and it being a decent speed is like, that's the key to it. And a good CPU to control all of it.
Oh no!
Huh.
I just gleeked on my computer.
Oh shit!
You know what gleeking?
Yeah,
where you is?
All over the place.
Yeah. Oh god.
I mean, when
I knew a guy who could do that I knew a guy who could do that.
Ugh.
Like everybody else, I think it's just an accident. But I knew a dude who could just do it on command.
Sheik leak on me till I gluck. All right. Well, you want to sign us out for the podcast?
Sure. What's a piece of knowledge I know to end the day? People already in the roundabout have the right of way. So remember that, and don't crash because that's bad. And then if you crash, you'll die and you won't be able to watch our next stream.
It's actually very
That's
true. I didn't think
Very
about that
insightful.
aspect.
I just randomly thought about the time that I almost died because I didn't know people in the roundabout. Or, yeah, right. Just randomly thought about that.
Have you ever been in a double lane roundabout?
I'd never even seen one, honestly. I didn't know those were a thing.
There's one near me where you have to, like, when you get into the roundabout, you merge into the inner lane, and then when you're about to leave it, you merge into the exit lane.
That sounds like a fucking nightmare.
It is a nightmare. I hate it. I'm glad it's like a parking lot roundabout and not a main road roundabout, because I think I would die.
Yeah. Damn.
Well, all right. That's been Forbidden FM. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. And bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Yo, welcome back. Today I have the webcam. Big change. And I'm already starting it off good with a pause in my voice. I don't know if this is going to come out on 9/11. I guess I will put it out on 9/11 for many reasons. One of them pertains to the topic of the episode. The other one is just that it'd be kind of funny if I was wearing a Gulf War shirt on an episode released during 9/11. There's just a bit of like irony about that. So I wanted to do a vinyl tour, and it's been 3 years exact since I did a vinyl tour. I have acquired many more vinyls. I think I've only acquired, I want to say 1 this year, which is abysmal numbers. I just can't afford anything. So I'm going to do a vinyl tour, and I'm going to review the episode I did 3 years ago, my last vinyl tour. And I have it paused on this frame because my phone has not looked like this in forever. Look at it. It's like shedding the magnet around it, and it's all scratched on the bottom. It's all scratched on the bottom. The like borders around it are missing and all that. And then you go back and it's like perfect. All the rubber borders are still on it. No scratches. The magnet's still intact. I guarantee the screen looks pristine except for one scratch that I remember getting senior year, which was before this episode. Can my phone stop auto-detecting my face? Yeah, because I dropped it on the floor in the coding hallway. I say the coding hallway. There was more than just a coding class. It was the engineering hallway. There was like classes happening on that hallway. What is up with the mic? Stop moving. Is the mic always moving like this? I guess it is. That's really annoying. So yeah, I dropped it on the floor. And so yeah, it looks damn. So this was like the last episode I did until 2022. And I just realized how much I had already done by that point. Songs I talked about. I was promoting my music even back then. By the time this comes out, I will say, speaking of music, that on Friday, my Slowed and Reverb EP comes out. That's pretty cool. September 15th. It'll be on my Spotify, and it'll be in the description, I guess. So This was released September 11th, 2020, and it was, under the old name of the podcast, and I look totally different, and I'm awkward. This is my first ever solo episode, so of course I started with a cold open. Let me just critique right now. Let me turn it down. My intro song was always ungodly loud, and I will never understand why I let it be that loud. So here's the cold open. We walk in, sit down with a sandwich.
Welcome to the podcast. I'm eating a fucking sandwich on this.
Unnecessary swearing. That's another thing that I'm noticing. I'm really good at criticizing my old videos. Because I think ones like this are cringe. Sure, I'll look back on this episode and criticize my patchy beard and why I kept something like this on my face. Or I'll criticize how I'm talking like a narrator right now. So, I was pretty awkward. This was my first solo episode. That shirt doesn't even fit me anymore. I wear an XL. I think this shirt's a large. XL is minimum size shirt for me. Double XL is comfort shirt. But large, I can't even consider wearing one of my old large shirts. This shirt has not been worn in probably 2 years. So, in this episode, I review vinyl at some point. Do I have a timestamp? These are all the automatic chapters. Key moments.
And then we went up to Criminal Records and
it's so quiet.
Name dropped them. They're cool. Criminal Records is cool. Vinyl Frontier is where I got that vinyl. Criminal Records is where I like shopping the most. I don't know. Both are pretty good.
I'm talking about record stores that I visited. Gatekeep them, bro. Don't fucking talk about where you got vinyls. I don't even think I showed that many either. Look at how different the room looks. Is this in full resolution? It's not. I'm doing a bunch right now. My God. YouTube is struggling. It's probably because I'm the first one to watch this in 3 years. Look how, sort of different my room looks. I guess you can't really tell on the angle here. A lot of things are different in the room, especially the fridge placement and the crate placement. Wrong way. The crate is usually right here, and I've moved it for right now because I need it next to me to show off all the vinyl. And then the fridge is back here. Can't I point? The fridge is back here, and the record player is closer to me. They're flipped in the old setup, and also the giraffe is still in the background. I keep the giraffe in my bedroom now. So I'm going to grab a vinyl. It looks like I have the Post Malone one. So it's really cool copy of Beer Bongs and Bentleys that I found.
The art that's usually in here is not in it because I hung it up. But
I no longer have it hung up, by the way. I put it back inside the sleeve. I thought it was kind of cringe to have it outside of the sleeve like that. So I'm going to go over vinyls I have now. I guess. Damn, how many fucking times is this guy going to open up a mod loader for Terraria? Chill out. I'm closing Steam because of that. Oh my God. That was crazy. That dude opened up mod loader 3 times. So I want to watch a little bit more than this because this is crazy, how different it is.
Here's the Beer Bongs and Bentleys one.
If I wasn't eating a sandwich during this would be way more tolerable. If I wasn't eating a sandwich during the recording, it would be way more acceptable.
It's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Sorry if you're on audio. Go fuck yourself. I'm just kidding.
I said sorry if you're on audio. Go fuck yourself. Just kidding.
Inside's a dragon.
Wow, I picked that up pretty well actually on the captions.
That's
Inside is a dragon.
And then
Anyway, I'm sure you get the point. I'm eating a sandwich during it, which is really fucking cringe. I show off my drink. Holy shit. Dude, I'm going to town on this sandwich. Why am I buffering so much? Holy shit, bro. Go back. Why is this so slow? Hold on, I gotta see me devour this sandwich. Dude, this poor sandwich and its family.
that shit does not need to be $60. It also sold a lot. So
What am I talking about?
please don't make it.
Hold on. What am I talking about? What game? See, I'm going down a rabbit hole now. I don't remember any of this because probably blocked it out. Off-brand cola. Love
They
it.
should re-release it. $30 max. That shit does not need to be $60.
Probably talking about a Nintendo game,
I don't.
right? Is that what I'm talking about?
You know, looks great. Like, just release 1,000 Year Door on there. That's all people want. Paper Mario fans.
Talking about 1,000 Year Door? Bro, I've played that game for 5 minutes total.
So
here's what I came for.
please don't make it $60.
Eat it. Damn, bro.
Done with my sandwich.
Done with your sandwich,
That
eh?
was the last sandwich.
I'm sure you are, fat ass. Christ. Oh my god. That was crazy. How I just ate that shit up. Okay, so let me see. I can either swap between the cameras. Do I need to do the double cam? Let me see. I can just like hold up the vinyl and show the camera. Wow, it's such good quality. The original episode for the vinyl tour is using the webcam I'm about to cut to. So this is gonna be the vinyl cam. And I guess I'll swap between the two cameras. Or the two, scenes. So let me pull up I don't know how I want to do this. I have them kind of grouped in a certain way, not really. I guess I'll just go in order of how I see them in the thing. And if I think I already had it in the 11th episode of the podcast, I probably won't talk about it too much. I'll just briefly touch on it. Let me pull out the first one. So the first one is Death Spells by Holy Fawn. Here it is. So I actually really like this album. I asked for it for Christmas. It's probably it's the only vinyl I've gotten technically this year. I guess technically last year, so that means I've gotten 0 vinyls this year. But yeah, it's reflecting my computer screen, or my computer RGB too. So this is the Death Spells album by Holy Fawn. It's one of my favorite albums. I love this album. One of my favorite songs ever is Dark Stone. And I really like Arrows. And Drag Me Into the Woods is pretty good too. This whole album is pretty good. Let me see if there's anything cool in here that I can pull out. Oh, it opens this. I forgot. I haven't really looked much on this one just because I don't want to screw something up. I think there's a little booklet though, right? I know there's lyrics here. No booklet. Just discs. Yeah, really good album. I really recommend it. Holy Fawn. Death Spells. I found Dark Stone on my Spotify Discover Weekly, and I've loved the song ever since. I also love this album enough to want the vinyl for it. I asked for vinyl, and I asked for that one. This one is Heroin by Thornhill. I bought this while waiting in line for, I think it was a Bad Omens concert. I just was bored in line and I looked around and saw that they were selling this, so I bought it. I believe since then they've released a special edition of it. Or no, this is the special one. Yeah, look at that. That's sick. It's awesome, right? Love this album. A friend of mine, or an old friend of mine, showed me Thornhill in 2020, and so when this album came out, I really liked it. Currently, I've gotten back into it, funny enough, and I think Hollywood is like my on repeat song from this album. I also really like. Not all the songs in here are bangers, you know. Some of them are hit or miss. I love Hellfire Club, Blue Velvet, Archangel, Casanova, Hollywood. I kind of like Raw. The rest are like fine. Leather Wing, actually, I forgot Leather Wings. Leather Wings is a fucking banger. But the Dark Pool is also really good, and I'm really wanting a vinyl of that if they're still pressing them. Right. On to the Tame Impala collection. They're out of order because I did them in order and then put my favorite one at the front. So this is Currents by Tame Impala. I probably showed it in the original episode. I don't remember if I already had it or not. This is Currents by Tame Impala. It's arguably their most popular album, only because it kind of blew up, because it's kind of a psychedelic pop album, less like a psychedelic rock album. So I won't touch on it too much. Then I have the Slow Rush. This one's heavy as fuck. Like, super heavy. Currents has super thick discs, and it's also pretty heavy, but this one's like, it's solid, dude. I wonder if it's almost 10 pounds. Maybe not 10. It's definitely over 5. But yeah, it's pretty cool. There's art in there, I think, of like, right? I can't remember. Yeah, there's art of like Kevin. And I want to say there's alternative art for like the singles and stuff. I frankly don't remember. I don't know why I'm putting them on my desk all of a sudden, but let me grab the other ones. I have every Tame Impala album on vinyl. I want the EP, the little disc. I want the little EP. It's like impossible to find, and I also want the I want to find an EP press of. Is it called Sundown Syndrome? I can't remember. It's the one with the 2 songs on it and the cover's blue. I can't remember the name of it. I already said that one. I don't know why I was about to say it again, that I want the Tame Impala EP. The self-titled. Of course I do. The only on vinyl copy I have of Half Full Glass of Wine is on the live versions album. I'm so thorough, I hunted down the live versions. That's pretty cool. I've listened to it a couple times, but I don't really have these to listen to them. They're just so like I have them because they're cool. It's physical media. I love physical media. And I listen to the live album all the time on Spotify. So here I have Lonerism. I still need the 10-year anniversary box set, but here's Lonerism. I can shut off my RGB. So here's Lonerism. Maybe it's kind of dark now. Turn it back on. Light her up. And then I have Inner Speaker. And then I also have the Inner Speaker box set for the 10-year anniversary. I got this a couple years ago, and my girlfriend got it for me. I don't remember how to open it. Close this before I knock. I have like a tiny bottle of water on my desk. How do I open this? Oh, you don't. It all literally comes out the side. Yeah, so it's just these discs in here with I want to say there's a booklet in here too. I don't remember. Yeah, there he is. It's kind of hidden. I just want the book. The discs are cool, but I want the book. So the book is pretty neat. Here's the book that comes with it. I'm like so disoriented trying to do this without looking. Here's the book. Pretty neat. It has all this art in it. It has like a picture of the place he was staying at when he was recording it. Off the coast of the Indian Ocean in Australia. He recorded it in like a shack. Apparently he lost a lot of projects down there because the power kept like going out in the middle of him doing the projects. It's funny also like the names he gave the songs. Yeah, it's really cool. There's like, you know, unreleased tracks on this box set, this booklet. That picture kind of looks like the Patience cover, doesn't it? The one with the drums. That's kind of cool. Let me put that back. And while I'm putting this up, the next one, I was only ever able to find one copy of it in one record store. I've never seen it since. In fact, I've never seen it restocked in this record store. This is like a really fun one for me. I love this album, and it's like the smallest crumb of music we've ever gotten from him for a solo project. So yeah, I love this album. The next one's Sampha. Process. This is so good. This is like the thing I listened to on repeat in sophomore year in 2018 when I found this. I believe my neighbor's older brother showed me this. He's playing it in the car and I decided to look it up. And it's just so good. I'd say probably my favorite song on here is Under. I remember I got the flu like a month after finding this album, so I was just listening to it on repeat in my room like all day. Just all the songs. It was the first time I had legit used Spotify in like a serious way. Without this album, I would have never like found out about how to use Spotify. I would have found it eventually, but I wouldn't have already been able to use it. So the next one's a bit obscure. And I know actually, this is the only one where I know the person who made the album. This is... So the artist is Infinite Third. I can't remember what he called the album. I think it's called Channels, right. Okay, so I was right. So this is Infinite Third, and the album's called Channels. And Infinite Third is Billy Mays the Third, aka Billy Mays' son. You know, the famous TV salesman. He is my aunt's boyfriend. And he makes a lot of music. He streams on Twitch. I'll link him in the description. And yeah, he presses these into vinyl. And I bought one. And I don't know if he knew it was me that bought it. I didn't say anything till I got it. Because I got like a bunch of stickers in there too. And it came in like a really cool packaging where he had stamped it with his Remember You Are Dreaming logo. But yeah, this is a really good album. And I recommend it. He sells them on Boot Camp, I think. He might still sell them. I'm not sure if he does still. I bought this 2.5 years ago. Yeah, really good album. This is a mouthful. This is Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. Shiga the Sunlight Mound. Look at that. Isn't that sick? I wish I had High Visceral Part 1 and Part 2. Those are like my dream ones to have. I want to fill those out. I want to get the B-sides. And I already have this one. I guess there's another one for me to get. But when I got this was really sick. I believe they are just black discs. So they're not like the really cool orange ones that they were doing not that long ago. But, I mean, regardless, the fact that I even have it is really sick. And I got to see them live. So I got to see some of these performed live. That was a really cool experience. I cried. They played November and they played Found God in a Tomato, and I cried during November. They played Found God first, and I was just like in the moment singing it. November, I think I cried during the big breakdown at the end. This is Grimes. I can never pronounce the name of this album, but you'll recognize it from the art if you listen to Grimes. This is Grimes. My girlfriend really likes her music, and I wanted the art and all that stuff, as well as I like the song Violence, so that's pretty cool. Disc. The only unfortunate thing is I wanted the pink disc, and I guess I didn't buy it in time for that. She has the pink disc. I think it's pink, and it's hanging up on her wall. But yeah, I wish I had gotten this in time to get the pink disc. But regardless, I mean, I still like some of the songs in here. I love 4 a.m. I love Violence. They're really funny, out of context things. I love Violence, and I love 4 a.m. Yeah, it's pretty good. I just thought it was cool. I like some of the songs on the album. There's other songs on there that I like too. They're just not coming to mind. It's been a long time since I've listened to that album. So I talked about this one. Beer bongs and Bentleys. You know, not much to say about that. And it's also like a clear version of it. Like all the discs have like, they're clear and they just look cool. Yeah, clear. Found this in a record store somewhere in like Buckhead, I think. It was like this really like hole in the wall record shop. I'm sure it's well known, but its location doesn't make it too easy to actually find. It is like a shop that was, you like get off on this weird exit, then you go and park in a parking garage, and then you walk down the street, and it's like part of a giant building. It's like one of the suites. Really obscure. We just looked up like record stores in Atlanta, and that was one of them, so we decided to go. So we were already in the area. Here is Coldplay Parachutes. And yeah, I mean, I really like this album. I like Coldplay, you know, sue me, I guess. But I like this album. It's really good. I mean, honestly, nothing but bangers on this one. I wish I had Ghost Stories, and I wish I had their second, third, and fourth albums, too. Not a huge fan of all their other ones, to be honest. I like Parachutes. What are the other ones called? I think one of them is like X and Y. I have that one on CD. A Rush of Blood to the Head. And is the album called Viva La Vida? I don't think so, right? The one with Viva La Vida on it and Violet Hill and all that. I want those 3. And I want Ghost Stories. I have like almost all of those albums on CD except for the one with Viva La Vida on it. So yeah, I have the vinyl for it. I don't remember where I got it. Funny enough, my grandpa was like, that kind of looks like a Christopher Cross album, and you'll see later I was like, when I show it, but I was like, oh, you think so? Well, look at here, and I found it in the crate. I have the Christopher Cross Best Of vinyl. It's like really old too. It's like one of the original prints. So he was just like, no way, like why would I even have a classic yacht rock Best Of album? of Christopher Cross. Christopher Cross sounds good, man. Here is Grabbit's Things Change album. So this one I wanted for years, dude. Years. This album came out in 2017. It took me 5 years until I could finally buy one of these. He put them on sale for like a third time. Instantly bought. I've been wanting one of these forever because he sold it when it came out, and then like they ran out, I guess. And so I wasn't able to get my hands on one. And then he put them back up for sale a couple years ago, and I was broke. I couldn't get one. And yeah, here we are. Now I own one. I like checked the website one day. I was like, oh shit, they're on sale. This one I pre-ordered. This is his second album, Time Isn't Real. Came out March 2022. And I would have said it's one of his only 2 albums, but he just came out with a new one a month ago. I have to try to fucking buy that one now. But this is Time Isn't Real. It's his second album. This is really good too. I think 87 Seconds is probably my favorite song on there. Now, let me loosen up the noise gate. I feel like I need to probably do that. Oh, but now you just hear my fans. Shoot. I'll just have to hope that it's picking me up during this whenever I lean away. So yeah, I have Time Isn't Real. Pretty good. I need the third one. What was the name of it? Something about butterflies. Let me go look. Where's my playlist of him? It's called Let Them Only See Butterflies. It's peak, dude. Peak. Really good. Let It Bloom is probably one of my favorite songs on that entire album. What other songs do I like on there? I love Let It Bloom. I love... Where is it? Slow Dance. Hero's pretty good. Probably Our Last Conversation is just so sad and I love it. Yeah, all the songs on there are great. Slow Dance and Let It Bloom, though, are probably my favorite ones. Alright, back to vinyls that are physically in the room. So this is the Dark Knight soundtrack. I just found this in a Barnes & Noble and I was like, fuck it, why not? Yeah, Dark Knight soundtrack. Is there anything special about this one? Let's see. There's like some cool art on the inside, I guess. Let's see. Is there anything cool in here? This isn't even the like coolest Dark Knight related thing that I own. Yeah, there's this on here. Boat. Oh, it's just like more art. It's neat. I think it glows in the dark too, which I'm not sure why you would need that. But it does. I mean, that's cool, I guess. Yeah, Dark Knight soundtrack. Pretty cool. There's the Joker, baby. He's the Joker, baby. So the side tangent, speaking of the Dark Knight. Coolest thing I own relating to the Dark Knight is probably this special edition. Now we're out of focus. Great. So let me show it on the other camera while I fix my main camera. So this is the like DVD box set for the Dark Knight trilogy on Blu-ray, and it says special edition, which is pretty neat. This is the like sleeve that it goes in, and then you slide it out, and there are these like here's a message from Christopher Nolan, you know. There's these like prints that I've never like unwrapped. I believe it's just one big pack of prints, and I only know what like a couple of them look like, because I don't want to unwrap them. Yeah, it looks like this. I think there's like 3 of them or something. There's those, and I'll show the DVD case. Pretty neat. I love this side tangent talking about the Dark Knight. Dude, you want me to talk about the Dark Knight? I'll talk about it for the rest of time. So, let's see. Whoa. Damn. They had to separate the last 2 movies into 2 discs for the special features. That's crazy. Wait, then what's the last disc? Oh my god, Dark Knight Trilogy special features. Got it. So yeah, it's Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, like a bonus disc for The Dark Knight, and then The Dark Knight Rises, and then there's another bonus disc for The Dark Knight Rises, and then a bonus disc for all 3 of them. I assume they're just combining them. Yeah, pretty neat. I can't say I've actually popped any of these in, though. Here's the cover of the case. And the back. Standard movie case kind of stuff. Yeah, I haven't popped any of these in. I usually just watch them on my PC. I'm not much of a sit on the couch, watch a movie kind of guy. Which is kind of ironic, because I have a couch right here and a TV right there, and I still refuse to sit on the couch and watch TV. I'm gonna change the visual. I've let that burn into the screen for too long. Specialty chicken. Alright. Jesus. Going off about a pizza. Oh, and I also have the Dark Knight and Batman Begins on DVD. Anyway. That's way too loud. I think that was even picking up on the mic. Side tangent over. So moving on, and I think I'm nearing the end too. I have this Audio Slave vinyl. Oh yeah, wrong camera. Audio Slave. This is a pretty good album. I don't really know what I can say about this one. I mean, it's just good. Yeah. I bought this just because why not? I saw it at a record store in a college town, and I was like, you know what? Why not? Why not own it? Here I have the Chris Cornell compilation album that came out, I think over a year after he died. Yeah. I'll show the other camera the vinyl sleeve, then I'll show the book. Yeah, this is the Chris Cornell compilation album, and pretty neat. It's not the box set, but I couldn't afford the box set, frankly. Oh yeah, I'll show the book. Looks pretty cool. Here's the cover of the book. Bring it really close to the camera. Back of the book. We love Chris Cornell, one of the best grunge singers of all time. One of the best singers of all time. Dude had a beautiful voice. So yeah, it's just like, stuff about the songs and pictures, and it's pretty cool. I mean, this is definitely, if you're a grunge kind of guy, or you really like Soundgarden, or you love Chris Cornell, or Audioslave, or Temple of the Dog, any of those groups, then I would definitely get this. I saw it in the same record store that I found the Audioslave one in. I might have actually bought them at the same time. I don't remember. But I saw this, and I was like, yeah, I think I need this. I loved Chris Cornell, man. I loved Chris Cornell, you know. It was so sad when I learned what happened to him. Like, it happened, and then I read an article, and I was like, no way. My dad was like, yep, it's true. And then a few months later, right before I entered my sophomore year of high school, Chester Bennington went out the same way. And they were friends, so, you know, that made it pretty depressing. I love Linkin Park, so, you know, I was like, damn, that's definitely gonna fucking tear me up. It was such a depressing, like, into the summer, because I was taking an audio engineering course, so I walk in and literally it's like, yep, these artists just died. Like, that was like pretty much how the class started out. It was just so sad. Speaking of Chester Bennington, not even in a funny way, this actually does relate. That's Stone Temple Pilots Core, and I say speaking of him because he was in it. He sang for Stone Temple Pilots for a brief period of time. My phone knows my face, man. I don't fucking understand this. So yeah, here's Core. Core. Pretty good. Arguably one of the best grunge albums of all time. Stone Temple Pilots is pretty good too. Their old stuff is really good. Their new stuff after this, I don't know. But I like this. This is really good. And the final stretch. Because these two are my dad's. This is my dad's Pearl Jam Glorified Rare Sessions 92 to 93. I mean, what else can you say about it? Yeah, this is his. The next one, me and my grandma got him this for Christmas. Nirvana in Utero. Thought he would like it since he likes Nirvana a lot. Here it is. Ooh, I'm covering the Nirvana. Here's the back. Trying to angle it where the RGB is not like reflecting off of it. Yeah, that's in Utero. This is my dad's. This is a Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon cover album. I think you can find it on Spotify. The Dark Side of the Moon, a tribute to Pink Floyd. Oh, Return to the Dark Side of the Moon. That's what it's called. So it's called Return to the Dark Side of the Moon, a tribute to Pink Floyd. And it's multiple artists all doing covers of the songs on the album. I've listened to this a couple times. It's definitely interesting. Here it is. I found it in the same record store that I found the other ones in. You know, like, it has the list of all the songs and people that worked on them. Oh, and the list of all the people that worked on the album on the right side. But yeah, really interesting. I found this and I was like, oh, this should be like kind of interesting, you know, kind of neat. It sounds neat, you know. Nothing's gonna beat the actual Dark Side of the Moon. Also, yeah, I forgot the disc looks fucking sick. Yeah, look at that. It's like a baby blue color, like a light blue baby blue color. Super sick. Yeah, I thought this was pretty neat. Figured I'd buy it. I still want. Oh, there's like a thing in here. I still want the real Dark Side of the Moon, and I really want The Wall. If I can get those, I'll be one happy camper. Alright, bro, go back in there. What are you doing? So here's the last one. This is the one I mentioned earlier. I didn't even take the price tag off. It was $9. Probably because it's damaged. This is Christopher Cross. Like his best of comp. Yeah, Christopher Cross, best of, Yacht Rock Man. Rest in peace. Pretty good. You've definitely heard his music. It's used in ads all the time. His songs are pretty popular, man. Cross, guitar, lead vocals. Oh, cool. Don Henley? Damn. Yeah. This is a pretty neat compilation album. Let's see. One of my favorites off of this one. Ride Like the Wind is definitely a really good one. Sailing is pretty good. Sailing, take me away. Yeah, that one's pretty good. I already said Ride Like the Wind is pretty good. Damn. That means, yeah, I was gonna say, doesn't that mean that Michael McDonald is on here? I guess so. I think he's credited, yeah. And I got a long way to go. Yeah. That dude's hilarious. His voice is like so odd. Michael's. So it's such an odd voice. So that's the vinyl collection. Omni? And not bi-directional. I have an Omni, dude. Need to have it in cardioid. It's crazy that I didn't have it in cardioid this whole time. I'm trying to file them back into the crate where they're not all leaning on the front of the crate like this. Ooh. Yeah, my latest one is Holy Font Dark Spells. And oh yeah, you can see me on here. Yo. My latest one's Holy Font Dark Spells. And I want more vinyls, obviously. Like I said, I wanted I want High Visceral. I want High Visceral Part 2. Let me look at my Spotify. There's a bunch that I want. Let's see. Yeah, High Visceral Part 1 and Part 2. I want High Visceral B-sides. Let's see. I guess I would want... I guess I'd want Night Gnomes. I don't know. I didn't really listen to Night Gnomes that much. You know? And now for the whatchamacallit, there are some pretty good bangers on there. I probably would get it. I would probably get it just for Fields Woods Time. That's like one of my favorite songs from them. Just because of how chill it is. It's like a nice break in the music. So I want those. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta answer a text. So I want those. What else do I want? I want that third Grabbits album. Let's see. I want some Deftones albums, if I'm being honest. On vinyl. I've been listening to Deftones like a motherfucker. I kind of don't need them because my girlfriend already owns a shitload of them. And when we move in, we're just gonna consolidate our stuff pretty much. So, in a way, I'll end up having them too. The one I personally want right now is Koi no Yoken. That's my favorite Deftones album ever. Let's see. Let me put it on this screen so I can still see the stuff going on this side. So I want that vinyl. Young Thug. And the fish on the couch. Awesome. You just sent me Young Thug with the fish on the couch. Let's see, what else do I want? I Let It In and It Took Everything from Loathe. I want The Dark Pool by Thornhill. If Trauma Ray has their self-titled in brackets album on vinyl, it's an EP. If they have that, I want that. I don't really know. I already said which ones I want from Tame Impala. Do you know he covers a Fleetwood Mac song? He's like on a Fleetwood Mac cover tribute album, and he's one of the people covering songs. How many is he on? Tame Impala's on one of the songs. MGMT or Management, or whatever you want to call him, is on one of them. Wow. Some heavy hitters in 2012. I want... Oh yeah, I also wanted the 10-year anniversary of Lonerism. God, and then I'm gonna want Currents 10 years. It's 10-year anniversary in like 2026. Oh, I want a bunch of George Clanton vinyls too. I want Slide. I want is that really what the name of the album is? George Clanton and Nick Hexum? That's the name of the album? I want that. I want 100% Electronica. I want 200% Electronica. I want Esprit. Is that what the name of it is? Esprit? No, it's called Virtua.zip. I want that. There's so many I want. It's so much money. There's so many good albums that I want on vinyl. Are there any others that I'm missing? I guess a Bill Murray one wouldn't hurt. Letters. Oh, all those Coldplay ones that I listed off. Ooh, you know what I do want? So I want Meta War by Three Teeth, because my old friend bought it at Criminal Records without actually like listening to them. He just bought it to see if it would sound good, and it was like such a heater, dude. Yeah, Meta War by Three Teeth. Dude, that's such a good... Let me show. It's such a good album. My favorite song on there is President X. I want that. I want... What's the name of it? I want Dimensional Bleed by Holy Fawn. I wish the Black Moon had an EP press, but I doubt it does. The Black Moon's so good. Candy and Blood Pact are such good songs. Tethered is pretty cool too. Let me go to my heavy rock and metal playlist. I wouldn't mind Color Theory by Embracer, but Embracer ended as a band. So I don't think I'd be able to ever get Color Theory. Color Theory was their last album. And it blew up. And they like ended the band during COVID. It's so sad. But if I can get my hands on one, I want that. Oh yeah, my girlfriend has a signed copy of The Death of Peace of Mind by Bad Omens. How sick is that? That she has a signed copy of that. I think she also has a signed Psychedelic Porn Crumpets poster that we're gonna frame. We got that at our concert with them. If Bleed has any vinyls, I wouldn't mind a vinyl from Bleed. I don't think they would, though. Somebody's Closer, their EP, is 4 songs. Ooh, it came out 2 years ago, almost exact to the day. September 13th, 2021. It only has 4 songs on it, so I kind of doubt. Oh, and it totals 13 minutes. Yeah, I kind of doubt that one even has a press. I would have also said Palms. Opening titles and credits by Palms, but that's only 2 songs. Totaling of 10 minutes, so I kind of doubt that they would have a vinyl of that. Oh my god, I just had like a fucking moment. I thought they dropped another song. I was about to be like, alright, show's over. I'm going to listen to it. I wonder if Mood Ring has any vinyl. That'd be cool. Also, if Billy has any more vinyls, I would for sure get those. Let me check. I'm gonna link him, by the way. I want to support his stuff. You know. He's technically an indie artist. He makes like really airy experimental music, like really ambient, like airy rock, kind of shoegaze type music, but it's like very chill, if that makes sense. It's so good. It's so underrated, and it's great. I'm gonna pull up his website. I want to know if he's selling other vinyl presses. Oh yeah, I'm a sub to him on Twitch too. When does that renew, by the way? Let me make sure I'm not gonna go broke. I think it renews in October, but I want to make sure. Manage sub.
My dad went EV.
October 6th. Okay. Thank God. I thought it was gonna. I'm a 3-month sub too. I thought it was gonna renew my 3-month. The beginning, like literally in like a week. And I was wrong. Oh my god, that would have been so bad. I would have been the brokest bitch. Okay, I gotta check all my subs. Apparently I got gifted a sub. Dude, I got gifted another sub? I've been gifted 2 1-month subs for 2 different streamers. That's awesome. Let's see, is he pressing any more stuff? He has a merch store. Those are shirts, though. Where's his Bandcamp? He has a Bandcamp where he sells stuff. He also has a Patreon where he releases a bunch of music, too. I gotta find his Bandcamp. Why is this so bright? I'm like squinting my eyes, dude. It's too bright. I need the Bandcamp. There it is. It's too difficult to find. So I know Channels has a vinyl. Can you still buy it? You can. Are there other ones with vinyls attached? Does Listening have a vinyl? No. I guess Channels is the only one with a vinyl, but still, that's sick that he presses them in the first place. Yeah, he has a lot of cool stuff on his Bandcamp. I'll link him. Anywho, I think it's been a pretty decent episode, you know, in contrast to this. I stretched it to an hour. Should I try to do that here? I finished the sandwich 32 minutes in and I still had shit to talk about. Crazy as fuck. What is this? What am I holding?
They're pretty cool. I have this pair, which is the newest pair that I got back in April.
Oh god.
And I have an identical pair sitting on
my old earbuds. I would lose the case that I'm holding like 2 weeks after this.
the base of my monitor. That belongs to the case that I lost. That's somewhere in this house.
Yeah, because I lost the first case, and I'm pretty sure I dropped that case in like a gas station parking lot. Or like I think the earbuds were in there too, so I like lost the whole thing pretty much. Yeah, I like lost them in a gas station parking lot. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. It fucking disappeared because everything in this house disappears.
The first case I lost here.
But yeah,
I'm sure I was probably clueless, bro. Barbecue sauce. Isn't this when I had the giant like stack of barbecue sauce?
I have the barbecue sauce empire next to me. I'll talk about that.
Anytime I'd order Chick-fil-A, I would pile on. This is probably why they have a 2-sauce limit now. I would pile on
here.
Sauces.
We have my giant.
And I had like a castle of them. And if they forgot my sauce, I would use one of them.
Sauces from Chick-fil-A.
And after a while, I had to throw it out.
What I do is I order Chick-fil-A online, and then that's a little high. I order Chick-fil-A online, and then I stack up the barbecue sauces on each item.
So yeah, literally what I just said. The fact that I remember that is hilarious. I thought the barbecue sauce empire was way sooner than it was. I didn't know that was that long ago. There's so many things that I was doing that were that long ago. There, I corrected it. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you listened this far. Hope you liked my vinyl tour. I hope I talked about it enough where it was like entertaining and not just like, oh cool, he's just showing off his vinyl. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll probably be back next week. So yeah, final thing I forgot to mention before I go. So I've been doing a lot of hurricane coverage on this podcast because Hurricane Hillary hit California, and then Hurricane Idalia hit near me. Well, now there's a third hurricane. Yeah, because I talked about Hurricane Hillary in episode 24. Then I did an emergency episode 26, where I talked about Hurricane Idalia and Hurricane Franklin. Now there's a fourth hurricane, Hurricane Lee, in the Atlantic Ocean. It's gone from tropical depression to Hurricane Lee. I heard about this like last week, where it was developing off the coast of Africa, and it's made its way here. And I don't think it'll make landfall with the U.S., but they've like told us to look out. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Hurricane season's going nuts this year. It's crazy out here, man. So, yeah, that's the end of the episode. I figured I'd mention that since I've talked about hurricanes so fucking much. And, yeah. Have a good one. I'll see y'all next week. And sub to the Patreon. That's it. And join the Discord. All right, bye. I'm gonna start the recording. Do you want to intro it, or you want me to?
Oh, you can do it.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm not online enough to know how to be good at intros.
I mean, if I intro it, I'm gonna bring up the fact that you're on the Epstein flight logs.
I'll take that risk, bro. I mean, I am a what did you say? A prolific.
That is what I said the last time, and I actually cut it. That's the funny part.
Damn.
Afterwards, I was like, maybe I shouldn't say this in the first 10 seconds of the episode. I had second thoughts.
Digital footprint maxing.
That was kind of my thought process behind it. I was like, maybe I don't want to ruin John's digital footprint.
Part of me is like, who cares anymore? Like, people get away with the most ridiculous shit saying online. Like, was cancel culture just a big lie? Because people are just saying whatever the hell they want.
I mean, cancel culture is translated to, oh my god, I have to face the consequences of my actions. So
yeah.
So, I mean, we already know what it is. It's just people being like, oh my god, I can't say the N-word. I want to say it. Alright, I'm gonna enter before we make more good jokes. I'm also gonna talk about the plane thing. I don't think you know what it is.
I have a passing knowledge of what happened. I knew there was like some kind of mechanical failure. I don't know the details of it, but
it relates to the Alaskan door falling off.
Yeah, I wasn't it the 737 Max or was it something else?
It was just a normal 737, as far as I'm aware.
Oh,
but
okay.
I have a twist that I don't think you know about. So
I probably don't. I only know a little bit about that. So.
All right, I'm gonna start it now. I don't know. Usually I like wing the intros. I'm trying to think of like a good new one.
Shit. I don't know. You're on your own on that one. Just say, and we're back, and we'll get right into it, or whatever. I don't know.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the podcast. We're live from the Lolita Express on the way to St. James Island. We're meeting up with Jeffrey Epstein. All right, folks, let's go. So, what do you want to talk about first? We'll go off your list first.
I got so much. Well, what I wrote first, the first thing that came to mind was North Carolina, Florida, New Hampshire, and Tennessee all rigging the primary for Biden.
Wait, what?
You don't know about that? They just straight up canceled all the primaries for Biden, like Marianne Williamson, Cenk Uygur, Dean Phillips, all these other Democratic challengers that want to run against Biden, because any like the average Trump supporter could beat Biden in the presidential race right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, literally.
Like we need some kind of primary. Like we need somebody capable of beating Trump. I don't know. I think Cenk could maybe do it. He's got the passion. I think he's got the best takes.
I think he's too intertwined with like he's literally Hassan Piker's uncle, and Hassan Piker's a self-proclaimed socialist. So I think the right will cling on to that and kind of.
Yeah, I think he's the best option, but I simultaneously know that America's not ready for that yet.
Yeah.
I mean, we just barely got over a black guy being president. I mean, a Turkish guy. Like, no way, dude.
I guess that would strengthen relations with America a little bit more with Turkey. I don't know.
Yeah, like we desperately need that right now.
But I don't think Cenk likes Erdogan in Turkey, so I don't think that would happen.
Yeah, but for New Hampshire, Attorney General, I think I typed his name wrong, John something.
John Corbin.
He filed a cease and desist against the New Hampshire DNC, basically saying like stop rigging the primary for Biden. I don't know where that's gonna go because like there hasn't really been any action on that yet.
Is it like the DNC's just not holding a primary?
Yeah, they're just not holding a primary. Like there's not going to be any debates. or anything. We're just going to declare Biden as the candidate.
I mean, they have every legal right to do that, but at the same time, it's been precedent to hold a primary for the last 50 years. So
yeah, I get that they can legally do that.
They're like, no, we need this old guy.
And any other election, I would have. Well, I probably would have a problem with it, but like any other election, it's critical now because, like I said, Biden's polling so bad.
Oh yeah,
and it doesn't seem. I see no way out at this point. Like unless he works some kind of miracle with Israel to get them to stop, which he's not going to.
Isn't it crazy that 12 years ago, all it took to bring down Mitt Romney was him saying that 49% of the country are fucking idiots?
Remember in 2009 when Howard Dean made a weird noise on a microphone and it cost them the entire election?
Yeah! That guy? Yeah.
Yeah, like I would say, can we go back to that? Well, maybe let's go back to that because now we have Jewish space lasers and having sex in the movie theater, and
I can't believe that. I mean, the whole thing where Trump was like, I could shoot someone in the middle of New York or whatever street he said it was going to happen on. Like
Avenue.
The fact that could actually happen now. I don't know if you watched the argument that his lawyer was making in that appeals court case.
Yeah, he can presidential immunity just across the board for everything. Yeah. I can do whatever I want.
And he he basically says unless he's impeached and convicted by the Senate, then he can't be prosecuted. Which that's a very literal, I didn't get past the third grade interpretation of that provision. Obviously that's not what that means.
And the reason for that is because the revolving door of Trump's lawyers has been going on for so long that the bar has been lowered to where the lawyers aren't even passing the bar now. They're not even lawyers anymore.
It's like his fucking janitor from Trump Tower defending him.
Literally.
I took a civics class in 9th grade.
They're flailing so hard, they just don't know what to do anymore. And Alina Habba is doing the same thing. Just presidential immunity across the board. And he and his lawyer both said that applies to any president, meaning Joe Biden could order a hit on Trump right now.
Yes.
Right now.
Yeah. I was watching a thing where they were talking about that.
Yeah. So maybe watch out. While there's a slim majority in the other two bodies right now, because you're not too far off. I mean, I don't know the difference between ordering a hit like that and being in prison for the rest of his life. I mean, it's going to be essentially the same thing.
I mean, realistically, he would just have to drone strike him, right? I mean, Obama got away with it.
He could personally shove a knife in his neck. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter what he could do.
Yeah. The whole precedent behind it is that when the president leaves office for any reason, if they've done something prosecutable, then you can prosecute them. And Trump is trying to argue that if you become president, you get immunity for the rest of your life.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing, because the genie's out of the bottle now. If Trump wins, we get Day One Dictator, Project 2025, deploying the military to protests and to the border. He said he's going to deploy over 300,000 troops to the border. For what? I don't know. But if he wins, we get all that. Yeah. And Iran and everyone.
If he wins, do we get a set of steak knives?
And if he wins, we get that. And if he loses, he's going to claim fraud, and we're right back to January 6th. So
I honestly, this is going to be a controversial take for me. I want there to be another January 6th.
I kind of agree. I don't want it. I don't wish harm upon people in the government, but I think
I want the consequences that the right received. That's what I want.
Yeah, I want. Thank you for saving me because I was kind of figuring out how to spin that.
Well, that's what I was meaning because, like, think about like how many of them have gone to prison, how many of them are bitching and whining on the internet, being like, "I can't see my kids grow up because I was so idiotic and selfish. I stormed the U.S. Capitol over a lie." Like, all that stuff, and then now Trump is being federally investigated for his involvement, and if we got a second one, I mean, like, can you even deny it at that point? Like, can you even call it Antifa? Can you even call it a peaceful tour of the Capitol?
Yeah, because he just, in a town hall, he just called the January 6ers hostages and that they should be freed. But so they should be freed, but they're also Antifa and BLM.
Yeah.
Like, what?
They sure are. They're Trump-loving.
They're Trump-loving Antifa BLM rioters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That love cops.
Yeah.
Just not
again,
the
these are the
ones.
Yeah, again, these are the law and order people.
Yeah.
Allegedly. I had this. Like there at this point, like I said, the genie's out of the bottle. Like there will be. It's not a possibility of political violence.
Yeah.
This year, like it's almost a certainty at this point. So, I mean, I'm calling it right now. There's gonna be. I don't know if it's gonna be a high level political assassination or a
if there is
January 6th pogrom type thing. I mean, that goes right into Roger Stone.
Yeah.
We have the audio. Just get it over with. Who were the two guys? There were two Democratic lawmakers.
It was two senators. They were pretty low level, like low profile senators that weren't very well known in the party.
I should have written their names down, but he was like, we literally have the audio. Like 10 minutes before this interview, I was watching Luke Beasley, if you know his channel, and he had like the whole audio.
Yeah.
It's like, these people need to die. We need to get it over with. Someone needs to do it. I mean, there's got to be some kind of investigation coming out of that soon, right? Because that wasn't that. Like, there's a difference between I wish this guy would die versus we need this guy to die and we're going to do something about it.
And like it. I know he's been pardoned, but
but that wouldn't be double jeopardy because that's not, he didn't get charged for that.
Oh, I know.
So he arguably could go to jail for that, or if not jail, some kind of criminal or civil type of thing.
But do you remember when like there were rumors that Trump might blanket pardon himself? I mean, is that even a thing you can do, is blanket pardon so you can just commit any federal crime you want? Or is it to pardon you for any past crime you could have committed that you're eventually found out to have committed?
I know there's been speculation about that. I'm not a legal scholar on that. I don't have the answer on that. I think it would be sort of like jailing Trump. If you could do it, it wouldn't be a matter of whether or not you could do it. It would be a matter of public opinion. So it's like, would he have the balls to do it, to pardon himself?
I was so wrong. These guys are actually very well-known congressmen. They're both
I thought they were like federal level, right?
Well, they're both House representatives.
Yeah.
But like they're people you recognize. I'll show you.
I'm gonna feel stupid because I was watching Luke Beasley. He was talking about their names, and I.
One of them is Eric Swalwell, who's the representative of the 14th California district. The other one is Gerald Nadler, who's the representative of the 12th Congressional
District. Jared Nadler
in New York. And if you see their face, they're incredibly recognizable. they're very high profile Democrats, and I'll drop the. Actually, I guess I could just share the screen.
Yeah.
But
see,
that's Nadler.
Yeah, I know that guy.
This is Eric Swalwell.
Yeah, he's the younger guy.
Yeah.
Was Eric Swalwell in the Hunter Biden hearing? Well, I would have known that because I watched the whole thing. So.
I don't know.
I thought I saw his face, like in the room. He wasn't on the podium talking. He wasn't on the committee.
Yeah.
Would you want to move on to that? The whole Hunter Biden thing.
I mean, we can. Yeah. I mean, what more can you say about Roger Stone wanting to kill two representatives?
Yeah, yeah, we can talk a little more about that. I mean, like I said, there's threats now, and we have the audio. I just don't see how we're not gonna get like some kind of assassination attempt. I mean, between what's the guy's name? It was Nancy Pelosi's husband. Got his head beat in with a hammer. A New York Times study: 75% of political murders are connected to right wingers.
Yeah.
55% of that is white supremacists alone. So almost 2/3 of that. Left wing political violence, 4%.
Oh yeah. Paul Pelosi, by the way.
Paul Pelosi, yeah, that guy.
Yeah, no, that was a popular statistic we were throwing out during the BLM protests and riots, because Antifa, by the end of it, had only killed, over the course of their entire span, like 3 people, I think. And the right wing, like White Lives Matter movement and just white supremacists in general, have killed thousands and thousands.
Yeah.
And so yeah, the percentages were like insane.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, right wing media, you give an inch, they take a mile.
Oh yeah.
You
I was also going to mention when we were talking about Trump taking office and arresting political rivals and killing journalists and stuff. We got a small little preview of that. I don't know if you remember, but like in like Portland and Seattle and places like that during the George Floyd protests, people were getting like kidnapped by federal police in vans. Do you remember that?
Really?
Yeah.
I never.
There was footage of it. They would like roll up in these like military looking vans, and it'd be like federal police that would just grab these protesters and pull them into the van and arrest them. Just normal protesters.
I'm tempted to say I saw that. I'll have to go find that. I remember stuff like that. I wouldn't, I wouldn't put it past cops at this point.
Oh yeah.
So I'd totally be on board with the possibility of that.
Don't you love? Don't you love the comparison of January 6th to the George Floyd stuff?
Yeah.
One group is like fighting for the rights of minorities. The other one's like, my guy didn't win.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Antifa, BLM. Obviously, all of that was, both are similar in that they were sort of violent reactions against perceived injustices.
Yeah.
Perceived. That's the thing about January 6th. The perceived injustice, as opposed to the real injustice of the police brutality and all that. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, yes, there were violent riots. Yes, there were left-wing people, people that were just going in as an opportunity to loot and pillage businesses and stuff. But like, it's about the proportions. Yeah. Like that, when you compare that to the amount of peaceful protests, like it's basically nothing.
Yeah.
I don't have stats on that, but I mean, there were riots and protests in a very small proportion to non-violent protests. You know what I mean? So there's that. Not really the same thing. Of course, Republicans are going to say that it's the same thing.
Yeah. Well, they don't think extrajudicial killings of black people are unjustified. They think they are justified.
Yeah, and I mean, one was obviously a planned coup against the government.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, keep in mind, there were bombs at the DNC and RNC. There were people coming in with hundreds of zip ties.
Yeah.
You know, of course, the gallows outside.
For Mike.
Yeah. Like, come on, guys. You know, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
You know, I in 2016, I didn't like Trump from the start, but I at least understood why people supported him. He claimed he was going to roll back, you know, restrictions from the EPA on farmers. You know, he claimed he was going to build the wall and all this stuff. And he made promises like every politician does. I didn't get voting for him in 2020, obviously because, you know, everything we just talked about. But I wanted to ask you this, and I'm going to go over my reasoning first, and I want to know what you think. I'm trying to decide right now if I think if you support Trump, you're just a traitor. Because we have already set the precedent that, you know, if you vote for this person, Republicans have already set the precedent that if you vote for this person, you know, you're immediately a traitor or whatever.
Yeah.
And when this guy's an actual traitor, like when he literally sold secrets to foreign governments, used, you know, the government as a for-profit organization, you know, did all these things that are literally like treasonous. And of course, he's experiencing all the legal and criminal fallout of that right now. The fake electors, you know, all that stuff. So like, if you support Trump at this point, you must be ideologically aligned with him, right? You're not just supporting him because, oh, I don't like the EPA, so he's gonna, he's gonna help me run my farm better and stuff like that. It's not about that anymore.
Yeah.
So are you a traitor if you support Trump? I want to know what you think about that.
I would say more realistically, you're just a conned, brainwashed victim of like a cult. You know, the people that are still like flying the flag and you know, saying he never lost in 2020. The people that are doing all that shit are. I don't know if I can generalize the whole base. It's in like sections. It's like a section of them are like that, where they're into the QAnon garbage and they think like Trump is the people who took all those drugs like hydroxychloroquine and now they're all like having adverse medical effects from it years later. And you know, I feel like you've got that crowd, and then you've got the rich people that are like, I just want tax breaks. And like some of those guys are jumping ship to somebody else, but like that's one part of his voting base, and then I think the final part are just racists. You know?
But here's, go ahead.
I don't know if you can call them all traitors. I feel like they don't see it that way. They see it as like the president got the election stolen right out from under him, and it is only justified he is returned to that office. So in their mind, it's not really traitorous. In their mind, it's like he's owed this reward almost, or he's owed his return to the throne.
And I get that, but and I agree with that there are like different crowds of, you know, some people are just like, I just want tax breaks and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, of course, people vote for the same candidate for different reasons. I get that. But the other part of me is like the facts of the case are so clear and obvious right now of what he has done, is doing, and is going to do.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to say there's no excuse for being brainwashed. I know that sounds ridiculous to say, but it's sort of like supporting Israel at this point. Like when the facts are so obvious, there's no excuse to believe that. You know, there's absolutely none. But yeah, I'm still kind of fighting myself on that. But no, I totally get what you mean. Like some people are just like, I just want tax breaks.
Yeah.
But like, you know, everyone with a brain has jumped off the the Trump train. And now we're just left with the true believers, you know.
A lot of them don't see the stuff we see. I've come to realize as I've gone along my political journey that I'm chronically online. So like a lot of the shit where it's nobody sees what Trump is putting on Truth Social. I mean, any normal any everyday average Republican has no fucking clue what Truth Social even is, and nor do they care. And then any details about the cases he's in, either they think he's being targeted by the Democrats. It's a political hit job. Or they think, he's probably guilty of something. And then there's the people that are like, I don't really care.
Yeah.
Not all of them know about all the shit he has done that really hurts his case in in all of the trials he's in. I mean, the January 6th Commission has so much stuff on him that we haven't even seen yet. The Fannie Willis case in Atlanta hasn't even gone through. I'm sure there's a shitload of evidence with them, They literally put fake electors in the election. They rigged the election in Georgia.
And keep in mind, I think it was also in New Hampshire. There's another state that's considering new charges for fake electors that we haven't even seen yet. So I'm interested in where that. I believe it was New Hampshire. Don't hold me to that because I wasn't sure. But we're not even done yet. And I think what's been unearthed now is only the beginning. If Trump's criminal trials are televised, which I really hope they are, I don't know why they wouldn't be. I don't even think that's going to be the start of it.
The Georgia one's going to be televised.
It is?
Yeah.
Do we know when is that happening? Is it happening in the summer?
You
know when that's going to happen?
I want to say it's the summer. I know Fannie Willis said she wanted it televised, and that it will be.
Yeah.
When does?
Yeah, that's. We haven't even seen the start of it.
August
5th. We definitely haven't seen the end of it.
Yeah. August 5th, apparently.
August 5th. Yeah, I knew it was sometime before the end of the year. But yeah, I mean, when it's really hard because I get that these people don't even know what's going on, but in this age where you have this thing, a near infinite catalog of our knowledge and information right at your fingertips, there's no excuse not to be properly informed on these issues. There's no excuse not to be like, hey, I watch the same news program every day and I only get my information from one source. Maybe I should, be a little adventurous. As intelligent human beings, we're just all obligated to do that, I think. I'll make exceptions for people who are in very remote areas and, they don't have phones and there's only one radio station. I've been to places like that. And so I can kind of get it there. And that's what is crazy, that the people that support Trump the most are the most disconnected from the rest of the world.
Yeah.
I don't mean that to be like a suburban elitist, all these goofy farm people,
But it's all these old people who. Do you remember growing up when we were told, "Don't believe everything you see on TV"?
Yeah.
I used to make that argument that the excuse of oh, you have one of these in your pocket, why don't you use it? And now I'm realizing that the more they use it, the more wrong shit they read. I know people that when the Epstein list came out, a couple days prior to that, they all thought the real list came out. I like knew people that would be like, "Did you see Obama was on the list?" And it's like a physical list of people. I'm like, I don't know if you know, but the list is not going to be a list. It's going to be court documents with names we can look
then,
for.
Like, he didn't have a list of phone numbers on speed dial for to ship little girls to.
Dropping tonight, the Epstein Rolodex.
Yeah, I get that just because somebody was on that list doesn't immediately implicate them, because a lot of it was like addresses and stuff, like who actually lives here, when were they living here,
a lot of it's like testimony. Oh man, Fox News like put up like a graphic of all the like notable people on the list. Trump wasn't in there, even though he's mentioned like I think like 200 times or something. And
hundreds of times.
Yeah. But guess who they did put on that list? They put George Lucas, because there's one mention of George Lucas where the guy
he didn't like Bush.
He literally goes, "Did you see George Lucas there?" No. And that's the only time he's mentioned in the entire court document.
Yeah, and I know where George Lucas is politically. I mean, I've watched Star Wars, I can tell.
Anti-imperial dude, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that. I didn't even know he was on the list. But I mean, he's not really on the list.
Yeah, he's like briefly mentioned.
And then, like I said, even if he was on the list, he's not necessarily instantly incriminated.
Yeah.
Never mind that. Never mind that Trump literally said that Epstein likes him young. Never mind that. Never mind that when he was judging those pageants in the 90s, he would just walk in on naked underage girls. And that Epstein pressured these girls to kind of come up to him and talk to him while they were, topless and naked. Never mind all that. George Lucas.
Star Wars man.
Yeah.
I
hate Star Wars.
I don't like Star Wars. So wasn't there like an accusation in the court filings that Trump, or it wasn't even an accusation, it was like testimony that someone gave that Trump like raped a 13-year-old girl?
I don't know anything about that. I honestly wouldn't put it past him because of the stuff I just said. I'm sure that'll come out.
Or that actually might be an older defamation case that... Oh, I know what it is now. There was a defamation case from a while back that was dropped because the victim was being threatened. And
yeah, I think wasn't that E. Jean Carroll? Was that another one?
I don't remember.
I think that was E. Jean Carroll, because I remember when E. Jean Carroll recanted her statements.
Yeah.
And then flipped again and said I was, pressured to do that.
Yeah.
But then again, that might not be, because that might have happened multiple times. He's already threatened judges, witnesses, jurors. He's just threatening everybody. So I wouldn't put it past him that he's done that multiple times. So I mean, this dude is a mobster. Like this is mob shit. He associates himself with people like Roger Stone, who literally want to murder their, political opponents. Trump literally wants to murder his political opponents.
Yeah.
But like, what do we do when we're stuck between this guy and a guy who might not even live to the next election? I don't know if Trump will live to the next election. I mean, I'm like, what I'm counting on, I'm literally counting on them both to die before November. Like, that's where I am at this point.
Yeah.
Because Trump's a mobster. Joe Biden's funding a genocide. He can't win. Maybe he can. I don't know. That's another thing I'm kind of fighting with myself on. Is it too late? Is it too late for him to come back? I kind of think it is.
I don't
because he's so stubborn.
Yeah.
He's declared himself a Zionist.
Which is crazy.
He says in, what was that church that got shot up that he just went to?
Oh, where they did the walk-in protest.
Yeah, like he'll go he'll go to the press and all that, and hey, we're working with Israel to make sure they minimize. But Israeli officials have come out saying that we know Biden is just kind of wagging his finger at us. We know that he's giving us the green light to flatten Gaza and make way for Israeli settlers. Sweep the rubble aside. Israeli real estate companies are already running ads for beachside properties in Gaza. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Oh my God.
Yeah, like they're, while we're on that topic, I mean,
Yemen.
It's always the only excuse for Israel you'll ever hear from the Israel crowd is but Hamas. And they all ignore the fact that Israel's absolutely terrible treatment of Palestine for decades is what led to the rise of Hamas in the first place. It's just like Laden. It's just like 9/11. When you create a permanent police state like this, you breed resentment and hatred that will turn into terrorism.
Yeah.
So all I would say to Biden is keep ignoring it. And when Trump wins, maybe then he'll look back on, maybe I should have been a little tougher on Israel.
I think he'll be dead.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll have enough time to look back on it necessarily. But yeah, let's talk about Yemen. The Houthis, I'm going to say it. On this particular issue, on the micro level, they're right. They're still crazy fundamentalist Islamic terrorists, but they're right on this. Obviously they've been attempting to shoot civilian shipping vessels. That's never okay. But the reason that they're doing it is because they realize that the entire world is doing nothing.
Yeah, it's to put pressure on the Western. It's put pressure on the Western powers. It's actually crazy the Operation Desert Storm style attack we've done on Yemen now, where it's like us, the UK, and other Western forces all being like, let's just go fucking blow up another country, dog. Like, all because they side with the Palestinians. Like, how insane is it?
They're literally just handing the presidency to Trump.
Yeah,
on a fucking platter.
But here's the problem: is that he's gonna take office and he's gonna just continue to let Israel do whatever it wants.
Yeah, Trump's even worse.
He put the fucking embassy in Jerusalem.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's even worse on that. But then again, those aren't the people that are, they're not necessarily going to Trump. They're going away from Biden. A lot of people are talking about staying home. So those aren't the people that are going to directly contribute to Trump winning. But I mean, when you leave us with a guy that is coming on like a century old, can barely walk, can barely speak. He's a Zionist. He's funding a genocide. When that's the only guy you have, and in several states you're canceling primaries, preventing candidates who actually deserve the presidency from even running, Trump wins.
Yeah, it would be a really boss ass move. And here's what I would do if I was Joe Biden, because I think this would be sick. I would die. That's my first step. But I would make sure that before I died, Kamala knows who to appoint as vice president, because no one takes the vice presidency after the president dies. The president after him chooses who becomes the vice president. So, that's why, the vice president under Nixon that resigned, that's why he was replaced by Gerald Ford. And
that's the problem. Is Joe Biden is so delusional he doesn't even think he's old.
Well, so he dies, right? Because death comes for us all. And then Kamala immediately appoints Hunter Biden as the vice president, and then she resigns. How
I think that would be great.
Awesome. And Hunter then chooses George Soros as the vice president.
Oh yeah.
To eat
That
to
would be,
stack it even higher, dude.
Yeah, that would be great.
What a boss ass move that would be.
That'd be great. But with while we're kind of on Israel, why don't we talk a little bit about Russia? Obviously Ukraine's been more on the defensive ever since Republicans have just decided they're going to abandon every country but America.
Oh, it's every senator and representative though. It's the Democrats
Yeah,
too.
The Democrats are more for Ukraine.
Yeah.
They're all for Israel. I mean, they're all bought by AIPAC.
The Democrats are the reason why the Ukrainian aid is even still in the bill in the first place. But overall, they're all cool with just slashing the funding.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it doesn't just end at Israel doing a genocide. I mean, Putin is going to look at what's happening in Israel. He's going to say, okay, Americans are being massive hypocrites, and there's no way I could ever compete with the brutality of Israel right now, so game on.
Yeah. Yeah, because he has been speeding
up. He's going to be emboldened.
Well, they've already been doing that. Russia's already started ramping up its offensive against Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean they're back to bombing cities.
Yeah.
They kind of went away from that. They didn't really care that it looked bad. Like that's not why they stopped. They stopped just because it was, tactically not necessary. But I mean they're back to doing that. Putin's emboldened. China's emboldened. Israel's emboldened. I mean, what do we do? And I mean, that's the thing. Like, I know Cenk Uygur has no shot, but I know he would be incredibly tough on these issues, and he has the level of outrage necessary. At this point, I mean, some people don't like that. I get that some of the stuff he says and the way he acts is kind of unprofessional, but I mean, who set the precedent for being not too professional in the presidency?
There's also a frightening thing with his loyalty to people that he knows. I don't know if you remember a few months ago when Anna Kasparian, when the co-host on TYT, Anna Kasparian, I think that's how you say her last name.
I watch her.
I don't know if you remember, she made that really weird tweet about being trans, like how hard it is to be a cis woman or something like that. It was like a very very tone deaf tweet, and then she started kind of leaning into the transphobia a little bit on TYT, and then she almost did a full party switch. I assume someone behind the scenes was like, you gotta fucking cut it out or else you're gonna be joining Dave Rubin in the TYT graduate arena.
Yeah,
but Cenk was defending her to some extent, and pretty much destroyed a lot of his reputation with a lot of those super left wing people on the internet.
And talk about media bubbles. I didn't know about this at all.
Yeah, it's very chronic.
Birthing persons.
Yeah, birthing persons. She hates the term birthing persons. Yeah, I found the tweet.
I don't know about that one.
I found the tweet.
It's funny because I just started watching her, so fortunately my horse isn't all the way in the race, so it's not too late to pull out of that.
She said, "I'm a woman. Please don't refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realizing how degrading this is? You can support the trans community without doing this shit."
I guess on a micro level, I get why a woman would have a problem with birthing person, because maybe I don't know the history of that term or the context in which it's used, but to a woman, I guess that could be seen as kind of you're saying women are just breeders.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's the context that was in. But yeah, I mean the whole being a cis white woman is so hard. Come on.
So the context behind why people got mad at the tweet is because the tweet came out around the time that a lot of the anti-trans like rhetoric was starting to really like go off, and
Yeah.
it kind of felt like yeah, you're trans, but like guys, me. That's how it felt. That was kind of the atmosphere at the time. This was March last year, so it was like right after the midterms and all the trans stuff failed in the midterm, but then they kept pushing it harder. And so during all of this, instead of like being a ride or die for the trans community, she makes this super like kind of critical of trans communities tweet of like the few trans people that are calling her those terms, or like the some of the Republicans that are also calling her those terms. And so it was just a very like, yeah, you guys are struggling, but like me. And there's a lot of follow up to it where she doubles down, then triples down, and then never apologizes for it, and then just gets like overly angry about it. And
I'm not gonna defend that.
Like it's like a white person being like, God, quit calling me cracker, like during a BLM protest.
Yeah, like that's the hardest thing that they've ever like grappled with in terms of like racial stuff as white people, is somebody called you a cracker when non crackers have had literally like thousands of years of persecution and all that. But I'm not gonna defend that at all. That is funny though, because I literally like only about a week ago started like more consistently watching her, because I was like, oh, I kind of like her takes on Israel. This always happens. I see somebody covering a particular issue, and then I'm like, yeah, I like that. And then I see them covering another issue, and I'm like, oh God, like does anybody completely line up with all of my ideas? Because like even mainstream Democrat, like I saw Jamie Raskin in the Hunter Biden hearing, like was just absolutely dog walking Republicans, and it was beautiful. Then like immediately after he goes on CNN and does the whole but Hamas thing, and I'm like, oh God,
yeah,
watch it, Jamie.
It ruins every Democrat, like almost all of them, and
except for like AOC and Rashida Tlaib, and I think like one other. Like, there's literally no one that's actually on our side.
Well, so I said during a couple episodes ago, I was like talking about the response to Bernie Sanders not immediately calling for a ceasefire like he has in the past, and like he would cause for like a de-escalation and stuff like that, and like for them to pull out of Gaza, but he wouldn't use the word ceasefire.
Yeah,
but he was still expressly anti-Zionist. That was the part that where I was like, yeah, he's not using the word, but it's like very obvious, also based on his previous statements, that he doesn't agree with Israel's stance on Gaza, and like people are still dogging on him, and I'm like, guys, we don't have a lot of people left. Like, I understand that the bar is here for like people that we want to support. Like, you have to be against the genocide for us to support you. That I get, but when like they're very clearly against the genocide, they're just not using the specific buzzword that we all use. Like, we can't immediately cast them into the fire with all the other guys, I mean, Bernie Sanders.
And then again, to your point, he's gone even harder now. He's, I think, the only one of our only representatives that senators rather that said no more money for Israel, not just ceasefire, no more military funding, or I think he said funding of any kind. Like, we're dropping the leash on Israel completely. I mean, of course, he's in no position to follow through with that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I mean, even then, he's but I mean, to your point, like, he's gone even harder since that point. I wish that other people would join him in doing that, but I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, and like
Bernie Sanders repeatedly proving himself to be the only person on the right side of history. You know,
even John Fetterman isn't pro. Even John Fetterman's pro-Israel.
Yeah, you want to talk about a party switch? John Fetterman just saying, "I'm not a progressive. I'm George Santos. I'm not even the candidate that you voted for."
Pretty much.
His stance on Israel was literally sent to AIPAC for approval.
Yeah, his stance on Israel is very scripted and like cookie cutter. It's kind of embarrassing, actually. It's like very clearly his staff wrote it up, and he's like, yeah, I'll go along with it.
Yeah, like he doesn't write his own opinions.
And then 3 days later, he's like, guys, I'm depressed, and I'm going to be open about it.
I'm going to wear a hoodie again.
That's what men should do.
But then again, it's like I mean, obviously, this has just completely like shattered my trust in the government, because like even then, when somebody's campaigning claiming to be a progressive, like you can't even trust them anymore.
Yeah.
Because are they just going to pull a John Fetterman?
Vote for Biden again. He's going to have a very left-wing second term. Did you see that? Did you see that? His Joe Biden's like campaign team was like a second term with Biden will be a lot more left-wing. I'm like, the fuck is he gonna do? I'm like, that man's not gonna do that shit.
He's not. I mean, obviously the Republicans are like, you know, they love to claim him as like a liberal, you know, commie, whatever, pinko. But like, he's very much a centrist. He is like the establishment corporate Democrat. You know, like he's right in there, and people want to paint him as this like crazy, you know, progressive type guy. He's really not. I mean, the only things he's really progressive on. see how I can't name anything? Like,
right? Like the only thing he's even done remotely,
debt, I guess, for a little bit,
barely.
Yeah, and then he pulled it out under the rug. You know, in addition to the whole Israel thing, that's one of the other things that months ago, before October 7th, was tanking his polling, because he pulled the rug on the student debt relief, and you know he does the classic you know, dog and pony thing of we can't afford this type of spending.
Yeah.
You know, what like our military budget alone, we could flatten every country in the planet 100 times over. You know, but we can't do healthcare. We can't
afford it.
We can't cap insulin price. I mean, to be fair, he did do that. But I mean, for the longest time, it was like, we can't afford this stuff. You know, like, come on, what are we doing?
Yeah, I've thought about it for a while, and I've been like, you know, I've seen people doing that whole vote blue no matter what shit. Basically like immediately as a counter to the, but he's funding a genocide. They're like, yeah, but vote blue no matter what, because the option's Trump. And I'm like, yeah, but like, let's say, because I saw a popular leftist. Huh?
Let me know what you think, but I was going to say I kind of agree with that, because the bar's so low at this point. But yeah, what's your take on that?
I saw this like left-wing-ish streamer who, like, I don't know why he would make this comparison, because it really kind of ruined the point he was trying to make. Where he went, if you had the choice between 99% Hitler and 100% Hitler, I would choose the 99% Hitler. And I'm like, but like, no, I mean, that's just such a horrible comparison. Like, let's say Biden gave us free healthcare and did the student debt relief and then capped, you know, prices on stuff, all that stuff. Let's say he did all that stuff. And then he turns around and goes, yeah, but we love Israel, Jack. Keep killing them Palestinians, Jack. I just wouldn't vote. There's always the third option. Don't vote.
But then again, I disagree, because I'm assessing the projected damage to the country. I think I think America could survive 4 more years of Biden. America will not survive 4 more years of Trump. You know, yes, Biden is funding a genocide. He is 99% Hitler on this issue. But he's come out and said political violence never accepted in the country. Then again, like I said, the bar is so low at this point. So I would say that not voting or voting for doing anything other than voting for Biden, whether you're going to try and vote third party, in my opinion, that vote you're handing to Trump, because Biden, like, yes, I said he's 99% Hitler on that issue, but he's not an overt fascist theocrat the way Trump is.
Yeah.
If Biden wins, there won't be a Project 2025. There won't be Muslim bans. So I guess I'm assessing, like, how do I think democracy will survive with Biden? I would say yes. I think, like I said, political violence at this point is a certainty. There's no way around it. The genie's out of the bottle. With January 6th, like I said, if Biden wins, Trump's going to claim fraud, and we're right back to January 6th all over again.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't make the primary, which, I mean, he will, he's going to do the same thing. So, like, even that potential third option that might happen, like, let's say maybe he doesn't win the primary, maybe Nikki Haley takes it, with one state somehow. But, like, if you're not voting for Biden, I would say you're helping Trump win, because, like, I think the whole I'm going to vote third party thing is kind of a joke.
Well, voting third party is stupid anyway.
Yeah, because, like, yes, I would like to vote third party in plenty of cases, like with Bernie. But it's like when we got to play the game here.
I feel like, in a way, though, it's kind of punishing the DNC, because if Biden wins the second term, I mean, yeah, it's going to avoid the fascist president, but then what? We're just going to have, like, a fucking lame duck president who's not going to do anything? What incentive does Biden have to do left-wing stuff if he doesn't have to get reelected? And with the DNC, it's like, oh, well, now they just get to sit back and relax for 3 years before they have to put up another candidate, and they're inevitably going to fuck that up. And the only thing that's going to save us from Trump that time is if Trump dies. So...
yeah, I was literally going to say that. I was going to say that's where I go back to me banking on both Joe Biden and Trump dying, hopefully by November. So, I mean, I don't know what to do at this point. I don't know what we're doing. I had something else. Oh yeah, by the way, with Trump, if he, I was talking about if he loses, he's going to claim fraud. Yeah. He's already setting up the framework right now by saying that Democrats are flooding illegal immigrants into the country and registering them to vote, even though how you vote is obviously you come in legally, you pass a citizenship test, and then I believe it is 7 years of residency, and then you can vote.
You know what's crazy is that New York tried to... No, go ahead, actually.
So, I mean, Biden flooding the country with immigrants to vote in 7 years to win an election in a few months, but no, what were you going to say?
So, it's actually really funny you mentioned that, because there's an episode I did towards the end of last year where it was 45 minutes of me watching a Joe Rogan clip that's like 4 minutes long, and it was about voting rights. Joe Rogan brought up the New York state law that was attempted to be passed, where they would have allowed permanent residents who happen to not be full citizens to vote in municipality elections. And he thought it was illegal immigrants coming into the country and voting for the president and Congress. And it's just
municipality elections.
Yeah,
right?
so because constitutionally, if you're not a citizen, you cannot vote in a federal election, but it doesn't specify local and state elections. Those are up for the states and local governments to decide. And so New York was going to let like permanent residents who maybe weren't citizens yet or didn't want to be a citizen, but they live here permanently and they contribute to the economy and they're as much a citizen as anyone else. They just legally aren't one. It would allow them to vote in for mayor, for governor, for like your local representative in the state Congress and stuff like that. And the state Supreme Court in New York struck it down. And even though it seemed legal from the jump, I don't know what grounds they used to strike it down, considering the law seemed to follow every law that was on the books, but it got struck down anyway. And Joe Rogan interpreted it as New York barely saved from an immigrant overload voting for the fucking president.
And I'm not going to deny that the border is a problem and that we don't have the infrastructure to deal with some of these sudden like flows of immigrants. But people act like immigrants just are coming in to destroy America when they are literally coming in from countries to escape war, escape poverty that we caused.
We've started.
Yeah, much of which we have caused. And then so when they want to come over here, I mean, some of these people walk through like the jungles on foot for hundreds of miles to get here. And then they're waiting for 10, 20 years to finally be citizens.
Yeah.
And, we need to invest. I'm not going to say we need to just do what Trump is wanting to do and just like hold. He basically wants concentration camps at the border, just holding them right there and not even worrying about the infrastructure. I mean, it's one step short of like a tent city in the Sinai Desert for Gazans.
Yeah.
Like it's one step short of that.
I think the solution to the immigrant crisis and the refugee crisis at the border, I feel like would be fixing all the infrastructure around this country, building homes for everyone, but also like affordable housing for the impoverished. Asylum seekers have every international right to enter this country, so might as well prep for them. Especially
why? Go ahead.
Especially in countries that we've ripped apart from the inside out, and destabilized the shit out of. It's like it feels wrong that you don't then let the citizens, come to your country. I mean, if you want a satellite state so bad that's just like America, why not let them live in the actual country?
Yeah, and I mean, there's that goes into like the cartels and stuff. We want to bomb all the cartels and stuff. But I mean, there's a reason that we don't designate officially those cartels as terrorist organizations.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you know about asylum seekers, you probably know that designating them as terrorist organizations would allow millions of Mexicans to claim asylum, and of course, we don't want that because brown people,
who are willing to work and do the jobs white people refuse to do.
Yeah, fully. Yeah, and never mind that like immigrant crime is vastly smaller than like citizen crime. Like straight white people killed plenty more people than immigrants do.
Yeah.
Just by proportions alone. And I mean, it's like it's one of those things where it's like, yes, there are problems, but like it's massively overblown, and doing things doing the things like Greg Abbott is doing, where they just cart immigrants into other states.
Yeah.
I mean, is that human trafficking?
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally human trafficking, right?
It is. It's
like,
legally and like literally, it's human trafficking.
Sanctioned human trafficking.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know how to put it. It's like, in the eyes of the American people, it's okay because they're getting the big bad brown people out of the state that they live in. But like, they end up shipping them off to these other states where they're well taken care of, have like a much easier path to citizenship than they would in fucking Texas. And then like you're basically creating your own boogeyman at that point. Because if you ship enough of them to these Democrat majority states, when the next census rolls around and all those people have become citizens at that point, then they're going to get more representation in the House, and they're going to have more voting power in the elections. They're digging their own grave with this.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, like the Martha's Vineyard thing is a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
How like everyone there... Yeah, like everyone there, all these rich people were like, "Oh no, let us take care of you. You don't know where you are, we'll help you." It like completely backfired when it happened.
Yeah, and I mean, that's Republicans doing what they do best, digging their own graves. So
surprised he's able to do it in the wheelchair.
Was there something else? Oh yeah, like speaking of the border, like the whole like the fentanyl thing. I was watching. Did you see Jelly Roll's like committee like hearing thing about fentanyl? Did you hear about that? Do you know who Jelly Roll is? I didn't.
No, I don't.
He's I think he's a rock and roll guy. He's a musician, and he did some kind of like congressional hearing about the fentanyl crisis, and they want to pass the Fend Off Fentanyl Act, which, among a couple of other things, will criminalize the illegal use of I think it's xylazine or something. It's a sedative or an anesthetic that is used in producing fentanyl. And they're also going to provide state and local law enforcement with fentanyl screening devices. That's going to do shit.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything.
That's going to do literally nothing. I mean, keep in mind that we didn't create the black market for this stuff, but I mean, we're kind of sustaining it. Do what?
Pharmaceutical companies did.
Yeah, like we're kind of sustaining this black market, and I mean, we should. Let me know your opinion on this, because I think we have historical precedent with prohibition. If you do what you're doing with do what some states are doing with weed and CBD right now, if you decriminalize and tax it, that black market is gone.
Yeah, that's the solution to all drug. That's the solution to all drug problems. Is that if you decriminalize it and tax the shit out of it, then you basically eliminate, not fully, but you eliminate the majority of the problems with drugs in this country. And
and the tax margins, I'm going to be real picky on that. I don't think they should be taxed that high, because then if you tax them too much, people, everything's going to be so expensive that it's going to be cheaper to buy stuff off the street anyway. So and of course, the politicians aren't going to see that, because they see money. Oh,
yeah.
So even then, I think like that theoretically works, but I don't think it's going to be executed correctly.
You know what you need to stop doing? We need to stop announcing shit. If we just quietly forced pharmaceutical companies to stop producing fentanyl on an official level, then how quickly do you think they would catch on?
Yeah, well, and there's the other angle of it is China, which, I mean, yes, they are facilitating and and kind of sustaining the flow of fentanyl like internationally.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, like it's like the whole thing with immigration, where like it was kind of America's fault in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say what you want about things that happened 100 years ago, but China literally sees the fentanyl crisis as revenge for the opium wars.
That's pretty funny.
And like I said, I'm not going to excuse that. It's still absolutely unacceptable. But I want to dispel the myths that they just hate Americans because
I hate our freedom.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a dictator state like China, I mean, maybe they do hate freedom.
They hate our freedom.
And yeah, I mean, at least with China, maybe they do hate freedom a little bit, but they don't just, Bin Laden and Hamas didn't just wake up one day and decide, "Ooh, I'm going to be evil." What can I know I'll start throwing some planes at buildings, or I'll hang glide into a music festival and shoot into a crowd indiscriminately. The people who hate America didn't just wake up one day and hate America. I mean, there's been decades of, like systematic oppression.
And that's not saying like we agree with the victims of those acts. It's just more of we understand why they happen in the first place.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, people are deliberately trying to blur the line between like explanation and excuse.
Yeah.
Like, people want to like, put that all in the same lot.
Yeah, we're not saying like, oh, they had to do 9/11. We're saying like the reason behind why they did 9/11 logically makes sense. Like it would have been it would have happened eventually.
Yeah. I mean, it would have happened eventually because, like I said, when you do this to people, you create terrorism. I mean, with it back to Israel, I mean, how many Hamas members are they creating right now?
Yeah.
How many kids are going to look at the bodies of their families who've been smashed by U.S. bombs and think, I have nothing to lose and I'll do anything to kill an Israeli?
Yeah.
How many people are going to think that? It's one of the things, like, back to Israel, like when the bombing stops, and it will, then what? We've already proven that this state, Israel, we created a state for Israelis, and they used the fact that, yes, the Nazis did commit genocide against them, or they tried to. Well, they didn't try to. I mean, they did. Well, they tried to, in that they didn't.
Valiant effort, guys! You almost did it.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to, and that they didn't fully succeed. Thank God.
Yeah.
But now we have Israel that's using that historical fact to create a victim complex to justify doing whatever the hell they want. So what do we do now for Gazans? Do we create a state for Gazans, and then in 100 years when they start, if they learn the same lessons that the Israelis learned from the Nazis, what do we do then? I mean, and we can't bring them back to Gaza because there's no Gaza to be brought back to.
Yeah, I think the UN just officially classified Gaza as uninhabitable, didn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, I mean there's literally nothing but rubble. Like, there's nothing to go back to.
There's the West Bank, but the problem is that, I mean, my solution's
the West Bank has been very much better.
Oh yeah, it's like scattered little islands with checkpoints connecting all of them. But like, my solution's always been
Gaza, but
my solution's always been to join the state as one. So it would be I've seen different proposals. I've seen people saying we just call all of it Israel and we have them all live like peacefully together. Obviously, it would be like America, where there are still racists here, but I
agree. I think I agree. I think I don't know if it's the most likely. I think I think, like, if we're judging the optics of it, I think we're more likely to have a well, are we more likely to have a two-state if Israel's going to absorb Gaza anyway?
Yeah, we're more likely to have a one-state by force, and it's just going to involve killing.
Yeah, like I thought about that, and I'm like, wait, never mind. But yeah, I think one state. Call it Israel, Palestine, call it Palestine, whatever you want to call it. Human rights for all, secular liberal democracy.
Yeah.
Because again, we haven't even talked about the fact that like Israel in its current form is an ethno-state, a theocracy, or both.
Yeah, imagine if like the American...
And if we're going to condemn regimes like Saudi Arabia or Iran for being like barbaric, theocratic dictatorships, we need to condemn Israel for doing the exact same thing, just on the other side of the coin.
Well, yeah, like imagine if the American Constitution said like this is a nation for white people and shit like that. Like, wouldn't that be nuts? Yeah. And
yeah,
it's really ironic that the Zionist right-wing government of Israel uses like the Holocaust and stuff to try to garner sympathy for their cause of genociding Gazans, because
you're doing the Holocaust.
Well, but also Bibi Netanyahu is a huge Holocaust revisionist. I mean, this man like literally said that Hitler was a gift from God pretty much because it led to the creation of Israel. I mean, like, this man he says that Hitler didn't want to kill Jews. Like, that's what he says. And, and also I love when Americans are trying to say this is not a genocide. They're like, no, it's not. And it's only because they don't speak the language that they speak in Israel that
brown people.
Well, like they don't speak Hebrew, so they don't know what they're saying on those news networks. Where
you don't have to.
Well,
you can copy and paste like what they're saying.
But they don't put that. They don't put that effort in. So
yeah,
when they they don't watch any of these things because they don't understand it, and then you watch them as someone like us who have translations and stuff, and it's literally these like people going on these news networks in Israel going, "We're gonna kill every brown person right next door. We're going to wipe them all out until they're all gone. These dog trash people, all gone." And it's like, they're saying they're going to do the genocide. And these stupid ass Americans are like, no, guys, no, they're not.
Yeah, they're openly admitting to it. I mean, we want to turn Gaza into a parking lot. Gaza will burn.
All the photos of Israelis like kicking back in a lawn chair, drinking a beer while watching the bombs go off in the Gaza Strip. Have you seen those types of photos?
Yeah, I've seen Israeli soldiers like sifting through rubble, like finding personal effects and like pissing on
gifting
them
it to their. Have you seen the guy that stole jewelry from a Palestinian's home and brought it back to his wife?
Yeah, that literally to a sane person. Like if I did that to my girlfriend, if I went to Gaza and got a necklace from a dead person and gave it to her as a gift, like that would end the relationship. In a sane, like to sane people, that would literally be the end of the relationship right there, because you're a freak. Why did you give me a dead person's necklace?
Hobby Lobby technically did that. They stole like a fucking ancient tablet from Iraq or something during one of our invasions. Do you know about that?
Really? I don't know about that. I wouldn't put it past this company. So
during the War on Terror, they took like this biblical ancient tablet that had like one of the original Bible stories inscribed on it. And they stole it from, I think, Iraq, and the U.S. government like forced them to give it back like 8 years later or some shit like that.
Well, that's just like how all like the artifacts from like these ancient like tribal societies and stuff, like all of these artifacts from like long lost like civilizations and stuff are all in like England.
Yeah, in like a museum.
Yeah, like they're all in England. They've all been like stolen.
And all the British like bitch and moan that they want that they want it back, and it's like it's theirs, man.
Yeah, it's literally their shit, you know.
So
like if you're so like, why are you so attached to that?
right? It's like, dude, you look at it, then you leave. Like, why do you want it?
Literally, like that's it.
We conquered those guys. That's why we want it.
Yeah, and I mean, unless you're trying to assimilate their culture, which I suspect some of these people are trying to do. There's no reason that you would be offended by that.
Have you ever been to like a spiritual shop or anything where they sell like Hinduistic, symbolistic like items?
I mean, you know me, like I would never set foot in one of them.
Well, I have, and
I'm not into that stuff.
They sell like in like Native American stuff, or they'll sell Hinduistic or like Buddhism stuff and all that. But a lot of the time it's ethical because the people selling it are from those regions or are of that culture.
That's like independent vendors, you know.
But when I walk into a shop like that and it's ran by white people, I get so uncomfortable because I'm like, why do you have this? Where did you get it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what?
I get that. I would kind of have the I just work here mentality, you know. Like, you know, of course I you know, it's like I'm trying not to like out personal information. A certain place that I worked, you know, was like very complicit in the whole Israel thing, and it's like I worked there for a while because I worked there because it's not McDonald's, you know. I'm not ideologically aligned with this okay, yeah, and then maybe I need to be a little more consistent because that goes back to every Trump supporter is a traitor. I mean, I get, you know, I just work here.
Yeah, I feel like for us it's different if we're just trying to stay alive and make money to stay alive.
Yeah.
But
I mean, in this capitalist society, like, you do whatever you can, you know.
It's why I don't blame. It's why I don't blame some of the people who did serve in the IDF, and you know they don't support the genocide because the IDF is mandatory, and you know like the punishment for not doing it is like a lot of your rights are gone. You go to jail for a couple of years. If you leave Israel, it's like damn near impossible to return, and you know there are a lot of consequences that are very difficult to like comprehend as an 18-year-old, you know, who's grown up in this country that has hammered it into your head. You have to join the IDF. You have to enforce this occupation over the two sides of the country. You know, it's very hard to, if you're 18 and you're able to look past all that and realize it's wrong and then have the courage to not go to the IDF, that's cool, but a lot of 18-year-olds can't do that, and they don't realize till later on that it was, you know, that what they were doing was wrong. But a lot of them don't have that ability to comprehend that, or they don't have the courage to do it. They don't want to risk the consequences.
That's the thing. It's like, are they going to have like? I don't know if they will, because like you said, that's been hammered into them so deeply. Like, they're true believers.
Yeah.
But I was wondering, like, is the IDF going to have an Iraq moment where maybe not the people who orchestrated the attack, but like the people on the ground are going to realize we fought for a bunch of bullshit. But then America is a secular liberal democracy.
Yeah.
Where we haven't made it at the societal level, like, enforced these ideas.
It's not an ethno state.
Yeah, we're not an ethno state. So it's like, I don't even know if we're gonna have, if they're gonna have like an Iraq moment where they realize that like they've been a cog in this like evil system.
Yeah. Do you think there will be in the future? I mean, we already know there probably will be, based on reports we've already been getting. But do you think later on it'll come out that there will be an Abu Ghraib moment in Gaza, where there's a torture prison and they're like burning bodies and taking photos.
Well,
with
it's already
them.
coming out. I mean, like I said,
Yeah.
that we like that was something in the ICJ hearing. Evidence of torture.
Yeah.
Torture of children, torture of the elderly, torture of the disabled. You know, they weren't just bombing them.
Those camps where they're making those kids like strip down, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're already doing that. It's like it's not a matter of like, you know, this might be happening. It's not a matter of we think we know what's going on. And that's where like, how can you even support Israel? Because like Trump, even if you eventually change your mind, part of me, I would say better late than never for people to come around. But from day one, the facts of the case have been very clear and obvious. So it's like, I don't even care that those people come around, you know?
I will say go ahead, sorry.
No, I mean,
the delay makes it hard to tell when you're done with your.
No, I was at the end of that train of thought.
Oh. I will say I'm surprised by how long this has stayed in the public conscience. 4 months is very impressive.
That's the thing. I mean, like, that, and that's what's going to kill Biden is because he literally thinks like him and Blinken have had conversations, and we have like transcripts and stuff. They are banking. They don't just think, they are banking on the fact that this fades out of public consciousness before the election. I'm going to tell you now, it's not going to. People do not forgive this. We will not forget it.
I remember when Russia invaded Ukraine, and I said at the time, I said, the only reason why people care about this so much is because the people being attacked are white. It doesn't make it right, it's just that this is the reason why so many people in America care about this invasion, and it's because the people living there are white Europeans. And what was interesting about that is that it stayed in the public conscience for about 2 months, and you know, people, you know, the most effort they'd put in is keeping the flag in their name, and you know, the occasional mention of it being in some spending bill where we're sending money over there. And with this war, I mean,
seeing pro-Israel people getting ratioed in absolutely every comment section on the internet.
Yeah, and with this war,
I'll tell you, I love that.
And I don't even want to call it a war. With this like full-on invasion, massacre and genocide, I'm shocked at how from October to now January of the following year, people that I am friends with, people that I follow, people that I align with politically, people who I didn't expect to align with politically, still posting every day about it, still constantly talking about it. It's always on my mind. I'm hearing new things about it every week. I'm shocked.
I've made it a mission. I've as you've seen on my Instagram feed, I mean, I've been posting this stuff about almost every day. I haven't shied away from posting dead Palestinian kids with their heads blown open because I'm kind of on the other side. I see nobody close to me talking about this. I am shocked. That again, when you're like 2 clicks away from finding all this evidence and the facts and everything, nobody's talking about this. So, I mean, I've made it a point. I don't care how, you know, I totally skip through people's stories when they're constantly posting, and I'm going to be a massive hypocrite and do that. Because, I mean, I don't care how annoying people think it is. You know, people need to have their eyes opened up to this. I mean, you don't see any of this in mainstream media, not even Democrat media, not even CNN.
You see it in MSNBC, though. They've been going hard on it.
Oh, yeah. Even MSNBC, like some of the people like Morning Joe, they're not liberals. They're corporate Democrats. But it's like, regardless of that, like they've been going real hard. Like almost everything that I've been posting, the ICJ, you know, the genocide evidence, the statements from Israeli officials. I mean, that's all on MSNBC. You know, you can go find it all right now.
This war is also, you know, a real turning point, I feel like, for a lot of leftists, because Like, you know, when George Floyd was murdered 4 years ago, that was my like radicalization point. Like I was already fairly liberal or like maybe center left.
This is my radicalization point right now.
And yeah, so what happened to me is that George Floyd was murdered and it was like a clear-cut case, and I saw the response to it, and the more and more I saw it, I was like, you know what? I think I'm starting to fully understand now. Because like a lot of liberals, BLM was considered a terrorist group before all of that. And so we, you know, I'm sure you remember when in 2014 when Obama called them like thugs pretty much and was like, we don't associate with BLM. They're like a terrorist organization. I don't think Obama called them a terrorist organization. I think that was Trump that did that one. But, you know, once that happened, it totally switched up my brain. Like I just started becoming progressively more and more left to the point where like I'm very I'm very off the spectrum in this country, politically.
Yeah.
And with this war, with this war, it's like taken my ideology and has now like fully justified my ideology in my head with this whole response to the genocide and everything, and the facts of it and the like what it looks like, and the calling it a genocide is not even inherently political. It's been made political by these idiots who, like...
Well, everything in America gets made political, you know, like COVID, everything.
When it doesn't need to be. I mean, there are facts that don't change, and if you believe those facts, you automatically get put into the left-wing category, or the radically left-wing category. And this war has just, like, stamped it into my brain where I'm like, dude, I'll be like 80 years old and still saying... I'm a leftist. Like, I'm not going to be one of those liberals that becomes an old boomer and becomes conservative, you know. This war has really stamped it in.
Yeah, and that's something with me. Like, I always know that the older generations, like, you know, things that younger people do as society is always changing is always going to be seen as weird by older people. I mean, look at metal music, or look at, you know, trans rights. And I'm trying to prepare myself for that no matter how weird I think the younger people are when I'm older, that, you know, the older generations thought the same thing about me. So I'm going to try and be, you know, very conscious of that. What else was I going to say?
My mom is super left-wing. Like my dad is like comfortably liberal, but my mom is like almost as progressive as me, but not as radical as me.
Yeah, well, even then, like, I've learned to, I've learned that you're not entirely a liberal or entirely a conservative. I go issue by issue. You know, you can have, we've seen Democrats that are otherwise very progressive are like the biggest Israel suck-ups on the planet, you know. Or at least they claim to be progressive. So, I mean, it's issue by issue. I've learned to not kind of throw labels on people. And like I said, this is my moment right now. I've realized that this entire country has been built on a lie. You know, like back with George Floyd, you know, I really didn't do enough of my own digging. I was like, okay, I saw the video where he was clearly like on his neck and choking him, but like some people say like drugs, some people say he had like inconvenient medical emergency, and
or they're like, well, he committed a crime, or they're like, look at his prior criminal history, you know.
Like, well, I wasn't like that. Yeah, I wasn't like, oh, he's a criminal, so fuck him.
Yeah.
But like, I didn't have all the facts, and so you know what, this is it, because I was really indecisive, because, you know, I was you know what, I fell for the enlightened centrist thing.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, you know, both sides. You know, there aren't both sides anymore. You I mean, everything is so obvious with Israel, with Biden, with the Democrats and Republicans. I mean, all this stuff. It's like you can't afford when like our democracy is literally at stake this year. Like you can't afford to not be decisive on this. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I've like completely lost confidence in our government. And when Iran or the Houthis or whoever, when they hand us another 9/11, our government, not us as people, as citizens, but our government will have done absolutely everything to deserve it. And even then, we have set the precedent that, through our support of Israel, that there are no civilians. So,
yeah,
people are going to use that precedent that we set against us. I mean, it happened 20 years ago with 9/11. Yes, he was wrong, but Bin Laden's logic was America is a democracy and every citizen participates, therefore every citizen is a fair target. I think that's wrong, but we set that wrong precedent.
And in a way,
he used it against.
In a way, the IDF is like that, where now every civilian in Israel is a soldier or a veteran, and now they've set this weird thing up where, in a way, Hamas can justify attacking Israel by saying, well, everyone there is an enemy combatant because they were all in the IDF or are in the IDF, and then like they can take it a whole step further because, like in America, yeah, we're a democracy, we all vote, sort of, and you could make the argument from his point of view that we've all contributed in some way to the foreign policy in our country. With the idea with Israel, it's like not only do these people cast votes, but they also serve in the country's military. They've actively, like whether they wanted to or not, they've actively carried out the will of whatever war department they have there. And in the eyes of Hamas, I mean, they can use that as a justification. I'm not saying that's right. I don't think it is.
Can.
I don't think it's right because it's forced conscription, no matter what your ideology is, obviously. And, not everyone that votes in this country votes for the side that contributed to the foreign policy disaster. But, and
even then, if they do, not for the same reason.
But, in a world of stupid people, it's really easy to convince those stupid people of really lame, stupid reasons. And so if your justification is, well, they're fair targets because they're all IDF or are currently IDF, stupid people are going to go, oh, it's fair, It goes across the board. Israel has fucked themselves in that regard.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, Hamas, people only support Hamas more now.
Yeah.
Because regardless of all the terrible things that they've done, at least they're fighting back.
It's the ISIS dilemma.
Yeah, exactly. In the eyes of the people, like there's literally no hope left. There's nothing left. We have nothing to lose. So why not throw all of our eggs in this basket?
Yeah.
So Hamas is, I mean, in a way, they're obviously losing strength because Israel's flattening their entire, region. But in a way, they're getting stronger in an intangible kind of way. And I mean, like I said, that's how you breed these terrorists, and we know that you can't eliminate terror.
Yeah.
You can't eliminate an idea like that. Joe Biden is like, you can't get rid of America because you can't get rid of an idea. We're built on an idea.
And it's like, no, you could totally get rid of America. It's like, actually, if anything that's been shown to me in the last few years, it's that you could totally get rid of the idea of America. It is so easy to convince these morons that live here of anything, dude. Like, any of them. Dude, Trump could enter office and be like, I want a constitutional referendum. And half the country would be like, sure thing, boss. After, like, years and decades of saying how much they love the Constitution. All it takes is one guy that they worship to go, let's change the Constitution, and they'll go, yes, boss. It's
And
so
even when
easy.
even when you bring up their own hypocrisy, they lack the critical thinking to change their views.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do we even do? Like, I'm literally trying to think of how we get out of this right now, and I can't tell you. We can't sink to Republicans low, and we are not yet at the point where I feel political. Okay. So, like I said, with Hamas, there's always a point where you believe political violence is justified. It's just a matter of where that point is. We're not at that point yet, in my opinion, but we might just be if Trump wins. And it's like we can't sink to Republicans' lows, but when they're fascists, when they're going to try to cheat the system, no matter what.
I don't think the military would go along with
I don't think they would.
I remember
I don't think they would.
I said that 3 years ago too. When people thought there was going to be like a military coup over the election stuff. I was like, guys, I don't think they would do that. I think they don't answer to the fucking president. They answer to the fucking...
Yeah, there's a lot more ideological policing within the military for crazy, whacked out people.
I mean, they answer to the whole government.
Unlike Trump, unlike Trump, they genuinely swore to uphold the Constitution, not the president.
Yeah.
I mean, the Romans made that mistake, 2,000 years ago.
So, if Congress or the Supreme Court stepped in, I mean, they realistically would have to listen to them because it's a 2/3 of the government telling you, don't do this. I mean, I know he's the fucking whatever it's called. I don't know why the term is commander-in-chief. I know he's the leader of the military, but one, it's illegal to deploy troops on U.S. soil. 2, Congress determines if we actually do start a war with anyone, let alone ourselves. The court would. I have a strong feeling that once it crosses that line,
you can do what Biden's doing and just get past Congress, with the Houthis.
But I feel like once you get past that line of deploying troops on U.S. soil, I have a feeling they would just throw him out of office forcibly.
Yeah, but even then, I don't even know about that because the mindset among Republicans when he wins the primary and if or when he wins the election is at least he's not a Democrat.
Yeah.
I mean, like 2020 when Trump won the primary, all the people that previously said I hate Trump, I hate Trump, I hate Trump, fell in line.
Yeah.
Ted
Cruz.
So,
he hates my wife, Cruz.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham, Chris Christie for a time, thankfully not for very long.
He just dropped out.
He was one of the first. Oh yeah, and I watched his speech where he basically said that, and I watched his hot mic moment. I mean, yes, I think he's terrible on almost every issue, but I mean, he's the only sane he's just about the only sane Republican left.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's openly said that, he's gone with the trials. He's like, Trump is a criminal. He's literally not fit, even if he wins. And if the precedent is set that he cannot pardon himself, he's going to be going back and forth between civil and criminal trials, and you can't run a country in doing that.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like the court would rule that he can't pardon himself if he actually did it. I mean, because it's never happened before, but I feel like the Supreme Court would probably rule that there's one exception: you cannot pardon yourself. But
who do we think his VP is going to be?
I have two theories.
He's considering. We know that he's considering Nikki Haley.
Yeah, that's one of mine.
Who else?
I think he won't pick one.
Tucker Carlson?
I think he won't
pick
one.
I interrupted you. I talked over you. What'd you say?
I don't think he'll pick one.
Oh, he won't?
Yeah. That's my second theory. I feel like he's going to
Can
run
you
by
do
himself.
that?
Yeah. I don't think you need
You
a vice
cannot have a
president.
VP.
I don't think you need one. If I remember correctly, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think. I want to fact check this. I don't know if Gerald Ford had a VP. Did he?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I don't. I honestly don't know. I mean, I've never even thought of
Okay.
that.
He had a guy
So-
named Nelson Rockefeller. Great, it was Rockefeller. And
There you go.
but I don't know what the gap is between becoming president and nominating the VP, because I'm pretty sure you don't have to have a vice president. Let's see. Could
I mean,
Trump
that does totally.
run without? I'm looking it up. Can Trump run without a VP?
That's totally in line with Trump because I mean he's at the point where he doesn't want a second banana next to him anymore. He wants to be the guy. So I think that's totally in line with his beliefs. But I don't know if you can do that or not. Let me know what you find.
The president shall nominate. I mean, realistically, if there's a vacancy, they can just leave it empty. I think presidents have done that before. That's what I'm basing it on. I think presidents have like lost a VP or like a VP took over for the president and just didn't pick a replacement. God, there is a president that did that. I don't remember who it was.
Yeah, I don't know which one that would be.
There's a president that didn't have a VP for a while. Oh my God. I don't know. It's not really. I mean, I know originally before certain laws were introduced, you would vote for the president and vice president separately, which is why there would be a lot of cross-party executive branches.
This is going to blow your mind. There were 4.
Yeah.
There were 4 presidents. Let's see. John Tyler, Millard Fillmore, Chester Arthur, and Andrew Johnson.
I think
At least that's what the first search is.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, LBJ didn't have a VP for a while.
James Madison for his entire term. Andrew Jackson for half of his term. Franklin Pierce for a little while. Andrew Johnson for a little while. Chester Arthur for his whole term. Theodore Roosevelt from 1901 to 1905.
But who's the president of the Senate then if there's no VP? Who becomes the president of the Senate?
That's a great question.
Is it just the president? Because that seems a little bit overstepping.
I don't think Congress is going to roll with that. I don't think they're going to let him also be the president. Because the president of the Senate is also the one who certifies the election results, right?
Yeah, Kamala Harris was like the tiebreaker for the first couple of years of the Biden presidency.
Yeah, so let's say like Trump had a consecutive victory, like he was the incumbent when he won instead of Joe Biden. If all you would have to do, you would think he would have done this actually because of the fake electors thing. You would have thought he would have just declared that he has no VP, and then so he can certify his own election results.
Well, once I don't know if you can fire the vice president. I think that's the only executive position that can't be fired.
I mean, he would have done it.
He would have tried, yeah.
Yeah.
But
I think if it were legal, he would have done it. So maybe it's not legal.
God, that is an interesting question. Who was the president of the Senate during the time of no vice presidents?
Yeah, I mean, it might just be another vacancy, or maybe the speaker of. Actually, I don't think it would be the Speaker of the House. I would assume.
Wait, the President pro tempore might be the President of the Senate then.
Okay, I was going to say it would be the Senate Majority Leader.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Like a speaker.
I don't know. Well, I was going to say the Speaker of the House, but I mean, that would make less sense than the Senate Majority Leader.
Well, like a speaker.
Yeah. I was going to say, please no Mike Johnson certifying the election results. That would be
Yeah.
an absolute fucking disaster if he lasts that long. I mean, Chip Roy and some other Republican MAGA crazies are already thinking about tossing him out. So if he even lasts that long.
Yeah, Mike Johnson actually might be busy that day, too busy ignoring his black son.
He has a black son?
He has a black... Yeah, see? You don't know, because he
know.
never
Yeah.
is pictured
I
with
guess
him.
it just proved my point.
He adopted...
I know he has a I know he has a 17-year-old son that he has a weird porn watching app with. I didn't know that... I didn't know he had a black son. Some accountability app or something like that. That's fucking weird. So, I mean, this dude is like a true Kool-Aid drinker. I mean, like I said, a lot of Republicans, like, you know, there's plenty of Tucker Carlsons, there's plenty of Donald Trumps. I will support whatever gets me reelected.
You know, he was one of the only ones in support of the BLM protest during George Floyd's death.
Who?
Mike Johnson.
Johnson?
He was one of the only Republicans that didn't go along with the anti-George Floyd stuff. It's because of his
ignoring his black son.
I know. Look at the Christmas shoot they did this year. He's not in it. But he has
Was that the one with his daughter? Was that the one where he went to a weird like purity ball with his daughter, or was that something else?
I think that was something else.
Are you aware of that?
Sort of.
Oh, let me get my kitty out the way.
But Mike Johnson has an adopted black kid that he never talks about, is never pictured with. Like, it's really weird. So the last thing I wanted to tell you was the thing I told you I had a twist for.
Yeah.
So as you know, an Alaskan flight, 737 had a panel that used to be a door, and it was now being used as just a panel. And the door basically fell off the plane at like an altitude that wasn't fatal, but if someone was sitting in those seats, they would have been sucked out of the plane. And
yeah, I saw the video. I didn't look into the specifics of it.
And those people missed their flight that day. So, like, it's literally like the same. It's almost the same thing as like when Seth MacFarlane missed his flight that would have hit the World Trade Center.
On 9/11, yeah.
Yeah.
That's lucky.
So no one died. Everyone was fine. And it was at an altitude that was fine, so they were able to land the plane. Well, fast forward to like a day or two ago, and Tim Pool talks about it on his show, Timcast. Where do you think he's going to go with this?
I mean, I've seen some whacked out Republicans say that because corporate, I mean, they're kind of right in that corporate greed is leading to the downfall of America, but like in the other kind of way, I would assume he would say something along the lines of, actually, no, he probably blamed it on like black people or women, right?
Yes! He said it was because of diversity hires that it happened.
Yeah. Okay, I heard about that. I heard about that. I didn't know it came from Tim Pool. Okay.
He's one of them. There's a few of them that are like kind of fringe now that are running with the narrative that it's because like a woman or something is the one who was or something like involved with a minority having something to do with the door on the plane. And he's like kind of buddy with that like incel that loves doing race math with like IQ points, saying that
I've subjected myself to Tim Pool. Like he's a full blown like red pill Andrew Tate.
No, he's a liberal.
Manosphere.
He's a liberal.
Yeah. He's like, then again, I think he's kind of a Tucker Carlson. Like I don't really think he strikes me as somebody who doesn't really believe in what they're saying. But then again, like if you're gonna adjust your opinion to whatever will get you clout, choose a popular opinion.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the hell he's doing. I know he makes like shitty music. He has a band.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, and
isn't it called Timcast?
Yeah, it's like the This dude has the most consistent like branding I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like,
I was about to say it's like if Joe Rogan made music and he called it the Joe Rogan Experience, but I feel like that actually makes sense because that name's based off the Jimi Hendrix Experience. So I feel like that one works, but like if you were like new music by NPR, I'd be like, really? Couldn't find a different name. Music by the Howard Stern Show.
Yeah, I don't know what Tim Pool is doing, but yeah, he's like a full-on like manosphere type of guy. Like half of his videos are like him attacking LGBT people or women or whatever.
Our favorite bald ass motherfucker.
Oh god. Yeah, that dude is a true. Well, I don't know if he's a true Kool-Aid drinker or not. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to say.
49 state landslide. That's what he said about Trump. That's what he said about the 2020 election. That it'd be a 49 state landslide.
About 2020 or 2024?
The 2020 election. He was saying that it would be a 49 state landslide.
Right, that aged perfectly. Let me see. Oh yeah, there was an NPR poll that came out with 4 out of 10 Republican voters think that political violence is necessary, not just likely, but I mean necessary.
Wow. Very.
Yeah. Then again, like I said, I mean that there's always that point where you feel like the violence is necessary, but it's like we're nowhere near that with the who got his hat?
Definition of the word bigot. And you!
Sorry, I remembered seeing that video not that long ago.
Where was that? That must have been at some crazy rally, right?
Yeah, something like that. And this happened like 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah, Tim Pool he just strikes me as very manipulated, very like deeply insecure about himself.
Look at the beanie he's wearing all the time. Dude, that thing has not come off his head in years.
Yeah.
That thing's probably disgusting.
That's funny because I didn't actually know he was bald.
Oh yeah, he's been known to be bald.
Damn. It's like nobody would care if you wouldn't like draw so much attention to it because you're so self-conscious about it.
Yeah. Dude, he's pictured wearing a beanie all the time. It's crazy. I think there's like 2 known instances of him not without it, or him without it, I mean.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, we never talked about the tunnels. How hilarious is that?
We do a little bit. I was saying that. Oh well, no, that was before.
Yeah.
And we were gonna talk about how it was this weird thing between like 2 different sects of
a temple
Jewish. Yeah, like the people who were digging the tunnels wanted in. They wanted the land. So I guess they were just gonna January 6th that. I mean, they were just gonna storm in and say like, okay, this is ours now. Like, I don't know what the fuck were you gonna do, like legally?
So
like, you're not gonna like sue them and or whatever and try and get the place back or whatever.
Have you heard all of the stuff? Have you heard like all the stuff around it?
What around it?
So they're gonna keep building the tunnel because like they've already said they're gonna keep doing it. But
yeah,
there's a guy who in November was tweeting that he lives on the ground floor of a New York City apartment.
And he heard people speaking Yiddish.
He said, I can hear Jews building a tunnel under my apartment. And I guess because they were... I don't think he ever actually gave a reason why he thought they were Jews. So a lot of people were like calling him anti-Semitic and pushing conspiracy theories. And then in December, he was like, guys, I can hear the Jews under my apartment building the tunnels, please. And then a month after that, this month, the story comes out and he's like, guys, I was right. But I still have to raise the question, How did he know they were Jews?
I think he heard. I don't even know if I don't know the original tweet, so I don't know if he said they were Jews. But I thought the original tweet was I thought the tweet was he heard people speaking Yiddish. He didn't hear like Jewish people. I think he like heard the language.
Yeah. I think he did actually say that he was hearing them speak Yiddish. Okay.
I can hear Yiddish under my floor. Yeah.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, because somebody.
Oh, he said both. Okay.
Let me see if I can find. He said in November, there are Jews living under my apartment. I hear them. It's like they are digging or something. For the record, I live at ground level and we do not have a basement. And then in December, he said, I swear I keep hearing Yiddish under the floor in my New York apartment. I live at ground level and we have no basement. This dude was going nuts.
See, like if and it's funny because like if they had never discovered that, I would have thought this was just some random schizo guy. Did you also see the video of like the Jewish guy dressed in like, you know, traditional Jewish garb, like climbing out of a vent?
Yes,
like dashing off when he realized he was being recorded. Like
it's so funny, dude. The whole concept is hilarious. Let him keep building it.
Yeah,
I want to see where it goes. It's so funny.
Yeah, like I genuinely want to know what like the end goal is. Like I said, I mean, are they just going to storm the temple and like are they using it? Are they digging an entrance or an exit? I think they're digging an exit, right? Because the cops came into the church and that's where they found it.
I guess so.
And I think they found that the digging was coming from the church because it wasn't dug all the way. I don't know. Yeah, let's watch it again. No, really like smacks the camera like
dude, he realizes it's being filmed.
That's what I said. He was like, "Oh shit, I'm being recorded." He tries to run. I love how there's like a police car right there too. That's
that makes it so. Who is filming? Oh, it's the NYPD.
What is a Hasidic Jew as opposed to just a Jew?
So
is that like it must be like a specific sect of like Judaism, right?
Hasidic Jews are very orthodox and they follow a certain version of Judaism that's very like traditional and orthodox, and a lot of them do dress like this. And
yeah,
like
I knew those were the ones who dressed like old stuff.
And every Sunday, they're very well known in New York because there's like a string that lines a part of Manhattan that has something to do with it. But every Sunday they can't use technology or do any work of any kind. So like if they get on an elevator, the elevator will stop at every floor because they can't press the button. If they press the button, it's considered doing work on the Sabbath.
Yeah, that's really weird because like even then, like as society becomes more dependent on technology, which it will, like how long are you gonna be able to get away with doing that before you're just increasingly like isolating yourself from the entire world?
Well, they make a lot of accommodations in New York City for them because that's where a lot of them are. But it's like kind of funny. I was watching a thing where the guy was like, why of all places did this society pick New York City? Like to set up shop,
like literally the biggest city and like center of like
of commerce and okay. But yeah, I love that video of the guy coming out of the sewer. Like one of my favorite videos of the week.
Probably, but yeah. I mean, I want to know what the reaction is Because I mean, obviously, amid this Israel thing, this is going to get compared.
Oh, to the Hamas tunnels. I think tunnels are in. You know, I think
Tunnels
tunnels are
are
in
in.
right now. That lady building that tunnel underneath her house, that's against code, and the city's like getting mad at her
That
about
dude, that old guy who did you hear about the old guy who had like, I'm assuming like schizophrenic delusions, that there was gold under his house, and he dug like a 100, I think it was like a 150-foot hole,
Yeah.
and he fell down and then died.
Yeah, I did hear
In
about
the most
that.
ironic death I've ever heard. Like,
I did hear about that. I'm telling you.
talk about like textbook guy succumbs to his own greed.
Yeah.
Like,
that's also
it's like a Greek fairy tale. Like, like, you know,
that's also nuts.
Tunnels are in.
Who goes, there's gold under my house, and after like 100 feet, you're still digging.
It's literally that meme of like the guy digging and he turns away from the diamonds.
Yeah, 99% of gamblers quit before their big win.
Literally, like, but yeah, I guess tunnels are in.
Oh my God, 2024, the year of the tunnel.
Year of fucking everyone dies, I guess.
I guess so. 2025, the big funeral. What a sequel. It would take like an alien invasion to help us at this point.
I'm just like I'm just ready for the asteroid, you know. Like, okay, so there's a book. I'm gonna go like a little off topic here. There's a book that I just read called The Killing Star.
Yeah.
And it's a novel about like a more plausible alien invasion, not like, you know, they fly into the planet and blow up the Washington Monument or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, they took a missile about the size of a car, and you know, if you spin it up to very near light speed, it'll basically crack the planet in half. And like, I read this book literally about like the end of humanity and the last people like surviving through the scraps, and it was like refreshing. Like if that doesn't explain just how done I am at this point, you know, like I don't know what will at this point.
Yeah.
That's a great novel though. You should check it out. I literally found it like illegally on like YouTube. It hasn't been copyright struck for 2 years somehow. I don't know how yet.
Yeah, we need it.
Yeah,
we need Ender's Game, you know. That's what we need. God, what a fucked up book. Have you ever read Ender's Game?
It's on my wish list. I've seen the movie. I assume when I read the book, I'm gonna think the movie was shit. I'm assuming it's gonna do. I'm assuming it's gonna do the same thing with the war was actually real.
Yeah.
And he really did eradicate like an alien race.
The movie is very accurate to the book to some extent. I read the book when I was a kid, and I watched the movie after when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
And
do you think the movie is good?
I liked it. I thought it was a pretty faithful-ish adaptation of the book. Obviously, movies are always going to miss details that the book goes into further detail about, but I feel like it did a pretty decent job of adapting the book. Did a better job than the Giver.
Yeah, I saw. I know that's like a common thing with books. Like, if you've seen Annihilation, I didn't know that came from a trilogy of books, and I saw it with somebody, and they were coming from the books, and they hated it because they was talking about how it was like trying to condense 3 novels into one book.
Yeah,
I think The Killing Star would make a great movie though, because you can actually condense it into a movie. Anyway, for like 2024. With the Gaza thing, I mean, I don't even know if it's going to end anytime soon, because like, Israel has said that like they want this to continue like well into like 2025.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, are we just going to let it keep happening until then? Like what? I mean, that's probably about all for me. 2024, year of the asteroid, hopefully. Hopefully that
the asteroid.
That hopefully what's that one? Apophis one that's supposed to come in 2028. That's actually a little freaky. It's coming. I mean, they know it's not going to hit at this point, but it's going to come closer than the moon will. Like it'll be at its what's the science term? Hang on, I need the science term. At its apoapsis, the closest point in its orbit, it'll be closer than the moon is to us. Which that's a little freaky. But fuck it, if we get 4 more years of Trump, then we deserve it.
I hope we get to see it, like in the sky.
We probably will. I mean, like we already have like telescopes and James Webb. I wonder if they'll turn. I don't know if James Webb is really spec'd out for like near Earth observation. I don't know if it can really do that. It probably can.
I'm sure
I don't know,
it
but
can,
I mean,
but
we'll definitely get some. Yeah, I mean that'll be an absolute like gold mine for scientists that year.
What if we just do that thing where we launch a ship at it, like we did with that comet when we were, or not comet, like we
with
did with
the DART program? Yeah, I mean we could probably do that. We'd have to do it sooner than later because obviously, the closer it is, the more force you have to overcome in order to push it. So if they were going to do that, they should do it now. But yeah, I mean that gives me a little hope for humanity. Nothing political, just that we're working on deflecting asteroids. So if I can't look forward to anything else, I can at least look forward to maybe not blowing up in an asteroid explosion. Or maybe I am looking forward. I don't know. I just said I was looking forward to it, so maybe I am. I don't know. I don't even know how to feel anymore.
All right. Do you have anything you want to finish off with? Any final notes, words, advice, anything?
Get ready, everybody. That's it.
Inspiring.
Yeah.
And,
barricade your homes. Hide your family.
And what's your response to being discovered on the Epstein flight logs this year?
Oh, well, they only mentioned my name 8,000 times, so on the report. And none of it was related to that. I mean, I knew him for like 30 years, but I'm not on title.
Made a lot of good business dealings with him, too. All right, well...
I know he likes him young.
Oh, God! Well, that'll be the end of the episode. You want to do the little goodbye? The episode?
What's the little goodbye?
I don't know. You just say goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, welcome back to the Forbidden Land podcast. For a split second there, I legit almost called it the old name. So, I wanted to kind of switch up where I was sitting to make things visually interesting, and I'm going to keep looking at myself, so it's going to be really obvious that I'm looking at myself. I'm literally sitting right next to where I usually sit. And I chose the one day where I have really bad back problems, and I did a lot of stuff today. I decided, let's take me out of the comfortable seating arrangement that I was in before and stick me on this really uncomfortable ottoman with no back to it. I can't bring the mic far enough back to do it sitting on the couch, and I don't want to use my Razer mic because it doesn't sound as good. And I also don't want to hold it. I'd either be holding it like this because it has a stand, or I'd be holding it like this little pill-shaped mic, and I feel like it would make a lot of noise. I'm making a lot more eye contact with the camera, which is a little strange. So, I woke up with a really bad pain in my right shoulder blade, and also a really weird pain in the middle of my back. And today is like the one day I didn't need that to happen, and it happened. So I have really bad pain in my lower back that I've been having. And then I have like a bunch of knots that have formed in my right shoulder blade, seemingly overnight. I don't know where they came from. I don't know why they showed up now. I have a theory as to why it happened. Something I might have done yesterday, but I kind of doubt it. I think I just slept on it weird, or I was having like a spasm in my sleep. Because the day before I like ticked in a really weird way, and it like completely ruined my my left shoulder blade. So today I wake up, and it's the day we have to fix a fence. So I stayed home from work, and my coworker came over, and me and him repaired the backside of our fence. It got knocked down in a tornado. So let me lay out the full history of this fence, the full lore of this fucking section of a fence. So I'm so sick of this part of the fence. So a tornado hits our house, and it knocks over 2 panels in like the back corner of our fence. So, you know, like I go outside to check out the damage, and 2 panels of our fence are just laying on the ground. And, but I think the post is still there. So, eventually we have to get rid of the panels because, you know, they're pretty much destroyed. And, my uncle gives us 2 fence panels. Well, without our permission, our neighbor, who, he's a whole other rabbit hole, our piece of shit asshole neighbor, thought, hey, he told his workers basically like, hey, while you're putting up my fence, why don't you go put up the guy's fence over there? And they probably went, well, sir, we need permission from the homeowner. And he probably lied to them and said, oh, I got permission, it's fine. He asked me to do it. So they went up and attempted to put up the 2 of the 3 panels we were given. And I guess stole our fence post, because the post, the thing that holds all the panels together, was just gone. And so for the last year or two, these 2 fence panels keep leaning over and keep falling onto the ground. So eventually the HOA told the city, and the city fined us and told us that by December 14th we have to have that section of the fence finished. So, or, you know, put back up. And so me and my coworker spend the whole day. We have a chainsaw, we have an air compressor, and we have a nail gun. And so Coke Zero. And so then we losing my train of thought. So then we basically knocked these 2 panels down and stripped the 3rd panel that's been just sitting in my backyard this whole time. We strip it for parts. And we, you know, I pry a board, like a beam off of it, and I pry 4 sections, like 4 planks off the panel. So then, you know, we're like putting it all back together. We're cutting stuff down so it'll fit, nailing in boards, add a 3rd like support beam on the middle parts where the post should be. That way it has extra support. So we basically created a makeshift post that's hidden behind the fence. So if you look at the fence, it's like one extended panel, and we still cut the arc into it too. So if for whatever reason in the future it falls over, then we can just take out that middle part and put a post there and re-nail it in. So that's basically what we did. We had the guy come out and inspect it. He said we were good to go. And so we're all good. But yeah, it's just so unfortunate that the one day I wake up with enormous back pain, I do that. So this whole day I was cracked out on something. I don't know what was in me. So after he leaves, I I make a grilled cheese, as I do as a broke person, and I eat that, and then I basically like get all my stuff ready and I go on a walk. And I'm thinking like, okay, this walk won't be that extreme. And I don't have a car, by the way, so I'm more incentivized to go on these walks. So I walk to Kroger and buy a Celsius, and then I just start walking. And I take our walking trail like all the way to the very end of it, and then I walk all the way back to my house. So in total, I probably walked close to 10 miles. So, yeah, I walked probably about 10 miles in total today. And then that Celsius, as people know, the treatment for ADHD is to consume caffeine. That's pretty much what Adderall is caffeine with like other stuff in it. So one of the at-home treatments for ADHD that you don't need a prescription for, and it's not nearly as effective, but it's like if that's all you have, then that's all you have, is to consume caffeine to a moderate extent. So like 1 Celsius will pretty much allow me to focus sort of in on stuff, but I still have pretty bad ADHD on top of that. So I get home and I make a peanut butter sandwich. I eat that and I go, you know what? I pause my show. I don't even finish my drink. And something in me just goes, go leaf blow and rake the yard. I have not raked the leaves here in probably 6 years. Let me actually look up, because there's a video I was watching the last time I raked the leaves. If you've ever heard of Lemino, or top 10 memes, there's a video he released. Oh, there it is. It was 6 years ago. I was right. The Legend of the Bermuda Triangle. I watched it when it came out, so July 18th, 2017. So sometime after that date in 2017 was the last time I ever raked the leaves. What came over me, I have no idea. And yeah, I leaf blowed and raked the leaves for like an hour. And it was already like dark outside by the time I was done. I raked into 3 big piles so he can go in tomorrow and shove them all into leaf bags and put them out by the curb. So I did that. And then I have the whole backyard to do, which honestly, if I'm, if my brain's wired correctly, then I'll go do that tomorrow, possibly. I think I'm like this because I'm so bored with video games now, like at this moment. And I just spent all of last week like doing nothing pretty much, that like today I just was like, I'm just going to do a bunch of stuff. I paid off fuck. I paid off my remaining balance on my credit card, or I scheduled the payment pretty comfortably, pretty confidently. Scheduled the payment for the due date, which usually I hesitate or I debate with myself for a long time if I'm gonna do that, because I'm always unsure if I'm gonna be able to afford it. But this time I was like, yeah, I could probably afford it, and I scheduled the payment. And then what else did I do? Oh, now I'm closer to being able to fix my car. I got a lot done today. This is the most productive day I've had in probably well over a year. I don't know what got in me. I think as I woke up in a working mood, because I already knew what I was going to be doing today, and then I was like, well, I'm already this deep in now, might as well go the full amount. I will say one thing I'm sad about is one of my 2 last holeless socks formed a hole in it because of my walk today. And I think I calloused my heel. It hurts and it's dry. I have 2 socks that didn't have any holes, and I could feel my heel being rubbed kind of raw halfway through my walk, and I was like, what the hell is that? And I look, and I tore a hole in the heel of this sock. So now I have 1 sock left that doesn't have any holes, and honestly, I can't even say that. This one has a really small hole forming in the heel. So it goes to show that my walks are destroying my socks and my shoes. My shoes are in really bad condition too. So that's what I did today. I basically grinded out every chore you can think of in this house. So that was just today. Tomorrow I have I might do the backyard. I know I have a party I'm going to. I'm doing a lot. And then on Thursday, my coworker's giving me a battery charger to charge my car battery so I can continue basically running diagnostics on this car that's been sitting in my driveway dead for 6 months now. I have not been able to move it for 6 months now. It's been dead in the water since June. So I've been carless for that long. The way I usually get around is I'll take my dad's car, or if I'm going to work and my dad's not and I can't carpool with him, then the day before, if I already know that, then the day before I'll take a work vehicle home and just drive that to work for a bit. Or I walk there. I get pretty lucky with my transportation options. Other than that, my girlfriend's usually driving to my house, and then I'm driving her car everywhere with her in it. I will say, I am the best argument for why we should have walkable cities. It doesn't have a working car, walks to places if he truly needs to, but walking to a grocery store is like a 20-minute walk. Getting there, minimum. Coming back, same thing. So in total, I'm spending close to an hour to go to the store to pick up at most 5 light to medium weight items that aren't cold or frozen. That's kind of ridiculous that I'm having to spend that much time just to do that. When in a car, I could drive there in a minute, pick up all the groceries, buy pretty much as much as I want, as much as my money can allow, and then drive it all back in a minute. That would take me 10 minutes. It would take me a quarter of the time with a car. But if it was a walkable city, I could just walk literally 100 yards down the street from my house into a local grocery store. So, like I said, man, I'm the best argument for a walkable city because I do walk everywhere to get my stuff, pretty much. One thing I wanted to talk about was, so I had 2 things and I forgot one of them. So one of the things I know I wanted to talk about was Panera. I have been to Panera maybe 10 times in the last 5 years. I don't frequent it, so I was never aware that these were drinks, and I'm kind of glad I wasn't. I've done the unhealthy decision of drinking 2 Celsius in the same day, and that always gives me an anxiety attack. I've also had the misfortune of being a former Bang drinker before realizing 300 milligrams of caffeine, A, was not good for me, and B, gave me horrible anxiety. Sometimes I would drink 2 of them. How fucking crazy is that? 600 milligrams of caffeine? Now imagine you go to Panera, you get like, I don't know, a sandwich or a bagel. And you're like, charged lemonade sounds kind of good. Oh, it's a little morning pick-me-up. That doesn't sound too bad. And you buy it thinking, oh, there's probably like 50 milligrams of caffeine in this at most. An espresso shot is 60. So at most, this drink probably has about as much caffeine as like a Coke. And you would be dead fucking wrong. The morons at Panera headquarters decided, what if we made this lemonade drink? And then they made it 390 milligrams for the large and like 360 for the regular? Who the fuck thought of that? Who thought that was a good idea? And then like the only way to know is to look it up pretty much. It's marketed as like a refreshing drink that kind of like, charges up your day a little bit. It's marketed the same way that like a Starbucks refresher is marketed, which as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's any caffeine in that because it's just like coconut milk and water in that drink and like a pump of flavoring. I don't think there's that much. I don't think there is any caffeine at all in that drink. Here, let me look this up. How much caffeine is in a Starbucks pink drink? Starbucks pink drink. Caffeine. 35 milligrams of caffeine in a pink drink. A Grande has 45, a Venti has 75, and a Trenta has 90. I didn't even know there was that much caffeine in it. I've never noticed. But that's how they're marketed. They're marketed as like, it'll refresh your day. It'll give you a little pick-me-up. And that's the pink drink. That's how you would expect it to be marketed. And the lemonade from Panera has 390 milligrams of caffeine in the large. In the large. The regular is not that much better. That's still a lot. It's more than a bang. That's 2 monsters. More than that. And I believe now they've lowered it. But before they lowered it, because every regulation or change is written in blood, a girl with a heart condition drank it thinking it was a safe amount of caffeine for her, and it pretty much killed her. And then another guy who's a little older was on ADHD medication. So already his heart's working. And then he drinks that energy drink, and that kills him. I think he's like 46. That's all alleged, by the way, that the drink is responsible for that. But, like, there's a strong correlation and a strong case there. 390 milligrams would send me into the Ludi bin. I'd be having, like, existential crisis thoughts. And here's the worst part. If I went to a Panera and got one of those, I would maybe ask for a refill. Or I would go get one. And if I did that, A, I would either end up in the ER, or B, I would have like a mental episode. And you might think, well, if you read the facts on there and you see the caffeine amount, then just like don't get a refill. They marketed this drink as being part of their refill program. They encouraged you to get a refill. Like, you subscribe to their refill program, and it's one of the options in the program. So you might think, oh, I'm going to get this lemonade and then get infinite refills because I'm in this program. Yeah, I could slam like 3 of them, and then after that, you're at like 1,200 milligrams of caffeine, and your heart rate's like double what it usually is at a resting rate. And then, like, you're going to think you're having a panic attack. There's just so many points of failure. I touched my glasses lens. The person who thought that was a good amount of caffeine to put in a lemonade drink, that was a safe and normal amount, and then the people who also thought it'd be a good idea for marketing to put it in their refill program. And it took a person dying pretty much to change this. I don't think it's in the refill program anymore. Pretty sure most Paneras make it where you have to ask the counter for a refill. And I think the caffeine amount dropped as well. I think it's like $2.90 now for a large, as far as I'm aware, which is still a lot. Like I said earlier, Celsius is 200 milligrams. A Monster, like the Mango Loco one that I like, is 150. A Bang is 300, so you're only beating out Bang by like 10 milligrams, and Bang's already pretty dangerous. I mean, Bang is like, there's a whole lore behind Bang. Bang used to sell, the company behind Bang used to sell an energy drink that had so much caffeine that I believe they had to pull it from shelves because it was giving people like heart palpitations and irregular heart rates, and I think it sent someone to the hospital or something. I forget what it's called. It like starts with like a T or something like that. I might be wrong about the name part, but I'm sure you can find articles on it, articles that Illuminati has plagiarized, because that's how I found out about it, was through her video. And now I know she probably just read a fucking article, so I'm sure there are articles on it. But like Bang Energy is already pretty suspicious, and it's definitely the most unhealthy, dangerous energy drink you could probably drink, especially if you have heart problems. Because like if you know there's 300 milligrams in there, they already taste pretty sweet and they're already really good, sort of. So you might be tempted to drink a second one. So like that's already pretty dangerous. But the making a lemonade $2.90, is that necessary? A fucking like what is it called? If I got like an iced coffee, a latte, that's what I'm thinking about. If I got like an iced latte, that's not that much compared to that lemonade. In terms of caffeine, I could drink like 2 of those lattes and probably not even come close to the current day charged lemonade. The current amount of caffeine that's in it now after the controversy, I think it'd be pretty difficult to reach that amount with a latte, right? A normal iced latte. Yeah, I just don't get it. I don't understand. I've never heard of a place selling a drink so like innocuous that's packed with so much caffeine. You know, I would never buy a lemonade at a restaurant thinking it has before almost 400 milligrams of caffeine and now almost 300. I wouldn't get it now that I know. I have, you know, I did have high blood pressure, but I still sometimes do. And, you know, when I drink those Celsius, I definitely feel it. My heart rate is thumping more in my chest. I can feel it speeding up. And, you know, my chest gets a little tight because of the high blood pressure. It makes it a little harder to breathe. So, like, now that I know the caffeine amount, I probably wouldn't get this for my own health's sake. As a big boy, as a representative of the big boys club, I don't think I could safely buy this drink without dying. You know what I mean? I don't think I could. So anyways, sorry, I had to take a little pause there. I had to answer my phone. But moving on from the lemonade debate, because I think I already said everything I wanted to say about that, how Panera is very legally troubled in that department with the marketing and everything behind it. You know what, I do have kind of more to say, because I've seen people be like, oh, you should have looked up the fucking nutritional stuff before. And how many times have you gone to a place and looked up the nutritional stuff beforehand? How many times have you done that? I go to McDonald's, and the most like nutritional stuff I'm gonna learn is if I happen to read the calorie count next to the name of the thing I'm ordering. I'm not looking it up to find out like how much fat's in it, how much of this is in it. I already know it's gonna have a shitload of sodium, a lot of fat, and a ton of calories. You know, But I'm not going to go look up the nutritional facts. If I'm told, okay, they have this charged lemonade, and it's marketed as a little pick-me-up, I would immediately just assume, okay, it's going to have a little bit of caffeine in it, and it's going to be, probably a little high in sodium, and that's it. A lot of energy drinks have a lot of sodium in it, and usually they match the sodium to the caffeine a lot of the time from what I've seen. Celsius, I think, is like the one that doesn't have sodium. That's actually why I like it. I'm not sponsored by Celsius, but I like Celsius because it doesn't have sodium in it. But that's what I would assume. I'd assume like, oh, it has some caffeine and some sodium and like lemon juice or some shit and a lot of sugar. I would not think there's 390 in my large charged lemonade, and I'm not going to look it up. I keep hearing people be like, oh, well, on their website it said this and that. You're not going to go look it up. How often are you looking up the nutritional facts? Either list them in the restaurant or warn someone before when they order it. I don't put 390 milligrams of caffeine in a fucking lemonade. How hard is that? I feel like that's not that hard to like follow, right? I want to know who made that decision. It's so baffling to me. I want to know who did that. That's just such an insane thing to do. Dude, think about it. Coke's like, all right, we're releasing a new product. It's going to be like one of our Coke creation things, and it'll be like Coke creation beating heart or something. And they market it as like slightly more caffeine than usual. Replace your morning coffee, shit like that, even though I know they have coffee drinks. And then you buy it and you start drinking it, and you finish it and you decide to read the bottle, and it's like 450 milligrams of caffeine. You'd be like, what the fuck? You'd be shocked because a normal bottle of Coke has like 60 milligrams of caffeine in it usually. I think you would like safely assume it might have 150 if it's marketed that way, not 400 or more. I feel like that's not a very crazy thing to understand, right? Isn't this like a very reasonable position? I feel like it is. Who knows? So, anyways. Oh, God. I can't remember what I was going to talk about. I think I was going to talk about the thing on Twitch, but it's already like so dated now, and the main girl that like it sparked all the controversy around, she got banned. It's whatever. I mean, look, I've never had a problem with mature adult streamers on Twitch, to be honest. I've never cared. The hot tub streams, men that still get mad over that, please shut the fuck up. I do not care. I've never understood what the big argument that there is. I mean, I remember a really long time ago when like boob streamers were a thing, where they would wear like a low cut top and show a lot of cleavage, and a lot of guy streamers were like up in arms because I think there's this thing where they think there's this toxic mentality on Twitch where they all think, oh, if someone's watching her, they're not watching me. And it's like, dude, they were watching her on like someone like her on something else. They just find it more convenient to watch it on Twitch now. They weren't watching you anyways. I feel like there's like this weird paranoid attitude in people where they think if this exists on the platform, then, that's going to pull viewers away from me. Notice how you never see this on YouTube. If someone was like making what Morkpie was making, but in YouTube video form, I don't think anyone would bat an eye. I think people would be like, it's not for me. It's kind of strange, but whatever. And they would ignore it, because it's not pulling viewers away from your videos. I think especially if you're not going live during the time that she's live, or, you know, if there's probably not that much crossover viewership between you and her. It's just such a non-issue. I'm yet to see the science behind that, the data. I don't think there is any. You know, I really do think it's just this like insecure mental brain rot argument that I hear from Twitch streamers. I've been hearing the same argument for almost a decade, and my response is always, are you just that upset that there are women showing skin on Twitch? And here's the thing, hot tub streams and like the boob streams and all that, a lot of the time the thing that separates those types of streams from this one is that hot tub streams and like, you know, boob streamers and stuff, you know, they don't have like a mature filter on there, and so like theoretically, yes, a 16-year-old can stumble upon a hot tub stream and whatever, you know, so be it. Don't act like you weren't looking up porn at 16. You were. But I've noticed, because I went and looked at her stream to see if it had the mature thing on it, and it did. Because on Twitch, in the settings, you can check a box that says if you're streaming mature content or not. And from what I've seen is that all the girls doing this on Twitch all use that mature filter, which means you have to be 18 and older to watch this stuff. And then you might go, oh, well, if you're a teenager, you can just click view. Okay. Is that not like the parents' job at that point then to stop them from doing that? You know, you can type in Pornhub.com right now and click a video, and there is no age verification. You don't need an account. You don't need to show an ID in America. I think in the EU you actually do have to show ID, or like parts of the EU. I don't know, but in America you don't have to show ID, and it never asks you if you're over 18 or not, as far as I'm aware. You can just watch stuff. They'll serve you ads with it all over it. You can watch pretty much whatever you want, regardless of your age. So, you know, it's such a like weird nothing argument whenever I see people going up in arms against these types of streamers. Don't even get me started on the women streamers that don't do any of this, by the way. You know, any normal, well-adjusted person would see what Morgpie was doing and just go, cool. And they would ignore it if they weren't interested, or they'd watch it if they were interested. But then there's also the people that will attack like normal women streamers that just play games and exist. I've seen that. I've seen like the disproportionate amount of people that attack like fucking Pokimane or I can't even think of any other ones, because I think Pokimane is so widely attacked all the time that I legit can't remember all the other ones over the course of time. Like the cookies thing, you know, they're expensive ass cookies, okay? I don't see you sucking off Bezos's whole face when he's selling the same shit at a Whole Foods. You know, I don't see anybody having the same proportional response. You know, Jeff Bezos, who runs the Twitch platform pretty much, also owns Whole Foods. So, you know, I'm sure there's equally as expensive ass cookies with the same amounts of cookies in each bag. You know, I'm sure there's equally as expensive ones at Whole Foods. But I don't see anyone going after the mega billionaire for that. They're all going after the Twitch streamer. It's just super annoying. Everybody gets mad about such stupid shit on the internet, dude. I've seen it for years now, and it's just so, like, unbelievably annoying. these like annoying ass dudes that all make like statements and opinions and stuff. Who listens to these people? You know, who are these people? I gotta come out with a statement. I'm a dude streamer. My audience expects it. If someone came to me and was like, "What do you think about what WordPie's doing? You think that'll affect your viewership?" I'd be like, "I don't care if it does, and I don't really care about what she's doing. Do it." You know, if people really want to watch that stuff and it gets removed off the platform, they'll just go find it on Pornhub. Or like I saw someone expertly point out that every time Twitch goes after something like this, they just find a new thing. Like I think before this there was like the nude body painting. Before this it was the hot tub stuff. Before that it was the wear the most revealing outfit you possibly can with your webcam like covering 60% of the screen with like a small window of Call of Duty in the background. Pretty much just to like play it off like you're gaming. I always thought that was really funny. I forgot who fucking used to do that. There was someone who used to I mean a lot of people did it, but there was someone who was like popular for it. They would make their webcam like super big and they'd be covering like probably 2/3 of the screen, and they'd have a little window like up in the corner like this big. And it would have like Call of Duty Black Ops 3 on it or some shit like that. And they'd be playing. I know a popular example of someone who does that on YouTube is Sniper Wolf. She would make gaming videos, and I think she was caught for faking gameplay. So she would literally just sit there and talk into a camera with like a super revealing shirt on and just have like bullshit gameplay that she recorded earlier or someone else recorded for her playing in the background. Because there was a clip where she was playing a game and then like at one point she literally takes her hands off the controller and like does something on the camera, but she's still moving on the screen. It's still like shooting at people. Ugh, it's so funny. What people used to do back then to get views. It's so good. So there's that. I think she's been banned now, and who cares? You know, she was pretty popular before that. I think she was like friends with H3, and people knew about her pages and stuff like that. Pretty sure she's also... Maybe I won't say that one. Because that one was uncovered by a bunch of like super internet sleuths on like a subreddit. So maybe I won't expose that one. I just happened to catch that one because I was in that subreddit and they were like, "Have you guys ever noticed this? Who's connected to this person?" And it happened to be like Mordpie, and I'm like, "Huh, interesting." But it's not like super public knowledge yet, so I don't want to say it, you know. Not that many people listen to this, it's just I don't want to say it. But what should I title this episode? I look so uncomfortable sitting here like this. I look like a little kid, all like scrunched up and shit. Maybe I'll title this episode "The Tragedy of the Fence." Or like, I don't know, something like that. I'll make it the thumbnail like the guy pushing the boulder up the hill. That'd be pretty funny. Oh, let me talk about what I did last week. So this is one of my theories as to why I'm so bored this week with all the computer stuff. Last week, a coworker of mine gave me this huge computer. Like, it's like super thick. It's super wide pretty much. Because it's in one of those like huge Corsair cases with the like tons of room in the back, tons of drive space. And he gave me this huge machine, and it has like last gen or double last gen now, like AMD hardware and an NVIDIA GPU. This is going to become the computer heavy portion of the episode, so just bear with me because I'll be saying computer terms. So this has like a top of the line I think it's a gigabyte motherboard. It has 32 gigs of DDR3 RAM. It has a 9590 FX CPU. So basically a 4-core, 8-thread FX series CPU. And it has a single fan radiator CPU cooler. Oh, and it also has a NVIDIA 960. And he also threw in a few drives as well. This computer has been the most challenging project I have ever worked on with a computer. You know, a lot of computers, the solution's very clear. Like, oh, the operating system's corrupt, or, you know, like corrupt like beyond repair, or oh, this wasn't seated properly, or this cable was plugged into the wrong spot, or someone shorted this, or whatever. This thing will. I installed Windows onto it. This thing will boot into Windows and work for a bit, but then if I do too much at the same time, it will just shut down. Now, anyone who already knows about computers heard me say 9590, 9590, and probably pissed a little, because those CPUs are notoriously known for being way too powerful for what they are. Not very optimized kind of powerful. To put it into perspective, Intel CPUs get really hot and they draw a lot of power. This CPU is like before those generations of Intel CPUs came out. This one's from 2015. It clocks up to 5 gigahertz, like boost clock, which is more than my current CPU, which is on a whole other platform. This CPU is AM3. The one I'm using is AM4, so it boost clocks to 4.7. This one clocks to 5. It pulls 220 watts. That's the TDP on it. And this little single fan radiator is super old, hadn't been turned on for 6 years prior, and can barely cool it. So what's happening is that the operating temperature on the CPU is supposed to be 57 optimally. It's boosting the temp up to 80 and then shutting off as a failsafe. So that way it doesn't damage the CPU. I've underclocked it, I've undervolted it, I've done everything, and I cannot get it to work at all. If I try to install 2 things at once, it crashes. I got it all the way to the point of installing Steam. I got the NVIDIA drivers on there. I got my internet adapter drivers. I installed USB drivers for it. I got all my motherboard software, updated the BIOS, everything. I got all the way up to installing CSGO and then opening it. The moment I opened CS2, it just crashed. So I got it that far. My plan is I'm going to buy a double fan radiator, and I'm going to put it on the front of the case instead of on the back exhaust part, because, you know, probably the front of the case, and then I guess I'll have air being drawn through the radiator into the case. So that'll be interesting. So I'm probably going to do that. I'm looking into this MSI one that I think is pretty cool. I'm shocked they even still make water coolers, the AIOs with AM3 brackets, but I'm going to put a radiator on the front with 2 fans, and then I'm going to have an exhaust fan, and probably going to put another intake fan on the top. You know, just because I feel like with it pulling air in through the front of the case through a radiator, it's probably going to be fairly warm air. So, I don't know. Either I pull it in through the radiator or I blow it out through the radiator. Either one. So, yeah, I'm going to try to figure out how I'm going to do this. There's 2. It's a cool-ass system. I'll probably show it off at some point, maybe in like a video where I show off all the tech that I have. I have a lot of stuff. I have that computer. I have the one that's sitting right here. And then I even have one sitting over here that I just built that's running off AM4 that just needs 2 sticks of RAM and a boot drive. And once it has that, I think it actually has a boot drive. But once it has like a better boot drive, and 2 sticks of DDR4 RAM, then I'll be able to boot it up and play around with it. And it's actually powerful enough to play games at mid-tier to low-tier settings. It basically consists of every part I was using before I got my 3060. So it's using my old CPU, and it's using my old GPU. So it's a pretty competent system. I'll probably end up putting like a Wi-Fi chip in it too, so it gets just as fast Wi-Fi as this. I've even toyed around with the idea of putting a Elgato capture card in it and using it to stream. So I would, pass this computer through it and stream that way. I've thought about it. So it's cool. Maybe one day I'll do a tech tour. Probably not as a podcast episode. I've looked back. I don't really like my tour episodes because I feel like it's just me going, look at this, and then I don't really talk about it because I lose track of what my goal is. So it'll probably be an actual video where I'm like, here are the 3 working computers I have. Here are the 3 semi-working, or not 3. Here's one of the semi-working older, like Windows XP era computers I have, because I do have one of those. It's sitting down there. I put 2 disk drives in it. It has a floppy drive, which I actually have 2 cases of floppy drives that I've put in there, and stuff. So that's pretty funny. It has like a ATI, like AGP card in it, and I have the specs of it in a spreadsheet somewhere. That's how much tech I have. I have an inventory spreadsheet. So yeah, I'll show all that stuff. I have a ton of laptops. I have like laptops that I've basically like have like a support ticket on it, because I'm supposed to fix it. And then I have laptops that I have from like my childhood, or laptops that I just don't use anymore. And then I have like a MacBook. I have so much shit. This room is insane. I'm like a tech hoarder and like a hoarder of a ton of other shit too, to an extent, to a reasonable extent. I don't keep like trash and shit like that. I'm just obsessed with owning technology. So anyways, a lot of sub-hour episodes. I think I just genuinely run out of stuff to talk about after a while, so I'm like not shocked that I can't make it to an hour most days. Unless I'm like super passionate and have a lot to say about a topic. But by the way, these are Chick-fil-A earbuds. I'm using it to listen to my ambient noise so I can keep my mind focused and not get distracted by stuff. All right, really abrupt cut in before I end the episode, because there was one more thing I wanted to talk about and I completely forgot. I wanted to talk because I was going to talk about it at the beginning and I completely fucking forgot it. So we did actually. I wanted to talk about my beanie. So usually I'm wearing like beanies from my grandmother, because she likes to crochet. And this time, wow, that's really immersive. And this time, I was going to a farmer's market, and while we were there, I got some coffee, and we did like the rounds. And I was like, oh, hey, look at this table over here, There's like a bunch of crochet stuff. So I walk up, and it's this Hispanic family, and the son who's there looks to be about our age. He gets pretty comfortable because he's like, basically like, yeah, I don't fucking know. Like, it's just like stuff like that. Then he'll say something to his mom in Spanish, which I could understand like immediately. So I just thought that was funny. I was like, hope he doesn't talk any shit because I can understand him. But he he was like, "What do you think about all these?" And I was looking at the beanies, and I was like, I kind of like the black one. He's like, "You can try it on." Dude, I tried this thing on and immediately went, "How much?" And look at it. Look at this thing. It's a full black beanies. It's actually really hard to see without me shining a flashlight on it. It's a full black beanie, and it was only $15. Oh my god, I have something in my nose. It was only $15, and I love it. And it has like even though I folded it at the end of it, has the like slightest slouch on it. Like, I have to pull up the flashlight again. The like slightest slouch, just a little. And I love slouch beanies. Almost all my beanies are slouch beanies. And so, yeah, good lighting. Wow, studio lighting. Wow, that's what I need. But yeah, it has like the slightest slouch, and it was only $15, and I love it. So, goated beanie. I wanted to talk about that. I also wanted to talk about how I went to a farmer's market on this past Saturday. So, all right, that was it. I just wanted to mention my beanie because I thought it was cool. So shout out that family that made it. And yeah, really sick crochet beanie. It's super comfortable. It's super thick. And yeah. Anyway, back to past me. Hope you enjoyed this episode. We are on Spotify, YouTube Music, Apple Podcast, and I believe that's it. I don't think I ever got on Google Podcasts before it's going to die next year, so that's really depressing. I've checked like every week, and I'm still not on there, and I have not checked recently. I also have a Patreon where I release every episode early, almost every episode early. I do an audio episode. I've started to dabble in maybe doing video episodes if there's actual video to go with it. So I have that, and I do occasional bonus content on there too. So anyways, if you listen this far, thank you so much. And I'll probably be back to the normal setup next time just because this hurts my back. So anyways, all right. Thanks. Bye-bye.